한국 e스포츠 협회가 주최하고 SK텔레콤, 카스, 로지텍, 치직, 파워풀엑스가 함께하는 2024 리그 오브 레전드 캐스파 컵 오늘의 첫 번째 매치입니다. DRX와 POX, DNK, POX 선수들의 경기입니다.
물론 이렇게 됐을 때 이제 물론 체력 관리나 이런 복합적인 것들을 봤을 때는 이후에 좀 상황이 더 안 좋아질 여지도 있겠지만 그래도 일단 먹고 튄 건 맞으니까
맞아요.
잘 먹고 잘 빠졌어요.
그리고 그 과정에서 바텀 듀오의 스펠이 빠지거나 그런 건 또 아니다 보니까 할 말이 또 있는 것 같아요, BNK.
그러니까 만약에 이게 킬까지 연결이 되거나 강조하신 대로 바텀 듀오가 좀 더 손해를 보고 이랬으면 그 다음에 좀 여파가
부패사슬 앞쪽으로
그리고
데리고
연계,
갔습니다.
연계.
연계 이후에 플레타까지 전면.
사람이 그리고
커리어
데려갔어요 이건.
와, 일방적으로 DRX가 지금 잘 받아쳤죠.
DRX 바텀 쪽에서 킬을 만들어주고 있습니다. 반면에 이제 초반에 빠르게 두 개의 용을 챙겨가고 있는 BNK입니다.
자 그리고 이제 그 상태 체력 관리도 안 됐고 순간이동도 없으니까 그리고 유충도 먹어놨으니까 지금부터 더 굴릴 생각인 건가요?
근데 또 보니가 동선을 잘 맞춰서 일단 따라오긴 했어요.
그래서 또 위쪽에
안쪽에.
나눠 먹고
예우가 많이 때려줬어요.
라인
뭔가-
한번 지우고
네.
녹턴 입장에서 좀 근질근질한 상황이거든요. 지금.
발사하고 싶거든요.
네,
그래서
세 개
오라-
용에 써줬어요. 안쪽에서.
합적으로. 근데
이번에
빠져나갈
나갈 수
수가
있습니다.
있어요.
예전과
바뀌어가지고.
달라요. 슬라이딩으로 나가져요.
자, 마법의 수정화살 맞았어요.
근데 이거 일단은 비에고도 궁으로 반응을 했고 한 번에 잡히지만 않으면
큰 싸움이 큰
그래서
싸움이
안에
이어집니다.
가둬놓고
불
불
끄고
끄고
안쪽
엇박자로.
발사 들어갔는데요.
산테가 뒤로 당기고요.
그리고
레나탔습니다.
맞았어요.
타이밍이 좋아요.
일단 레이지 필 뒤쪽으로
앙코를 덮고 어떻게든
맞으면서
잡자. 어떻게든
소모르
소모르
장거리!
적대적인 수 깔고.
소모르가
소모르가
마무리가
이미 간것
됐어.
같고.
이어.
예,
그리고
보니가 일단
본인도.
뒤쪽으로 드리블도 하고 있고요.
자, 예우가
이러면
어디까지
본이도
잡아주고 있습니다.
예, 이렇게 일단 잡긴 잡았고 데이스타가 오긴 하는데 사이드
여기서
단독으로 이렇게
안쪽에서.
정리가 되나요?
나르궁이긴 하거든요.
안
지금.
맞았거든요.
예,
스펀지
어떻게
하나
하나
내주고.
데려가면 네, 이런 식으로 마무리를 하고 정말 피튀기는 싸움을 했네요.
네. 2대1 교환을 해주고 있는 DRX였습니다. 자, 강탈 통해서 일단 마법의 수정화살 뺏어왔습니다.
근데 BNK가 지금 먼저 치고 있는데 이거
네.
먼저 쳤을 때 약간 감당할 수 있나요? 상대가 싸먹기에 또 굉장히 좋은 조합이긴 하거든요.
DRX 움직입니다.
이게 여기 일단 시야를 잘
매달리기.
잡아놔서 그걸 근거로 전멸이 빠져있는 DRX가 나올 수 있나라고
그래서
보는
일단
것
불
같아요.
껐어요. 안쪽으로 마법의 수정화살 들어가지
그리고
않았고요.
세계
세계 경계까지
걷고.
써주면서 안쪽으로 들어가고 있는
이미 한 명
DRX.
갔는데요.
쪽에
갔어요.
바루스가 터졌어요.
바루스가 터졌고요.
그리고 본이 빨렸어요.
본이까지 잡아주고 있습니다.
결국 이렇게 먼저 본인들이 진영을 강요를 하면서 자리를 잡았음에도 불구하고 그냥 DRX가 궁기 난사를 하면
더 가요?
뚫립니다.
그렇죠.
더 가요.
커리어가 살기는 했는데 이미 사상자가 꽤 있는 상황이고, 그래서 제가 BNK PX가 이게 치는 게 맞나 싶었었는데 DRX가 응징을 제대로 했죠. 본인들 조합 힘으로 아예 쓰러질 수 있는 상황이 된 거잖아요. 그러다 보니까 BNK가 이제는 신경을 많이 써야 될 것 같아요. 뭐 특히나 녹턴국이나 이런
세라핌이
안쪽으로 들어갔어요.
단독으로 좀 깊게
압수
왔는데.
데리고 왔습니다.
이런 건 좋죠.
플레타를 잡아주고 있는 BNK였습니다.
BNK 포지션 봤을 땐 이번 타이밍 안 넘기겠다는 거죠.
예, 힘을 빡 줬어요. 시야도 다
네 개.
먹어놨고.
스트레이트로 먹겠다.
예, 그러니까 일단 미드웨이브 한번 관리를 하고
네.
DRX도 일단 나를 분노 관리하면서 차근차근 나가야죠.
매날리기 봤어요.
그러면서 일단 이 일자부 시시안은 뚫을 수 있을 것 같고, BNK가 먼저 칠 것 같은데 치는 과정에서 DRX가 싸먹기 좋은 조합이다 보니까 상대 궁극기 의식 많이 해야 돼요.
크게 돕니다.
그래서
예우가 크게
얘가
돌아요.
위쪽을
그리고
좀 따로 돌았어요.
불 끄고 프로그를 먼저 잡아줄 수 없었습니다.
일단 뒤쪽에 지금 바루스가 쫓기다가
엘비와 함께
좀 빨려 들어가고요.
스펀지를
그리고
세개
오로라가
써주고
덮고 오로라가
안쪽
뒤쪽
들어갔어.
찍어야 돼.
예후.
그리고
한 번 더
반대편
반대로 탈출.
폭탄 목걸이 잡아줬고요.
그리고
로코가
로니가
또
나머지 정리할 수 있나요?
3대3이거든요.
아, 본인도
3대3인데
마무리됐어요.
하나씩
그리고 레이지필.
하나씩 없어지고 있습니다.
레이지필의
레이지필.
카이팅.
레이지필
와,
안쪽
세나 앞뒤 카이팅 연속킬 차단.
DRX 에이스를 만들어줬습니다.
확실히 레이지필 젊음이 좀 느껴지는데요.
네. 젊음이 느껴지고 있습니다.
와, 근데 또 BNK가 사실 지금 좀 누울만도 한 상황인데 계속 본인들이 역으로 좀 공격적으로 하고 있거든요.
안쪽에 레이지필 일로 와.
근데 나갈 수가 있어요.
그래도 끝까지 따라가나요?
따라가고
끝까지
있습니다.
앙코르
앙코르!
직선.
쳐내봐.
자, 좁은 공간
야, 그래도 일단 그
들어가고
상태까지
있습니다.
붙었으니까 그리고
BNK.
뒤쪽에서
근데 이것도
오로라
세계
세계 경기
대박이
깔고요.
아니에요?
안쪽에서 4명이
와,
안쪽에
침대를
있습니다.
올렸어요, 또.
버반동
그럼 뒤쪽에서 어떻게든.
데이터까지 끊어주고 있고요. DRX.
일단
본대 쪽에서.
뒷라인을 같이 돌파를 하긴 했는데
네.
이번에도 약간 기회처럼 보이니 그걸 잡으려고 했거든요. 근데 측면에서 예후가 한번 들어오니까 진영이 망가집니다.
또다시 3대3.
그래도 2대2 교환 구도에서 BNK 입장에서
산테가
자, 쿠산테 소보르.
왜 산테가
아,
아니 이거 카이팅
받아주고요.
당하잖아요.
그런데
카이팅.
소보르가 소보르가 살기가 힘들어요.
레이지필.
자, 그리고 예후까지. 와! 예후!
폭딜이 기가 막히게 나오죠 지금
네.
오로라도. 이러면 이제는 게임이 많이 터졌다라고 봐야 될 것 같은데.
그냥
덮으면 만나면 1킬.
이젠 사라집니다.
네. 뭐 여러 가지로 DRX가 좀 편안한 상황이 됐고요. 그대로 들어가요.
발사
생각에
덮고
안쪽에서 하나 끊어줬습니다.
긴급 고지도 못 쓰고 터졌죠.
자, 그리고 8번 코어대 있어요.
그나마 예우를
여기서
점사를
한
내봐야
타이밍이
되는데
아 근데 8번 코어대로
레이지 PD
핑퐁이
계속해서
됐고요.
쏘고 있습니다.
싹 다 쓸어버립니다.
스펀지가 앞쪽으로 전멸까지 써주고요.
좀 더 들어가서 나머지
일로
다
와.
정리할 생각이죠?
속으로까지.
와.
DRX 그대로 밀고 들어가고 있습니다.
아니
MB까지 살아가기 힘들어 보이고요. MB까지 마무리를 지어주고 있습니다.
에이스.
확실히 이게 블루 진영에서 뽑아놓은 그 오로라 중심의 조합을 통해서 경기가 27분 만에 시원하게 끝을 내버리네요.
그리고 BNK도 많이 불리해진 상황에서 눕는 게 아니고 오히려 좀 호전적으로 임하다 보니까 게임이 좀 더 빨리 끝나는 느낌이죠.
네, 시원하게 상대 포탄 밀어 버렸었고요. 안쪽에서 이렇게 넥서스가 파괴됩니다. GG DRX였습니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. I can't actually hear at the moment, so hopefully our voices are coming through loud and clear, and it's just a me problem. I've had plenty of those, don't you worry about that. Welcome back. This is day number 2, and it is time to get into probably the teams that you've been waiting to watch, because today is the mega stacked group, is what we like to call it.
It is the mega stack group. It's the group of death. It's the group that Nongshim's full roster, they're really excited to show, might struggle in, and if they were in the other group, they probably would completely dominate with. As right now, Atlas and I don't have our in-ear audio coming through, so it is.
I did
It's
fiddle
weird.
with some dials, you know, and normally fiddling with the dials is the way to make things happen. However, it did not in this particular case.
At least we're not wearing noise-canceling headsets and then not hearing each other, because then we just wouldn't be able to hear each other at all.
Yeah,
so
that's actually true.
we're good.
As long as you can hear us. Can you hear us? Yeah, I think so.
I think
I'm not seeing very much like, no, we can't hear you. So I guess it's fine. So no worries at all. Yeah, today is going to be a big day. We're going to be starting off with Nongshim taking on HLE. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, oh, but Zeus is not going to be playing for HLE. I don't think Peanut's going to be playing either. So are they actually going to be okay against the full Nongshim roster? And
They
the answer
do
is
have
probably it's going to be fine.
Zeka, Viper, and Delight.
And Rooster and G-Riz.
Yeah, I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, this
I
team
don't
is
know, like-
actually pretty good.
I don't know if they'll smash. Like, I don't know if it's going to be a dominant win, but I would give them a slight edge. But I think Nongshim could actually win. Like, it's a really tough one. We'll see what the fan preds have to say about it.
I have an idea about what that's going to look like. We also have a few of the rosters that are going to be changing a little bit over the day as well, but we'll keep you appraised of that as they do start coming up. But of course, you know, you've seen probably the announcements for T1 already. Owner and Gumiyushi are confirmed to be playing in the KeSPA Cup. The rest of the players are not going to be doing so. So you're going to have your Pogoat back, which
right.
is always very exciting. And things like this. So we'll just have to see what T1's going to be able to bring to the table. But you can see that not too concerned about running the full roster for this one. And I think giving you a break after winning Worlds twice in a row is probably an okay idea.
Yeah, I mentioned this briefly yesterday, but you know, this does potentially affect your eligibility for 2026 Asia Games. So a lot of teams who have players who didn't participate when Korea won the last one are interested in playing in this one, so that they could potentially get that military exemption. Here's the Naver pay points event that we discussed briefly yesterday. You know, I think this won't apply to most of you, but I know we do have a lot of Koreans watching the stream, so if you do want to potentially get some Naver pay points, worth a lot of money, by the way, so you can, you know, buy stuff with them.
Yep.
You want to go on Naver shopping, you know, participate in this event. You gotta do, you gotta make a clip on Chijizik and do a streamer reaction kind of thing there. So that's what this is trying to tell everyone. For those of you who don't speak Korean, or don't have a Naver account, this doesn't really apply to you. You could make one.
Yeah, you could. Probably.
But, you know, I don't know how much use it will have to you if you live outside of Korea, but
You might need to make a Korean bank account as well. I don't know.
if you want the money from this, yeah, you probably will need to have that.
Yeah, but I mean, that's fine. These are all doable things, achievable goals, and all power to you if you want to enter. However, you don't really have to. And so if you don't understand what's going on this screen, it's absolutely fine. I can see a lot of Korean in the chat, though, so I imagine that we've got a bunch of people that are going to be signing up. So good luck, and I hope your clip looks cool. That's all I'm going to say. Very, very cool stuff. And now it is time to have a look at the groups. As we can see, Group A, that happened yesterday. We saw KT actually come out swinging. The Bros, after losing their first match, then proceeded to dominate, which was very, very cool to see. We thought DRX was going to be good, but they kind of trickled off towards the end there. And Team Chinese Taipei were pretty good from the get-go, but also had a little bit of a slump towards the end. And it was a long day, so you can understand how things could deteriorate.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of ups and downs, I think, for most teams in a grueling group stage where you have 3 potentially games that you're going to play in a single day. And you look at Group B, similar situation here. And, okay, we got our sound back.
Yeah, we've done it.
All
oh,
right.
my goodness. You
Thanks
sound
to the PD.
incredible now.
So do
Wolf.
you. It's great.
You were sounding a little bit muffled, as if there were things in my ears. But now everything's fine. But yes, as you saw in Group B, things are pretty exciting. And we're going to be starting off with a good one. Nongshim taking on HLE. This is it is the group of death, but I feel like it's mainly a group of death for Nongshim.
I think it's really, I mean, it is disappointing for Nongshim because they've brought such a strong roster to this group, but it's going to be tough. I think the team that will struggle the most is the Vietnamese roster, which we'll talk about when we get into that second match.
Yeah.
They brought some good talent here, but it's not the best the VCS has to offer necessarily. So coming against some of the strongest players in the world here, it is going to be a challenge. Looking at this matchup list, I think the first match, really hype. Third match, pretty hype, right? You look at Hanwha Life versus D+, that one's pretty good. D+ versus Nongshim is just straight up an LCK game.
Yep.
So that's really cool to see. And then Gen.G versus T1 to round out the evening is going to be fun as well. Obviously, it's not going to be the full rosters of either of those teams, but there's a rivalry there. There's a lot of storylines there. So I think a lot of fans of both of those teams who have such a strong legacy here in Korea will be enjoying it regardless of who's playing on the Rift.
Yeah, and Gen.G is only a little bit different, right? I think Gen.G and HLE coming in with similar stories as far as where the roster is at. Duro is a very new player to Gen.G, but will be playing for the squad in the LCK as well. And Canyon and Keen are both going to be there. So 3 members of the main roster, and then Chemish and About for Gen.G, whereas it is Rooster and G-Riz for HLE. And for me, that makes HLE extraordinarily scary. We know that G-Riz is a powerhouse even in the LCK. The guy was very fun to watch over the last couple of years. Hasn't necessarily been making the same sort of waves in 2024 in Challenger, but I still think that this guy has a whole lot of potential. He benches more than I do, and he is incredibly impressive to watch. Rooster also went to Worlds, I guess.
Yeah.
Even though he didn't play, he still went. So they must think that he is at least, good enough to fill in if there is a crisis. This, though, is Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, let's talk about this roster because they have 2 massive upgrades, and Lehen's coming in the bottom lane as the support for Jiwoo, and then you have Kingin in the top lane. So this roster has those massive upgrades. I think Jiwoo obviously being the player that we had the most focus on throughout the 2024 season as a player who is on a roster where he might have more success elsewhere, but now the roster is upgraded, he's got a stronger support. Maybe he'll actually be able to flourish. And with a player like Lehens who's so creative and has such a massive champion pool, I feel like it really unlocks Jiwoo's potential because he also has a massive champion pool, likes to play unorthodox styles. So I think this is a match made in heaven here for Nongshim, really. And I'm super hyped about this roster. Fisher and Sylvie, of course, remaining on the roster as well.
Yeah, I think Sylvie was the biggest prospect last year. I think Jiwoo was, he's the one that had all the hype behind him. He's the one that was, the kneeler guy doing all the fun stuff. But I think as far as performance was concerned, it was all Sylvie this year. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do with now a lot more stability on the top side of the map. No shade to Dindin or Mihail. They just weren't all that good. And so it does make a little bit of sense bringing in someone with a whole lot of experience and trying to add that stability to the roster. But speaking of stable rosters, Zeka Viper Delight, certainly a bit of a staple here. And Grizzly and Rooster are just no strangers to these sort of stages.
Yeah, I mean, Grizzly played in the LCK after Klid's departure. There was a period there where Grizzly was kind of an emergency sub, but I feel like he was super serviceable during that time period. And it wasn't the strongest jungler in the LCK or anything like that, but he filled the role, right? And he's gotten a ton of experience. Hanwha had a relatively rough year in Challengers here in 2024 compared to what you would have expected based on the really strong Challengers roster. A lot of people put them as a major contender. They didn't find that success, but I think Rooster and Grizzly were not the problem. And when you look at this lineup here, it's definitely one that can go toe-to-toe with Nongshim, especially when you consider what KeSPA Cup has looked like so far on this patch. Has been mid and bottom, kind of dictates the pace of the game. We've seen so many games decided by a huge gap in the early laning phase in mid. We've also seen bottom lanes get completely destroyed just in the 2v2 straight up in games decided by that. I think part of that's the caliber of players we saw in Group A, but I think also some of it is the meta as well.
I would agree, and I think that if we see Hanwha Life eSports come out and have a really good KeSPA Cup, as you can see, 92%, this one I 100% agree with. We were pretty skeptical with some of the predictions that went out yesterday. This one, I mean, I think you could bump that up to 95, and I'd still be more than okay.
I also don't think, though, it's impossible for Nongshim to win. I think that they have...
They will also have 5 players on the Rift. That is true.
They will, and they're 5 players that are their main LCK roster. There's no real synergy that's built between
Yeah.
Kingen and Sylvie just yet, right? Like this roster was finalized probably about a month ago or so. So, I mean, Lehen's being kind of the final piece, but that was really, I mean, if you look at how the Stove League timeline works, like it's been a while. I don't know how much they've been able to successfully scrim or get ready for this tournament, but you're just never going to stack up to Viper Delight, who played together for the entirety of last year, our LCK champions, defending champions, etc. But I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring to the table, because I don't think this matchup is going to be the slaughters that we saw with Kwangdong yesterday, for example. I think this will be a competitive game at the very least.
Yeah, I'm not putting Jiu in the same category as Slayer in today's match.
Yeah, I mean,
'cause
Slayer's...
think that bottom lane could actually, especially with the fact that, Viper and Lehens know each other so incredibly well, there might be a bit of memery going on there. But we are into pick and ban already for game number 1. Silas and the urinate taken away from Zeka. Understandably, Fisher is like, please don't allow this man to embarrass me. And those are 2 champions that Zeka would be able to do so on.
Yeah. Fisher, definitely a player who had some struggles this last year. Was basically the Corki guy. He played almost only Corki all year long, and that's no longer as meta. We saw Corki only played mid when he was available the only time yesterday. Didn't win, but looked strong regardless. But that's definitely a pick he might want to play, just given his background. But I think I'm looking forward to maybe Corki in the bottom lane. Kallista's banned, Corki's up.
Yeah, and Jiwoo is certainly a player that does like to cook, but there is no cooking. We are in the fridge. This is the Freljordian monster.
Well,
and things for Aurora did change a bunch, but it seemed like they didn't change enough. And it's just her, like, it used to be that her ultimate would trap everyone, and that was the most ultimate, like, disaster mode, and everyone would die. But now she just does too much damage.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. That's the problem. She's too much damage.
But now she's kind of like an assassin that also has that huge utility with her ultimate. So, the damage that she does with her Q is also, when you get to the late game, it can be quite strong in a team fight. But just start stacking that damage up and then pull it out when your team is bursting people, and then you just blow people up. But Corki was definitely going to get locked. It was the trade. Do you want Aurora? Do you want Corki? That's what Hanwha Life said when they banned that Callista, and the Aurora comes through them, and now they get the free Corki. And the Rumble is blind here, but at the end of the day, very strong pick for a player like Rooster.
Yep. And this Corki, like you were talking about, we want to see it towards the bottom side of the map. We know that Viper, he is a player that does just like to play anything. Was probably on the very end. When he started playing League of Legends, it was probably the very end of Corki being in the bottom lane, which was, around season 1, 2, and 3, something like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether he's had too much time on it. But still, I mean, it's Viper. The guy
everybody's
is, to be
spamming
trusted.
games of it, super strong, so I imagine he's going to be well-versed on it. We'll see what this final lock-in is going to be here, because you've already got your mid locked in. They showed the Rumble, so you could drop a top laner here. Looking like they want to get the Kai'Sa, though, before they get banned in the second phase to potentially combat that Corki.
Ooh, I like this.
Very strong into the Corki, because Corki is very mobile, but if you end up hitting a W, the Void Seeker's on him, then you can kind of follow him anywhere and press Q and blow him up in the late game.
The repositioning is pretty powerful for the Kai'Sa. It just fits what they've got. We've seen this so many times. It was happening all the time in Worlds as well. And the double Trinity Force, once again, this is what we saw yesterday from DRX.
Duo,
Yeah, and I think it had a Rumble on the top side as well. Yeah, Frog was playing Rumble that game. So this is the DRX special, but this makes me upset, mainly because it is once again the mid lane Corki, but it's also Zeka on Corki, which we've never really liked that much, just in general.
I think obviously the new Corki suits him better, but at the end of the day, I'll never be upset to watch Viper play Ezreal. I'm a big enjoyer of that, but at the same time, I feel like they had a really strong opportunity. But when the Kai'Sa came through, that might have changed their outlook. Still, Kai'Sa, one of the strongest matchups into Ezreal as well, in terms of the 80 carry lane. So
yeah, and they picked it into it.
Yeah, so it's a little bit bizarre here from Hanwha Life, to be honest. Ambessa getting banned is a fair move. We saw Ambessa lane into Rumble yesterday. It can be played very well because she's so mobile. And if you go in at the right timing when there is no Q available for the Rumble, you're going to have a good time. Also, the Harpoon doesn't really buy you that much space because you get a slow, but then she just runs at you anyways.
Yep. Ooh, Jira is on a bit of a favorite of his. If he is going to lock away the Viego, does so. Doesn't waste any time. So now Nongshim. I think, even though it's Kingen, it's not Mihail, it's not Dundun, this is still Cassante, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just
It
gonna have
probably
to be.
is. Alternatively, you could try to play something, a little bit more aggressive with this Nocturne, but pre-6 you're gonna have trouble. Like, you could try to play Renekton here. I just don't like it that much.
Ooh, Lahen's back to an old favorite.
I wonder what else, he might be thinking of doing here. I mean, he's no stranger to playing range tops into Rumble when that was meta, like Twisted Fate. He is looking at that Renekton I mentioned, though.
That'll work.
And I think, even though it's going to be a little bit tough in the early laning phase, once Sylvie hits level 6, it gets a little bit better. And if he's getting hard pushed by the Rumble, then it gets, there's opportunities for Sylvie there, even pre-6. And it suits the comp, right? Like, it runs in, it dives, stuns somebody, blow them up. Like, if you can lock down Ezreal with anything, then that's ideal. It's not surprising to see Delight pull out the Alistar here, since he's so good at the champion. It was basically played almost exclusively as an answer to Rel throughout this year, but we'll be playing it into the Nautilus this time around.
Yeah, just trying to go for some peel. This is notably one of the weakest bottom lanes that you can ever have around levels 1 to 2. It's a real rough time. And so I'm expecting that Life eSports are looking for some sort of lane swap shenanigans. Like, avoiding those early levels is definitely a great idea when you do have this Alistar Ezreal that just really doesn't offer very much in the 2v2 for quite some time. You really want to get towards those 2 items on the Ezreal as quickly as possible.
I think that
trying to avoid fights.
The only thing about this Nongshim draft that could struggle is the early Renekton into the Rumble, if that's going to be a matchup that we see. But if you consider that we might just have that lane swap, like you say, that might not matter. I kind of feel like Nongshim ended up with a better draft here.
Yeah.
Hanwha Life drafted a really weak bottom side. We got Corki in the mid lane again. Viego's synergy is pretty weak with both of the solo laners. Like, it's not an incredible way to set up a Rumble. It's not an incredible way to set up a Corki necessarily. You don't have like an Ahri in the mid lane or anything like that. There's no Orianna. I kind of feel like Hanwha Life are just saying, well, we're better. We're the better team. We're gonna scale. We're gonna do big boom boom in the mid game. You're not gonna be able to punish us. Your dives aren't gonna actually work. But it feels greedy. It feels like a really greedy draft here from Hanwha Life.
I would agree. I do think what we saw yesterday from DRX is a good example of what Hanwha Life eSports can utilize really well. Like, as soon as those 2-item spikes are hit for both Corki and Ezreal, the power spike that you get is absolutely massive. But I'm gonna have to hold that thought. It's dubstep time. You know, when I laid down to go to sleep last night, that track played as I was drifting off. It was beautiful.
I don't know what to say. That's usually not when I listen to dubstep, is right before going to bed.
No, it's not what like. This was part of my dream. This was as I drifted away. It was like that. It was the intro to my.
It was the intro to your dream.
Yeah. All right.
Because like your dreams, we don't know what's going to happen in this game, so you got to play a dubstep song.
Hey,
and find
there
out.
we go. That's it's what it does. It's the prelude to the unknown. As this is also a little bit interesting. This is Hanwha Life eSports being pretty comfortable with how this bottom lane is going to go, even if it is against Lahens and Jiwoo, 2 players who have been quite good. Even like Jiwoo was good all throughout, right? Even when Nongshim were really struggling, Jiwoo, it was never his fault. And Fisher is another player that I actually have found was improving towards the end of last year. Of course, coming over from the LPL, spending a fair bit of time there, and wasn't all that impressive on EDG. And then started off not all that impressive here either for Nongshim, as Flash already from Viper. I mean, this is what we were talking about. Like, it's a hard lane. He's 3 summoner spells in trade for 1.
So at the end of the day, I think it was a pretty bizarre decision to go in at level 1. Viper has to burn both of his summoners. But he does end up winning out on the health trade. Jiwoo is still holding on to 1 biscuit, so we can use that to even things up. But this isn't the worst case scenario for Hanwha, especially because that flash won't necessarily be useful for Ezreal because he has Arcane Shift coming up in just a few moments when he gets level 2. So at the end of the day, like I feel like it wasn't the right call to go in there, but they salvaged it well. The barrier usage was good. And we'll see if Jiwoo and Lahens can punish the lack of summoners here for Viper in the next few moments, and that'll really be the tell.
Yeah. And so far already it is just Nongshim saying that they will not be bullied here towards the bottom side. Similar thing here, Kingin stacking up a wave on the top side of the map, and this Renekton looking pretty strong in the early levels.
Just going to take an early back in the bottom lane here. Jiwoo And Lehen's
the
taking that
cheater
opportunity.
recall.
Yeah, getting a little cheater recall here with that extra pressure, the extra wave push they had. And it looks like, actually, in fact, Lehen's will stay because he's at full health. He doesn't have enough gold to buy items with just 2 World Atlas procs there.
And Fisher actually struggling a little bit here in this matchup. This is something that we haven't necessarily seen. Aurora has been so strong in lane. Zeka has been navigating this one quite well. And his early laning phase on Corki has always been all right. It's sort of just navigating, mid to late game that he hasn't really figured out quite as well as his melee champions.
Yeah, I really thought the matchup yesterday would look a little bit more like this, but we saw the Corki get kind of blasted.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Here's
boy.
a flash pulverize. There's a headbutt back. And now Jiwoo is in so much trouble. Viper over the wall, and that's first blood. Never mind, this lane is saved.
Yeah, I wasn't too worried because losing summoners, like I said, doesn't necessarily matter unless you need to use them. And if you're Ezreal, sometimes you just don't care. I will have to look at the replay to see kind of how that got set up because I was so focused on the mid matchup when that was all going down. We kind of had the jump scare cut bottom because they might have actually just been able to go, okay, well, let's catch you on his return to lane since he got that callback. Let's see. I think he's just, yeah, the wave is in a bad spot for them and he goes up to drop a ward.
Dropped a ward. And then it's the G-Riz difference. Sometimes that's just what happens. You don't expect G-Riz to be waiting in exactly the right spot. That's more of the peanut thing, but certainly managed to figure it out that time around. And that means that HLE are in a phenomenal position. We said already that this bottom lane was going to be a problem. It's not going to be a problem anymore. It's a Sheen.
He's got a Sheen and a tier off this back. 400 gold in his pockets. It's crazy how I think Gio's mindset went from like, oh, okay, we kind of won that trade because we got summoners, we got the push. I'm going to greed for this cull. But then the wave actually, Lehen stayed, but he wasn't able to fix the wave or anything because he's a Nautilus. There's nothing he can do. And then he's just like, oh, I can't get to the wave. I can't do anything. Guess I'll ward because I'm just standing here. And then, down he goes. Because he knows he's in a vulnerable spot. He needs that ward, but yeah, that's not set up, not protected for it.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work. And speaking of things not working, top side of the map, Rooster actually had himself a really nice freeze. And so Kingen goes home. He's going to be able to buy a Null Magic Mantle as well as a Longsword. Looks like it could be, I don't know about Hex Drink or Renekton, but could
I think he might just get Mercs.
Get some Mercs,
Yeah.
exactly right. And then build towards item number 1. whatever
Renekton
that will
doesn't
be.
really rely on tier 2 boots all too much. Like, he gets plated steel caps when he's playing against a melee. When he's playing against a rumble, you can just get Mercs. It's not like he gets value out of any of the other boots. Like, he's not going Berserker's Greaves or cooldown reduction,
Doesn't need to worry about it too much. Not like Rooster, who wants to get Sork Shoes, right, Hooney?
That's what Hooney would say, yeah.
Absolutely.
Well,
Well,
I think
Equalizer
given the
gonna go down.
matchup, probably, yeah. That's what you want.
This just like general lane navigation from Rooster. Pretty. I'm kind of into it. Like how he's been holding things down. Of course, utilizing the Equalizer there just to get himself some tempo in the lane. Gets that back timing to work out. Not sure whether he's going to be able to skip a teleport. Could theoretically, but decides not to. And G-Riz now going to be starting off or finishing off the first dragon of the game in trade for the grubs that already went down in favor of Sylvie. And it is a Hex Drinker. Kingen actually going straight for it.
Wow, okay.
And you don't get a lot of value from Mercs into Rumble specifically outside of the Magic Resist.
Yeah.
And there's not necessarily a lot of stuns.
That's
so
true.
I guess it does kind of make sense.
There's also, it is a Corki in the mid lane. It's not a AP champion there, so you're not really going to get that much value outside of that either.
Yeah, it's like just Grizzly, really.
Yeah.
Because
I guess
Delight's just going to be knocking you up over and over again.
Yeah, in this particular game, when you consider the composition of Hondo Life, I do think the Hex Drinker makes sense. And it means he won't have any boots, so it's just going to kind of be at the whims of sitting there and trying to get what minions he can and hope maybe, like, Rooster makes a mistake. Because you can see here, he's like, it's the best I can do.
Yep.
I'm out of here.
Both players actually just building for lane with the steel caps coming in. That's going to be a lot of value here for Rooster at the same time. So we'll just have to see how things are going to shake out. Right now, Rooster is in a very good spot.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure you guys can't see the browser that just opened.
No,
yes,
they can,
you can,
actually.
in fact, this time
we
around.
can.
So I don't know what we're going to be Googling this time, but we've decided we're shy, and so we're not going to do it just yet.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
just pictures of roosters, which is cool. Maybe someone just needed an example. That is totally fine.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no, we've been banned. We're not allowed we're not allowed to cast the game anymore.
Our
That's
joke
all
was
right.
too funny.
I think we can go back to. Okay, we're just gonna switch back over to us. I think the game is still okay.
Yeah, I think you just got to click that live button on the YouTube, and then we're back.
Yeah,
I think he did it.
Yeah,
So we'll
yeah.
probably go back in a second.
I think we're all right. Sorry about my bottle. It's just water. It's fine. Okay, here we are, back in once again. Just pretend nothing happened there. We'll cut that out of the VOD. It'll be totally fine. And we'll cut me talking about it out of the VOD as well. Hopefully nothing happens right here, so I'm going to have to segue, as it's just Viper landing AWE. And then, oh my goodness. Okay. Jiwoo in so much trouble. How about Polv? Nice there from Delight. And this is what happens. Like, give them an inch, and they will take your leg.
Yeah.
I think that's the saying, isn't it?
We'll go with that. It's going to be another plate as well, likely, if he just waits for this cannon to... Okay, I think he could have gotten one more auto there, but either way, he wants to be safe. That's fair. He will get the plate eventually, so he doesn't need it right now. Yeah, it's interesting to see the choice. Like, we saw the Hex Drinker topside here, which, again, when you look at the big picture, makes a lot of sense. Those Sork shoes for bigger damage later, but it is going to be good for the lane. He has a small lane advantage, right? Like, it's 10 CS and was able to push Kingen back, but Kingen's been laning quite well.
Ooh, that is a flash in. The paranoia comes down there as well. Killer Instinct. Viper is in so much trouble and will get taken down as Jiwoo grabs that kill. Good pulverize here from Delight, but I think he's still going to be in trouble. Will there be another dredge line? The answer's no. And the minions were in the way anyway. G-Riz makes his way over, so it is going to be an answering kill here for Nongshim. And the money goes to Jiwoo. That's great news.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot to really unpack here. I think Viper greeting quite significantly there in that moment. Obviously, level 6 is up for Sylvie. The engage range is quite far. Lehen still has flash, so you need to respect that. Because he has flash and ult, right? So Sylvie can ult from a really long way away. So even though the dredge line doesn't hit, it's enough to actually set up the ultimate there. So once he ends up pressing R, there's no way Ezreal gets out of that. The Nocturne comes through. Delight's just trying to buy some time here for Grizzly to come over and catch the wave. Viper still maintains a 10 CS lead despite this, even though he lost all those minions. They went over to Grizzly. But at the end of the day, they needed that so desperately, because if they don't get that gank, if that's not successful, then Viper just continues to plow through the bottom lane and continue to grab plate gold. Having a grub fight now, though, for the second grubs.
Yep, Lahen's moving on over. King in here as well. Clearing out some vision where he can. Delight just making sure that it's going to take them too long to clear that one out. Equalizer goes down. Not a whole lot of value from that one, although Sylvie's getting kept out of the pit. Rooster now just trying to fight against King, and he flashes away, though. Delight going to get cut down. And 5 members of Nongshim still standing strong in this pit. They'll lock down 5 of the grubs and win the team fight.
Yeah, I feel like that Equalizer really wasn't what they were looking for. It didn't really hit the mark. Zoned a little bit, but the damage is so important in a fight like this with your Rumble. And now it's going to be plate gold going over here, split between Jiwoo and Kingen on the top side. Zek is going to clean this up. But yeah, kind of a disaster, unfortunately, for Hanwha Life eSports here. As you can see, Rooster's on the edge of this. Delight's trying to zone. And then I think Delight pushing Kingen in here is a great idea if the Equalizer's in the pit or on the entrance of the pit, but it just doesn't hit him. So Rooster has to flash out. And unfortunately, at this stage of the game, Viper he can't do much as an Ezreal. Like, he can put a little bit of poke in there. If his team is winning and he has a front line, then that's a different story. But it's a Rooster who had to flash out of the pit. So
yeah, didn't quite work. And the True Shot Barrage didn't really hit anything. The Equalizer was abysmal. And so when those big cooldowns that you really want to be utilizing for these skirmishes don't work, can become a very big problem. Still, not too much of an issue when it comes to gold and things like that. And if Hanwha Life eSports were able to win a fight before these Trinity Forces come in, before the Leandries is there, that's a different story. Okay, well, Delight is trying to get Lahen's over the wall, but it is too big, and so he's not going to be able to do that. Does have the Unbreakable Will, though, and now the Flame Spitter guy is coming in. True Shot Barrage lands this time, and Delight was alive for way too long. Now Fisher diving on forward, but Viper can do that as well, just keeping into the back of the pit. He does dance his way out of there, but this is Hanwha Life eSports finding themselves the fight that they were looking for the last couple of times.
it's like Jiwoo is not going to get the execute either.
No. He's going to get executed, though, as Fisher flashes for Viper. Not going to be able to find the kill there, but I do like the aggression, the idea, the vibes.
He had electrocute up, so I guess he thought maybe if he hits one more skill, he gets the kill. He's going to look for maybe another one. Nope, doesn't commit.
You're a bit outranged, I think.
Yeah, if he hits another Q and then just reactivates it, probably kills Viper there. He knew Viper didn't have flash, so I respect the hustle, like you're saying, but ultimately a miscalculation. This was really greedy here, I thought, for Delight. I was about to get really hypercritical, but look at how far away Gio is, and they had the teleport here for Zeka, and I think considering the True Shot Barrage is pretty massive here as well, they could salvage the play, but I was very concerned at the outset of this fight that this was going to backfire in a big way.
I mean, it was just a cow comes over the wall in front of 3 people.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'd be concerned as well.
But, you know, I mean, after Delight also headbutted the Renekton into his entire team in the last fight, I'm kind of like, all right, man, let's stay focused, Delight.
Yeah, let's chill. Maybe delighting a little bit too much, but perhaps that is a good thing, as we can see here, once again, utilizing his Hex Flash and some Portal Combat, as Eric Doa Longquist would say. And yeah, who's going to come first? That's the question. Which teammates will actually arrive? And the answer is Nongshim's, as there is also going to be a large circle on the ground, Fisher providing it. And yeah,
Delight is
going beyond the veil,
Yeah.
if ever we've seen it.
Like, I feel like he needs to press tab and check the nameplates. Like, this is not the Nongshim roster that we were casting throughout this year or the year before, and this team is actually playing really well, and the punish plays have been through. Yeah, last time he didn't get punished on the Dragon, but you only have so much you can do as an Alistar here in this early game.
I think what he's doing now, though, is like pinging summoner spells and things like that. Although, unfortunately, he didn't get any in that last little exchange. Still, you know, that's what it's about. It's about trying to put the pressure on, keeping everyone on their toes, and I think Delight is mainly putting his teammates on their toes.
He's certainly sending a message, and...
Well, I think he wants to do it again. So he's going to face check the brush. A little bit late on the pulverize, so unable to get the interruption there. As maybe there's just some like personal beef between Delight and Lehens. That's why he just keeps going in.
I think that the 2 Dragon lead here for Hanwha Life is still quite significant, even though the Mountain in this game isn't going to, you know, there's no big beefy tanks. It'll be okay for Renekton, obviously, like Alistar and Nautilus will like those stats, but I think the shield is going to be really valuable for Nongshim if they could get it into the Ezreal poke, into some of that Quirky poke. The rockets aren't necessarily as valuable as they used to be on the old iteration of Quirky, but still the shield portion of that is so far away from Nongshim, so Han will still have that at least denied for the time being. There's still 1,000 gold up. Their macro has been pretty good. It's just been a few botched fights that have kept Nongshim very relevant in this game, and then we'll take this Herald out since they have top side control.
I have a quiz question for you.
I feel like I'm going to fail. Go.
Who do you think has more money? Fisher with 201 and a bounty, or Zeka 001 and some minions?
Let me think about plates. I mean, looking at the items, I feel like it might be Zeka. Like, he has the Warhammer.
Yeah, he's
in
like
his inventory.
1.5k gold ahead.
Yeah, I feel like...
Why is there a bounty? Isn't that unfair? That's unfair, right?
Yeah, I don't fully understand. Like, it's the way it's calculated with kills, but I was like, look at this being like, this is a trick question. Like, I feel like there's no way I actually win this, but
yeah.
I mean, 10 CS is significant, but he also got, I believe, a plate
and full turret on the bottom side as well.
That's okay. That's where it really is. Yeah, you got the turret. Okay.
And I'm obviously cheating because I had full information because the goal came up.
Yeah, I wasn't watching it.
Yeah. That's why it was a fun little thought experiment there. But it is very, very silly.
They need to add turrets to that bounty counter, I guess, you know?
All right. Well, this is going to be Soul Point in theory for HLE. As Jiwoo has started it up already, doing a fair bit of damage. Teleport to come in, though, for the Rumble. Let's see whether this equalizer is going to be better. Rooster getting into position. Nongshim losing ground as Kingin gets into the back of the pit. He's a little bit away from the rest of his team, and that is just a slice. He flashes forward on top of Grizzly, and now Lehens tries to get in there, but he just blows up. Now Fisher trying to do the damage as well, but it's just not enough. This is double Trinity Force spikes coming in for HLE, and they do not care about Nongshim and them wanting to start a Drake. That is everyone but Sylvie dead, and that is Soul Point for HLE.
And there's just so much peel here in Hanwha Life's composition, and the positioning of Viper was really good in the fight, so even if they try to collapse on him there, it doesn't necessarily matter because there's an Alistar. And when we saw Kingin go through, set up that stun, it's onto Grizzly, you know, and Grizzly's just like, yeah, I don't really care. And it's not like they have a follow-up big mage nuke they can drop on top of this. You know, they're sitting on an Aurora, who unfortunately isn't able to get into the fight. Look at Fisher's positioning when this happens. Like, look where Fisher is, look where Kingen is. Still waiting for that Aurora
quite a ways
ult.
away with
Still
no
waiting
flash.
for that Aurora ult. Still waiting for that Aurora ult. Oh, okay, there we go. It's just way too late, you know? If he's there and he can follow up when Kingen goes through, when we see the Nocturne ult come through from Sylvie, it could be a completely different fight. But he's on a long con flank when Kingen goes in. I think the synergy of this roster just isn't there yet. It's still early days.
Yeah, not quite. And I think, like, I understand exactly what Kingen's trying to do. Like, Viego is a really big problem if fights start to go wrong, right? Those resets really just mean that you snowball almost anything completely out of control. So getting rid of him at the very beginning of the fight does make sense. The problem is that Zeka and Viper just cannot be ignored. They do too much damage. It is kind of nutty. And so HLE are in exactly the position that they want to be and more at this point in the game. 4,000 gold to lead. They have full objective control over the map. And Nongshim, they're going to have to do the funny business, right? It has to be like good paranoia angles. It's going to have to be like everyone dive bombing like a key target to try and get things to work. It's not about like straight up, we're going to start a dragon and be exactly where you want us.
I just think it's too late now for Nongshim's composition. Like you mentioned, the Trinity Force spike. Now they both have Muramanas, and well, I mean, one more hit on a champion or two more minion hits for Zeka, and he'll have his transform. But like they've had those completed as well. If you get 2 item spikes on Ezreal or Corki pre-20, you feel pretty good. But usually it's like, oh, okay, I got some extra gold. I have, but like my tier needs a little bit of time. No, they have the tier finished. They have the items built, and this is just a perfect scenario for them. Two kills for Zeka, 3 kills for Viper. And the Rumble is starting to come online as well. You know, has that Leandries. The Equalizer is always relevant in those early team fights, but is now going to be a big damage threat just in general in longer fights. So who do you blow up? You know, if you kill Viper, you still have to deal with Zeka and Rooster. If you kill Rooster, you have to deal with Zeka and Viper. And single target blow up can get you so far if you can snowball the game and you can get vision, you can get map control. But look at the wards around the map. They've got some defensive vision, but otherwise it's just Hanwha Life ruling the day here across the board. And in 2.5 minutes time, when we get to this next dragon fight, I mean, it looks like they're just going to have a solid 4-0 Drake and the Mountain Soul.
Oh, this is what they need to do, though. They need to actually find people on a side lane, and they're going to be able to do that. There we go. Like, Fisher takes 50% of his health bar, but they still get the kill onto Rooster.
50% of the gold because they didn't give the kill to Fisher for some reason there, but I think they probably should have done that either way. You know, Nocturne's happy with money. They're going to be able to take this turret out and get bounty as well.
That's
so
a big
that's significant.
Okay, Viper, can he win the fight against Jiwoo here? Does actually use a very aggressive barrier, as we could see. Not able to take down this inner turret, though. Misses a few skill shots. And Fisher is now going to take Shelly towards this inner turret as well. Zeka moving on in as, all right, the exit Shelly is not quite going to work because Zeka just blows it up. Fisher now trying to run away. The rockets
don't flash,
not
Fisher.
Connecting.
Don't flash, Fisher. Don't flash. Just...
Well, yeah, Grizzly is making his way up. Fisher is very much just going to be dead. And yeah, Rooster comes on over, gets his revenge. You love to see it. There we go. Justice, right?
Yeah, in a poetic way.
Yeah. Well, Delight is Hex Flashing again, has found Lahens, as we know, his favorite target. And Lahens is burning. Should be taken down here. Does flash, though, so he's going to survive. Getting the flash out of the Nautilus, though, is absolutely massive. Does mean that in team fights, just makes things so much more comfortable. Now 5 members of HLE moving over towards this Baron.
I mean, it's 2-item Ezreal who's just going to keep ripping through his abilities here. You have the Leandries.
Teleport.
Scary timing, though.
Indeed. Hook going to connect there from Lahens. He is dead, but has he caused enough disruption? That is the question. So low health bars here on HLE's side, but they're not quite low enough. It's a Baron stolen, though, for Sylvie. And that Heartbreaker is kind of heartbreaking, to be perfectly honest. Jiwoo avoids the stun. That is not going to be able to avoid death, I do not think. Fisher is still alive. Does have the Baron on him as well. Had just respawned, so wasn't actually there for the potential fight. But if he dies, there are no more Barons left available. That was Grizzly's Void Seeker. Very, very cute stuff. As Fisher not going to be able to kill Zeka right here, but he may survive. The last remaining Baron. As the Raptors get mad at him, I think that's not going to be quite enough to kill him, but it is a little bit frightening as G-Riz.
Yeah,
He wants a dragon. He just wants free soul point. Okay, fair. Free soul.
he didn't have full vision of exactly which way Fisher was going, and he's just like, look, I don't have time to chase around. Maybe they can get a dragon contest if I do, so let me just go start this up. It is Mountain, as we talked about a lot yesterday. It's going to take a little while, especially until Viper gets down there. Zeka's not here yet either. They have to clear that mid-wave. But I just don't think a contest is reasonable here, considering how far away everyone is and the lack of ultimates for Gio and Sylvie. So this should just be Soul. Here for Hanwha Life. Rooster's here. He's got tons of damage with that Leandries. He also has his Riftmaker finish now. And the last Baron, I think, was a reasonable take. I think it was a good contest by Nongshim, but ends up kind of backfiring. The steal is good, but if only one player walks away with that Baron, how much does it really matter? It's a little bit lazy, the positioning here of Hanwha as well, taking a lot of Baron damage.
Yeah, Viper as well, you can see, is 50% health, not exactly in the greatest position here. And when they dive in, the Aurora damage, the AoE damage is just pretty ridiculous.
If Gio isn't able to actually get that, killer instinct there onto Viper, maybe Viper actually even wins this fight even harder for them, just because he is the one who falls here, because Gio is able to connect that and get the ult off. But very razor-thin timing there. They get stolen, but it's ultimately still a win here for Hanwha because they get tons of gold out of it. They get the soul. They get more map control. And Nongshim were hanging on by a thread. I feel like that was the scissors cutting that last thread.
Yeah. Mountain Soul is just a little bit ridiculous when you have a composition like this, right? Because HLA were already over-indexed into damage. And so now they make everyone a tank as well. It's just not kind of fair, is it?
Yeah, it's like, I was saying earlier, none of the teams have like the insane tank that's going to be like, I love Mountain Soul, but it's still relevant with the shield and the extra stats you're going to get anyways on your squishies. We have really three carries in this game as Hanwha Life, and they're all a little bit tougher to kill against a team that is kind of all dive, all damage. So any sort of mitigation of that damage means you get a few extra seconds for your carries, which means you're probably going to win those fights.
Certainly worked out. As now Nongshim is trying to pick up the pieces. This Brambleback will be able to provide at least something. Not being denied that just yet. But HLE, I think they're going to be focusing on when this next Baron spawns, which is now just wearing off. Fisher still had it the last little while. So 3 minutes time, and then HLE probably going to march down and try and finish this game. We'll see how well they prepare their lanes, whether there's any siege that's actually going to work. Because right now, like any 5v5 they win. Is how this one's set up. So Nongshim just have to make sure that they're getting lanes in order so that there's no 5-stack opportunity. Is now onto towards this top side of the map. That's a great pick onto Zeka. That's really going to allow Nongshim to do what they want.
Yeah.
Exactly what we're talking about.
800 gold shutdown this time goes to Fisher. So last time they were able to get that pick onto Rooster, the gold was a little bit iffy and wasn't ideal, but excuse me, but this time they end up getting all that money. It's making me emotional. I'm like, my boy Fisher's getting, he's getting. I didn't take my allergy meds today. Season's changing and all that. But Gio also picking up 700 gold here on this inner. I mean, this is relevant money.
Yeah.
The gold lead itself isn't that massive. It's just, to me, I think where the gold is for Hanwha is the biggest concern.
It was 5,000 though before, and now it's 1.
Yeah, but when you look at where the money is and the compositional issues that still exist, I think I won't be convinced that Hanwha has a way back into this game unless they win a team fight. That team fight's probably going to happen either right at this, 2 minutes, in 2 minutes time when this Baron spawns, or if there's a bit of a delay, maybe at the Elder. But you've got to win a convincing team fight. And getting picks in the side lane can even that gold lead, but it's not going to win you a 5v5 necessarily. So getting that win in the top side means you need to start pushing more vision around these objectives. They have a lot of control around the Baron right now, 80 seconds before it spawns here, but you can see Hanwha Life are going to come over and contest.
Yeah. Going to try and clear out the vision here as best they can. And it's so interesting because I was expecting that HLE were going to be able to hold on to a game that they get a big lead in and then close it out. But it looks really similar to what we saw from DRX when they tried this exact composition.
Yeah.
Like, I think the difference was an Alistair Rel switch or something like that, and maybe not a Viego in the jungle. Like, it was pretty much the same archetype, the same sort of power, and the power coming at the same time. But Nongshim have kind of weathered the storm. And I think, the steal is absolutely it. There was a bit of luck involved, absolutely. But they are finding a way back in, and as the game goes later and later, I think Fisher's value is going to be higher and higher as long as he can get to these fights on time.
Yeah. I'm actually trying to look up that draft right now to find out what the pick was. I'll find it eventually.
Nice. I
It
sneezed
was,
a little bit. That's why I couldn't actually back you up. While
No,
you were
you're all
looking.
good. It was Pleta playing Maokai in that game, and it was Sejuani for Sponge in the jungle versus Aurora, Nocturne, Ambessa, Kai'Sa, Rakan. So it was Rakan instead of Nas. But a very similar situation, though. Like there's a lot of parallels between these two games. And KT ultimately was able to win that one in the end, as the Aurora became very strong later on. And that, with all these shutdowns and all the gold he's picked up, I mean, it could be possible. They're on Baron here first. They did push that vision, like I was saying. They have vision control here. The comp is really good at turn with the long-range engage. Fisher's on the flank. He can set up a really nice ult here.
They're doing a lot of damage to this Baron as well as the control
Great
ward does
position.
go in. They get the information. Now the paranoia comes down. That information is gone. So the Baron should be taken as well. Still be able to lock that one down, but can they win the team fight? That's the question. Fisher is dead immediately. And this means they have to get the hell out of there. There is no option. This already might just be too much as Lehens is going to fall. Jiwoo running for the hills. Understands he's going to have to fight his way out, and he's not going to be able to do that. Sylvie moving towards his top side, and Zeka says, no, you are not getting away. Kingen, the last man standing. He's in the bottom lane trying to make use of this Baron. And once again, I think it's just going to be one person alive with the Baron after the take. Not exactly what Nongshim wanted.
Yeah, not great. We'll watch this fight again. I mean, if you can call it a fight, it's really just an attempted retreat. Fisher comes over here and wants to hold this choke point, but kind of gets cold feet and doesn't drop the ult immediately. Gets it onto 5 here, and they do end up using the paranoia to deny vision. He kind of goes forward here, sacrifices himself. Maybe he and Kingham were on the call. They were, let's collapse on Viper. Maybe we can take him out. But ultimately, they should have just been hightailing it out of there after the Aurora drops the ultimate. There's no turret up here, so they die. But like I was saying before, it's like, yeah, you can get those picks on the side lane. You can get some vision. Maybe you can actually rush a Baron, but you can't win the 5v5. And if you can't win the 5v5, the next objective comes up, and Hanwha Life are going to take this Elder.
Yeah, and Sylvie kind of ruined himself by doing his best not to die, because then he wasn't alive to be able to try and contest Smite on this this Elder, which then just goes down for free. In the meantime, Zeka, as you saw just there, just kills Fisher. This is 3 and a bit items Corki. He is extraordinarily strong. And yeah, HLE are now just going to win. I think with Elder Drake, that should be enough to allow them to get into the base, even with one remaining Baron.
I mean, Viper just is going to be able to queue people and start burning them down. He has his ultimate as well.
Well, Hens did not want to go all that way in, especially with the headbutt pulverize there. Decent little entry here from Kingen, but he's just going to die. Jiwoo in trouble as well. Supercharges, tries to get out as Rooster in a little bit of trouble. The Viper is in the enemy base. The Wrath of the Dragon is bearing down on top of them, and Sylvie back into the fountain once again. Viper will try to keep him there as the base is now broken. And HLE, they took a little bit longer than I think a lot of us were expecting, but they are going to be able to topple the Nexus in the first game of the day. Fisher bouncing around. They do manage to take down the cow. But yes, the bunny lady is also dead, and that is going to be a Nexus doing exactly the same thing. G-Riz, great game today.
Yeah,
I have to say, that is a big portion of this. I think Delight was a large part of the hiccups. It is, you know, the two newer players in G-Riz and Rooster that had pretty good games, honestly.
I was most impressed with Grizzly as well. I do think that, you know, when you get to a 2-item spike as early as Viper and Zeka did, and you're the caliber player that both of those players are, you're obviously going to have a pretty good time through that mid game. Like, they were set up for success. Grizzly helped set them up really well in those early skirmishes. And, you know, some rough start for Rooster, I'd say, in some of those fights. Like the Equalizer on the top side fight was a little rough, but he really recovered quite well and was able to do a lot in this game. 5 dragons to 0, including that Elder. The objective fights is where we've found success. Like, one greedy Baron was stolen from Hanwha. Another desperate Baron was kind of denied there by Hanwha. Yes, they ended up getting it, but they ended up losing the fight and losing the game over it. You can see that the damage here pretty evenly split.
That's like exact. What's the difference here? The difference is like 100.
Less than 100.
Yeah, 100 damage between the 3 of them. So Rooster, Zeka, and Viper really sharing the load in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they were just set up by Grizzly, and they didn't drop the ball. You look at the damage for Aurora, I think it's pretty significant when you consider the game state and how far behind Fisher was. He really was able to do a lot with a little. And those side lane kills that he was able to pick up the turret, all that stuff, really helped keep Nongshim in this game. They were very tenacious. You know, they wouldn't go down without a fight. But you needed to have that kind of early control to then be able to snowball those picks into taking objectives, and they were just never able to grab that. You can see it in the gold.
Yeah, wasn't quite enough. Still, it was an interesting game, and I think Nongshim did manage to fight back better than I was expecting. Like, you can see at around, like, I guess the 17-minute mark, that was where I was thinking the game was just going to be 100% over. But they held on. They managed to find some little angles here. It's a nice idea as far as the composition is concerned. They just couldn't get through the huge hurdle that was these Trinity forces coming in and all of this extra damage that HLE were able to put down. And the Dragons really were the prize that HLE were looking for. They managed to get them. So nicely done. I have to say, though, like, HLE's roster is looking scary, even with just, you know, last year's roster and some subs.
Yeah.
This team is just good.
I mean, obviously the core is still there. You know, Zeka, Viper, Delight, that part of the roster hasn't changed, and we know we're going to see Peanut and Zayas. I mean, Hanwha Life looks right now. They won the off season. They are the team to beat.
Yeah, I think that is probably what a lot of the people are expecting for next year. Maybe not necessarily for this tournament, but let's have a look at what's going to happen next, because T1 are taking on Vietnam. We will go into who these players are from Vietnam, not necessarily the players that you've seen internationally. We'll see what they're going to be able to do up against a T1 that doesn't have all of their players. We are going to go to a short little break. When we get back, we're going to have that matchup. And if we're not going to go to a break, we're going to dance. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. I'm Atlas, still joined by Wolf here, as we are ready for the second match of the day. This is one that I imagine a few of you have been looking forward to. There is a certain team that has won a certain amount of world championships. Most of them recently. Oh, no, not most of them. Well, a couple of them recently. And they're pretty good. So they're going to be taking on Team Vietnam in this game. And I'm, of course, talking about T1. It's not the T1 that you were expecting. You know, there's a few changes.
Unless
However,
you've been following the rosters closely and actually know what's
indeed.
going on. You know,
Yeah.
those guys. Just shout out to you guys because you guys actually know what's going on. A lot of you, though, might be thinking, Faker?
Yeah, no, you shouldn't be thinking
Is
that. He's
Faker
not
now?
gonna- he's
It's
not
not.
gonna be playing.
Unfortunately, he's not playing in this tournament, so you'll have to wait a few more weeks before we see him. But T1 versus Team Vietnam. Team Vietnam, I will say it, and I don't like to say this, but might be the weakest team in our tournament right now because it's just a team outside of this region with a mismatch of players from the region. We'll talk about them in a minute. Here's the roster we got for T1. So Owner and Gumiusi, who are the two main T1 players who are on this roster, will both be starting here. Smash and Vincenzo are eligible to play. We might see them later.
Yep.
Hete is the new top laner that T1 did pick up, and he's actually a player that came from Hanwha Life eSports' academy team, so like third tier. He's 18 years old. He's pretty young, but the T1 did a lot of trials and testing, and he was the one they picked up. I know Joe Marsh was talking about in the AMA. They're really excited about this prospect for the Challengers team. They think this guy's got a lot of potential. They think he's really good. So hoping to see the best out of him since he plays in academy. I don't really know that much about him.
Yep.
And then Cloud is the support player that is newly joining this roster, and he's from T1's academy system.
Yep. So he's going to be called up to take the place of Reckless on Challenger, I would assume.
Yeah.
But that is going to be a whole lot of fun to see what the Challenger roster is going to be able to do this season without, you know, all of the funny business that was happening last year. Hete is... I really like it when there's new top lane prospects. I feel like adding a little bit of bloodthirst to the top lane is always a good thing. Here in the LCK, I think Zeus really did shake things up when he, you know, started his demolition of the top lane. And this is your Team Vietnam. So, Pun, Drakthar, Ares, Pudden, or Puddin. We're not entirely sure which one we want to go for, but Pudden, I guess, is probably how I'd phonetically pronounce it. And Taki there on the bottom side.
If there was
of
an
the map.
apostrophe at the end of his name, I'd be like, it's Puddin 100% because it's
Yeah,
implied there
yeah,
was a
right.
G there, but there's no apostrophe. So to tell you guys about these players, you know, most of them are from the Team Secret or Team Flash. Team Secret, the fourth place team from VCS. Team Flash, the fifth place team from VCS. Ares most recently playing on GAM, but was on Team Secret in the past. Taki was on Saigon Buffalo in the past. You guys might have seen him play at MSI. Taki, arguably the most like internationally famous player of these because of his performance on Saigon Buffalo in 2022. But otherwise, this roster is not the top echelon of VCS, but it is you know, players from two of the teams that made playoffs, and they don't have a ton of synergy with each other at the moment. Drakthar and Pudden coming from Team Flash, and then you know, their support player coming from
the
Secret.
support mid synergy, though, going to be out of control.
There's also their substitute player, Hero, who's also from Team Secret for the top lane. So if he ends up coming in, if he gets subbed in, he's got some built-in synergy with the Secret players as well. So I don't know how much this roster is going to get done in this group. You know, hopefully they don't get a Kwangdong level result. We saw Kwangdong go 0-3 yesterday. Team Vietnam, are they playing 3 times today? No, just 2 today.
Just twice, yeah.
So at least they'll worst case scenario be a little bit ahead of Kwangdong, but I'm hoping they can get something done here because they come into a really, really tough group of death.
Yeah, this is, I mean, we're worried for Nongshim, and this is a 96%. I have a feeling that this is
That's
done
a little low, to be
on
honest.
a Korean platform and not a Vietnamese platform.
Yeah.
That being said, even if it was a Vietnamese platform, I imagine T1 fans are everywhere.
I think so.
Even then, it's probably going to be, you know, relatively one-sided.
I mean, if you put like the LCK global casters on T1's KeSPA Cup roster and put them against like the real T1 players on the other side, like, but they were like on D+, like we would actually win the vote. Like, you know what I mean?
Like, maybe.
Because we're on T1. You know?
That's more out of ignorance, I think.
Yeah, but in part.
But yeah, you're right. As soon as like there's a thing like choose T1 or something else, everyone's like, I'm clicking. I am clicking.
And that's fair because the org has honestly deserved the reputation it's built for itself over the
100%.
last 20 years. So
Definitely. Now it is time, ladies and gentlemen, for us to get into the draft. Let's see whether T1 has some fun with it or whether it's going to be pretty stock standard. It's the reason I'm saying that is Owner had a gigantic grin on his face, and that worries me a little bit for how things are going to go.
I think when you consider, Owner and Guma are really playing with these players for the first time in an official sense, there's some element of wanting to have fun if you're Guma and Owner and you're like, I can carry this. But there's also kind of an element of like, let's just make some stability here. Let's draft something that's really basic and easy to play, and then we'll pop off and carry with it, but we don't have to go crazy.
I actually also imagine that there's some camaraderie as well, because like Poby came up during like the dark times and is now, actually solidifying himself in Challenger, which is kind of cool. And
He's the GOAT.
Yeah, he is. He's the Pogoat, as we like to say.
That's what they say. I
Final
just call
ban.
him the GOAT,
Yeah, true. Fair.
And we all know Faker's the GOAT, but that doesn't mean that Poby can't also be the GOAT.
There's like when you see goats, often there's more than one.
Yeah.
They
do travel in herds.
Yeah, especially those ones that are on like mountains and stuff. Like they're all like chilling on like cliff faces, and they're often like more than one. So obviously Poby and Faker are together, therefore there are two goats hanging out, same paddock. All right, that's enough of that. The Kalista is going to be banned away last. Interesting bans on T1 side. The Nico ban is an odd one. Taki, of course, like you were saying, is kind of the guy for Team Vietnam, so maybe just focusing on him. But it's going to be Ash locked away first here for Kamushi.
Hate, I don't know what he's going to end up playing here. They banned the Cassante, so the fact that Ambessa is still open means that maybe that's where they go T1 next. The Corki was open. The Kalista was banned away, so I think Team Vietnam was expecting that if T1 grabbed the Ashe, they are going to get this Corki and grab a Renata with it. But to deny that from the Ashe lane, not a ton of synergy between Renata and Corki, but if they do play at bottom, which I'm starting to feel like maybe we're just never going to see that, then it could be okay, but only time will tell. I'm expecting this is actually going to be Corki mid based on the Renata lock-in.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking so too, but then we'd have Corki Azir, which would be just so sad. Wouldn't be exactly what we want. It hasn't been locked in just yet, but the timer is now 0, so there it is. Only going to take that one away for Poby.
If you want to get a jungler here, you can, but Owner's talking, but Ambessa is the other option to just lock that one away, give that to Hate, even though it's going to be, a blind pick here. We know that this pick is just so incredibly strong at the moment.
Yeah,
but I imagine it'll just be Owner just picks up like Xinjiao or something, and it's very boring, or the Sejuani. No, okay,
never mind.
Yay!
All right. Look at Hate. He's very excited about what's going on there. Poby also, a wry grin on his face. I wonder whether that means that Cloud is playing support Azir. Probably not going to be the case, as that is Teemo, but that is probably just a hover.
Well, never say never.
I never would. That's Avaris. That's going to be locked in.
I wanted to see Teemo, Atlas.
Yeah, well, I also wanted to see Corki bottom lane, but sometimes we cannot have nice things, Wolf.
Yeah, sadly. The Varus is going to be pretty nice into Ashe, though. They already denied the Renata pick here, and the range will be good. Might be a lethality Varus, although quite tricky into the Ambessa. See if that ends up coming to pass.
Yep.
Renekton banned away, so limiting the champions that duel well into Ambessa. We might just see a Rumble in that final ban spot for T1.
I wouldn't mind it. Already the Cassante taken away, so maybe you could take away some duelist type top laners as well. I know that a lot of Vietnamese tops do really love the Jacks and things like this, really getting down and dirty. So maybe one of those options could be there. As Xin Zhao, one of Owner's favorites. Vietnam, I think, have done their homework here. These are definitely some good owner-focused bans.
They're also two of the most relevant meta jungler picks.
True, but
right
I want to give them the credit.
Yeah, no, he's very good at basically every jungle pick. So they do ban the Jax, like you were alluding to. So that might mean we do end up with the Rumble in this top lane. Again, tricky actually to play the Rumble matchup. I think it's definitely a viable one, but you're playing Dehete. He's a really unknown quantity to us, but this Ambessa pick is really what we're talking about here. It's a quite volatile matchup. So
yeah, bit of the loose cannon syndrome. Could be a rough one. Let's see exactly where Vietnam decide to go. Sion. Sion is where they're going to go. The classic Ambessa counter. This has been around since the time Ambessa was added to the game, Wolf. here competitively. Like, we've seen it all of this time.
So I was thinking maybe Vietnam would actually potentially consider grabbing an Italy themselves, considering that they're pretty 80 heavy in this comp right now. But it's going to be taken away by owner. And either Leona or Nautilus feels really good here. You're going to have a bit of a struggle into the poke of the Varus initially. But either pick is really good into dive. And that's assuming we get a dive pick from Protractor, because we just don't know just yet.
I would have liked to see Blitzcrank, just because it's you're staring down the Renata. So I just kind of like it. But still, I think you get a lot more versatility on the Nautilus. And that is a Lilia being considered. This is a fun comp.
Yeah, instead of taking the Nidalee, which was taken away from them, they're still looking at that AP pick of the Lilia. I think Karthus is just not really in a good spot right now. And Talia jungle's not in a good spot right now. So this is kind of like what you get in terms of AP junglers right now. These two are the main ones.
Yep.
So that's where we end up falling here. And with the Nautilus or Leona, either way, trying to dive that bottom lane, trying to push the Varus Renata into an advantage where you can set up dives. Also relies on Ares beating Poby, which we're just not so sure about right now in this Corki is your matchup. So
I'm not even sure how to pronounce his name.
Yeah, it might be Ares, it might be RS, it might be RSS.
Ooh, maybe it's just, RS. It's like actually just an acronym, but it's a sounded out acronym.
Yeah, if you guys do know, and you guys are familiar with these players, you guys are VCS experts. I tried to find information.
Yeah, well, there's a guy in chat that just says it's arrest, duh, but like he just spelt it the same way. It doesn't help us at all.
Yeah, if you guys give us a little pronunciation help, we'll try it, and we'll trust you, chat, because you've never steered us wrong before.
So they're saying arrest, so we're doing all right.
Okay.
I think we're okay. Arest.
Okay, cool. I would have assumed it was Ares with an extra S, but what about Puddin/Puddin? Is he pudding or is he
he's
puddin?
He's puddin no matter what. I just refuse to say it any other way because it just sounds too fun. That's a puddin. All right.
I feel like in terms of drafts here, T1 have the much more meta and much more standard draft. Vietnam's draft is not bad by any means, but it is going to take some creativity to work around, and the Scion pick has to be the glue that puts it all together.
Yeah, I kind of like what Vietnam are doing, though. I'm just mainly worried about the Scion situation. The Scion Ambessa problem may rear its ugly head in this game, but it is a Noxian battle, like lore-wise. It's kind of cool. It's like they're in the Thunderdome in Noxus, fighting it out, see who's the strongest.
You're playing Scion into Ashe, so Ashe is very unlikely to get collapsed on by any of these picks. It's hard to actually get on top of her. And then if you're trying to chase her down with this clunky Scion and he's getting slowed, he doesn't have his ultimate, he can't get on top of her. They have the Azir for peel, and he just doesn't last that long. What Ambessa's going to do in the backline against a Corki or Varus is just so much more valuable in these team fights, I feel. So that's also my concern. The Scion here can absorb a lot of pressure, but isn't necessarily going to be your big team fight win con when we get to, third dragon, fourth dragon, those Baron fights.
It is sort of their only option, though. And if they do eat some cooldowns, the Unstoppable Onslaught is really powerful. Just because Ashe, you cannot self-peel that, right? Nautilus can't self-peel it. Azir can't do anything about it. So if you just drive a train into Gumayusi, that might be something. They will then need to follow it up. They will then need to make something happen. But I mean, I see it. I see the possibilities. I just don't know whether they are ever going to actually come to fruition. That's the problem.
Yeah. We might be having a bit of an issue getting into the game here just based on the fact that there's no dubstep.
Oh, yeah, true. We really need that.
So just be patient with us, chat. I feel like I'm really excited to see how Poby plays against an international team. It's like his first time having that opportunity, as far as I know. So that's exciting because he was thrust into the spotlight when T1 had that emergency sub for him when Faker was injured. He was widely supported by the T1 fans, even though he had a struggle in the LCK, didn't have his best performances. The T1 fans cheered him on every time he walked off the stage, and he received a lot of support. I think he's improved as a player a lot. I always joke that he's my GOAT because, he's just made some crazy plays in the past, and it's just fun to call him that because he's a player who's been through so much so early on in his career, things that he didn't ask for, and he still keeps trucking. He still keeps going. He still keeps growing. And I hope that one day we can see this guy in the LCK as a mainstay player.
I agree. I think the Poby's certainly got some more growing to do. Didn't have the greatest year here in 2024, but I think there is certainly some room there. So let's hope that he has a good one.
There's still some growing to do, let's say.
I mean, there is also still some growing to do with growing towards Summoner's Rift for this, our second game of the day. It's T1. So obviously there's going to be a tech pause before we get in.
Yeah.
Like, what was
is-
I thinking?
He's telling us, he's like, Caster, stop talking and start the game.
yeah, exactly. We need to let him know, like, hey man, I'm sorry, but you know, T1 does this every single time. Has to be something going wrong.
Hey,
Here
wait.
we go. Oh, I can feel it. Let's get into some dubstep. Let's celebrate. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. It's my favorite. It is my favorite music for introing anything. Is Taki just dodges immediate death.
You remember the very famous CL, like, yeah, no, this kills that. I'm sorry, it's dead.
Yeah, we don't need the do-do-do-dos anymore. We're not about
It
that
was
life.
pretty
We're
cool.
all
Like,
just
we can
about the
respect
dubstep
it,
now.
but it's not anywhere near the dubstep's level.
Yep, it is. It's a really good point. And sometimes you just have to move on, you know, to the next thing. It's not always the do-do-do-dos every time.
So, you know, production for this, same as Challengers, WDG, they also do dubstep for OWCS when that was happening. So I was very hyped. Hold the phone for a second though,
I've got the phone.
because like,
Oh,
where
no.
are we go? Taki just can't get. He can't rejoin his team.
Well, he's now going to have to flash the hook. And yeah, Taki is
And
now
Hudden is in the mid lane.
in the bottom lane.
Counter
Oh,
to Azir, by the
no.
way.
And Taki now is not actually swept the ward.
So Team Vietnam has their own read on lane swaps. Like, okay, give the 80 carry a good matchup in mid.
But this is actually
Yeah.
this was
It was the counter.
Yeah, it's one of the original counters to Azir back in the day.
So he's sitting on pressuring their Azir out, you know, trying to chip him away with his poke. And then this is a good matchup for Corki early because the Ambessa resistances get hit. You see, went down from 35 to 23 there during the Gatling gun. So Hete loses half of his health. So Arrest is having a good time. And yeah, Taki had the flash and all that, but nothing really came of it in terms of gold here for T1.
And also, like, you can run some weird Scion strats. They haven't actually decided to go for that. Here is Scion does just go home. Bun's going to teleport back down, and if they do kill him under this turret, he's Scion. So still just, like, gets the experience. So diving this actually isn't all that worthwhile.
Yeah, and he ends up getting, you know, like, even if he dies, he gets the experience. He might even be able to get some of those last hit minions, but they're not going to dive him because he's Scion. It's so tough to do that anyways. Owner is going to find out that some of the jungle is missing. As this is just actually, like, we were kind of going, I don't know about this Scion, but this is kind of a T1 Challenger's strat. It doesn't fully realize the same way where Scion goes for a dive or anything like that. It wasn't the same style, but they came with this really cool red side draft, and it's working really well so far. Okay, that wasn't working as well.
Yeah, Owner actually had a bit of an idea that this might have been happening, given the fact that his wolves were just gone.
Well, I mean, he's potentially going to get 3 buffed here. As
Oh, nice sidestep there from Drakthar. Actually going to be able to make his way out. Taki maybe not so lucky, but the flash out from Cloud, just realizing he didn't quite have the support that he was looking for there.
you know, Atlas, I want to say I really underestimated both this team and this draft here as to what it could do early. This ended up being creative. You know, you and I were talking about dubstep and memeing, and Taki lost his flash, but you start looking at the map and you're like, wait a minute, like, this is actually really nice. Like,
I wasn't
Arrest still in-
expecting the Varus switch to mid lane. That was a masterstroke, I have to say. As Handshake going to be utilized here. Cloud finding himself absolutely no man's land. However, Taki as well is in trouble. The Pogoat going to grab the first blood, but you can see here, Varus not wanting to give this one up without a fight as Owner comes on over. And will be able to keep him safe.
Did he bail out? I don't think he did.
Taki?
Because I think maybe he just hit level 3 like as he was dying or something and just didn't press
Maybe,
it
yeah,
fast
maybe
enough.
didn't have enough time to
'Cause
level it up.
Yeah,
perhaps.
if he has it, then I think he gets the reset there and they actually lives. But either way,
It might have. Maybe it was just on Pudden for the extra attack speed, and so then they just
Yeah.
killed the.
that could have been what happened as
That
well.
could have been sad.
Would have made sense as to why they would use it that way to get that extra damage through. But see if they can actually do something here to Poon, because we talked about this earlier. It's very difficult to dive the Scion. He's not alone.
Yeah. Cloud once again going to find a bit of an angle here, but it's a really good handshake to get this Nautilus out of here. Of course, difficult to play Nautilus into Renata. T1 picking it up because it suited the composition, but I don't know Whether it's really something Cloud's super happy about when the Renata is just hanging around. All right, Tuck coming on over.
I mean, Pudden is here too. Like, this is not a win for T1.
Yep, only level 4, but oh my god, the damage is absurd! The piercing arrow goes straight through 3 people!
And it's tricky here because, you know, as Poby, you're probably calling, like, you know, Pudden's missing, but we don't know exactly what's going on. Like, where is he going to be? Like, with all these lane swaps and all the roams, like, it's hard to track exactly where this Varus is, but I think they should have had a good idea that this is an even fight at best case scenario for T1. I mean, they see 3 people here, right? And then, you know, Pudden is coming down. They still commit in, and Cloud is actually then caught by the handshake. It's the triple.
Q, man.
And then Pun over the wall, or Pun, that is to say, gets the triple knockup. Massive damage from the Varus. I mean, that could not have gone better for Team Vietnam. And after the last play in mid, where we did see that kill go over, that was a gold lead for T1, very slight. And now it's 1,000 gold to lead for Team Vietnam pre-6 minutes.
And look at Pudden. 3-0-1. The guy is absolutely gigantic. That is where you want your money.
Yeah. And if you look at like where the lane swaps win and stuff, if you look at the Corki CS compared to Poby, you're like, okay, well, he's down on CS. But if you look at compared to Mbessa, he's actually even. It's really only the Scion that's had to sacrifice a ton of farm here. But if it's going to give your Varus 3 kills, mission accomplished.
Yeah, and he also got 3 assists.
Yeah.
With one of the greatest Qs I have ever seen from a Scion as well. All right, looks like T1 should be able to grab 3 of these. Hook going to go wide. Needs to upgrade the width of that anchor here, I think, as Poby's just going to scoop Taki up. Does have the bailout this time around as Pudden trying to fight this one. That is a lot of gold if they do manage to get the kill, but he has the barrier. Gumushi has to flash the flash out of the way of the anchor. This guy is phenomenal. Cloud's going to die as well. That's a kill going over to Ares. And T1, I don't think they were expecting this.
No, I don't think so. And this game is actually suddenly so off the rails, and it's in Vietnam's favor. I mean, the snowball is rolling down the hill. You can talk about some of the things in these compositions, the scaling of the Azir, how the Ashe composition can set up picks really easily, how good this Mbessa is, and how ahead she is over this Scion that's low eco. But the Varus gets this big, and these kills keep coming through. I mean, yeah, you got to pick on a level 3 Taki here. He also definitely avoids this dredge line. You had to commit in with the ultimate, means you don't have no peel for the follow-up fight here while still chasing in. I think T1 are really just not respecting both this team, but also the composition they're into and the damage it has at this stage in the game. I mean, way overextended here.
Yeah. And the fact that Pudden just like, I don't know, ice cold, just stands there and says, no, I've got barrier. I'll be fine, man. And he just stands his ground and destroys. Yes, he was pretty fed, but at that point, I think he just had Berserker's Greaves, right? Like, not all that much more. Now, Pickaxe and a recurve bow moving very quickly towards item number 1, where things are going to really start to get difficult here for T1.
Yeah, it's, you know, an Ashe that's even in farm, but without those kills, just really going to struggle to keep up at the moment. So as things kind of normalize here, Dragon still hasn't been taken. We're 8 minutes in. T1 did secure 2 of the grubs. On the top side was traded with 1, so they got 2/3 of that, but I just don't see them taking this Dragon if Team Vietnam does come in here to contest it. Puna is getting his teleport back up, so he's top side here, has teleport advantage over Poby, so they are completely set up on the map the exact right way they need to be to secure this Dragon. So looking good for them. T1, though, had some extra time because Team Vietnam didn't actually start this off early. They are going to come over here and start setting up some vision contest.
I actually think it's kind of fine to just not start it, because Vietnam have a really good way of sort of finding engages if they do find their team, the enemy, on an objective. As got Chains of Corruption coming down, Haete is able to get himself out of there.
This is going to guarantee they can get this crash, though, and start putting their eyes towards the Dragon.
Yep.
Guma has ult, so you know, something to consider here, but there's just not a whole lot of follow-up right now. Owner backed, and he's just so far away. I think this should be Vietnam's Dragon to take, but I mean, they don't have full vision of the jungle. They don't know exactly where Owner is. Being very cautious here.
Yeah, bowling ball going to go slightly wide, but Ares just holding onto the mid lane very comfortably. This is going to be Dragon taken. First one of the game, second one going to be a Hex Tech, as, man, the pool of good souls is hit just a little bit here, but Cloud's still available. Mountain could be an option. A lot of good ones still there. As, all right, Haete. See what he can actually find here is, oh, moves him out of the way, but the arrow's still going to hit. As that is so much money going over to Owner. T1 rocket back into control here. with the fact that that shutdown was worth so much.
Yeah, Arrest is going to get a plate, maybe 2. I don't think he can quite get the second one there with only 3 cannon minions, or range minions, that is to say. If there are 3 cannons, I think he does get it. But watch this one more time. So they see the rotation over with the ward. And it's disabled, obviously, but they can know the rotation is happening. And yeah, the Pudden doesn't get hit by the arrow, but it actually hits Taki, which guarantees they can get both, in fact. Just a bit of an overextension here, especially considering the ward, but T1, that was a heavy commitment. If that fails, if they don't get those kills, then it's a really big disaster for them. So huge to put them back on the board. Still 700 gold behind.
Yep.
But that was, like you said, the shutdown gold was massive.
It's going to be very big, and Owner is going to be a large portion of how T1 are going to control this mid-game as well. As you can see, moving on over to try and contest these grubs. 3 for 3 is exactly what Vietnam are looking for, but if Owner can steal one away, it will be massive. Spear not quite going to connect. And it looks like Ono, just by himself, not going to be able to stop this one from going down. So it is just going to be 3 grubs apiece. No one getting a big advantage there.
Does make you wonder if this is just a strategy they prepared for T1 with this kind of drafting style, or if this is more of something that we see more often in VCS, because I'm just not a VCS connoisseur myself, but love to see like how flexible Team Vietnam has been on their lane assignments. You know,
yeah.
Pudden has been everywhere. He's in bottom when he needs to be, when he's top. When he needs to be top, when they want to control his grubs, he's there. Owner will have
Whoa.
flash. He has to.
Yeah, Owner's just going to go to sleep. Does have a blast cone, so they're able to get him far enough away. But that is a lot of aggression. Flash actually having to be utilized there as well.
And it also guarantees one more plate here for Pudden.
Yeah.
So, I mean, everything is really lining up. I mean, yeah, T1 are still in this completely. You know, still got a scaling Poby in the mid lane. Guma's going to be relevant. You know, the aspects of this comp we talked about earlier where we're like, yeah, this is just a more meta, more standard draft are all still there. But I love that Vietnam is just not sitting back and trying to play standard here. They are moving around the map very aggressively. They're playing with such confidence, you know, for a team coming into this really tough group.
Yeah, this is not what I was expecting, but there's a reason they are here and they are representing Vietnam here today. And it's looking pretty good. As Arrest is going to demonstrate to Gumayushi that at this point in the game, Corki is relatively strong. Doesn't quite have the Trinity Force completed just yet, nor the Sheen portion of it, which means that burst damage is a little bit lower, but he's still able to stand his ground. And it gets worse before it gets better for T1, to be perfectly honest, because Arrest is going to get to that 2-item spike. We are going to see this Corki turn into an absolute monster. The Leandries is now just completed here for Drakthar, and a couple of items is kind of where you see Lilia really be an absolute menace. And 2 items on this, on Varus is also extraordinarily scary.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And they have plenty of frontline. Like, this is a composition that does just kind of fit as far as team fighting later on into the game, given the fact that that Scion is there and does have the Unending Despair now completed, and the Fimbulwinter coming on in next.
I do think that this is going to be Triforce for Eris as well. Yep, there it is.
Oh, man.
So, you know, everything lining up for the second Dragon fight for them. You know, ideally, with Pudden's lead, he would like to get a second item before this, but I don't think he quite has enough.
What is Hate doing? What's this?
Oh, the Cyclo build?
What's
like,
this technology? I haven't seen this one before. Okay, Hook is going to go wide, as is that hostile takeover. That arrow from downtown is fantastic, but that's a flash away from Drakthar. He's going to get caught out, though. Still, he's not dead. They find a bowling ball. No spear is going to land, but this sleep is going to be gigantic. Under the turret, Cloud is going to be going down, but still, it's T1 that reigns supreme. Good flash out, but the flash is there from the Pogoat as well. Arrest wanting to try and kill him and get some revenge, but it does not work. And that is a full ace outside of Pun.
And it's another extremely heavy commitment from T1 into one of the either the top or bottom lanes. Last time it was bottom lane where they made that heavy commitment of 4 players to try to kill at least one. They got both. This time they end up getting several kills here over the top lane and are able to take out this turret. Dragons is spawn for 10 here. They should have enough time to actually regroup and contest this, but it's just big, heavy T1 map movements. Remember, even though Guma's not necessarily here, like he's moving his way up, he still can make a huge impact with his ultimate, right? And they have a single target they're focused. It's Drakthar. He gets burned down. The Ambessa ult allows her to close the gap all the way to the backside, and there's just no space here anymore. Poby does commit his teleport. It's not interrupted, actually, very importantly, by the Scion. I don't think he had the opportunity to, or maybe he just couldn't see exactly where the teleport was because it was in the Dragon Pit there. If he interrupts that, maybe this is a completely different story, because look at how much damage Arrest can do in this fight. if Poby doesn't get here, I think this fight could look very different. Risky commitment from T1, but once again, it succeeds. If this fails, big backfire. They don't have any control for the Dragon bottom side. Things look very different. But now, it's all theirs. They are going to trade it, of course, for the Herald, but this is a really big win for T1. They're back in the game in a big way.
And I think it only really evens it out, but I do want to say that the Pogo really did a whole bunch of work in that last fight. So we've seen Azir actually find a lot of success so far in this tournament. Really has been the Emperor's time.
Looks like Poon didn't have his ult to stop him from teleporting. And obviously you have to charge your Q to stop, so you'd have to be really quick on getting on top of him to deny it. So I don't want to over-index on that. But if Poby wasn't able to join that fight, I think things would have looked very different.
Yep, I would agree. And Ares did just finish the Trinity Force, but of course needs the transformation on a Manamune. As Pun going to be able to find a cute little knock-up there onto Ona.
When you have Leandri's on the...
second charge.
Yeah, wow, that's actually huge.
Oh, and a very sleepy Ambassador as well. Going to use the ulti to get back underneath the turret. It's a lot of damage onto Drakthar. They want to be able to get the reset with the bailout, but he takes too long to die. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 in the end. But they'll take an inner turret as well.
Yeah. And
Vietnam trading up.
Poby is doing a lot of damage to the inner up here. It's at half. Owner helping out. And like I was going to say, the Leandri's does allow you to kind of burn through some of that Scion health bar, but it's not enough, sadly, at this stage to actually really get through. If Poby had his own Leandri's, we'd be talking about a different situation. His Hete here actually gets slept, but notice he actually uses his Unstoppable from his ultimate to cancel that while Drakthar's under turret aggro. Really well played here from the rookie player to actually trade this into 1-for-1. But at the end of the day, like you said, it's still an inner turret going over.
They would have picked that one up. Pudden hasn't gone back in quite some time, is what it feels like to me. Wants to pick up 2 items as quickly as he possibly can.
He hasn't bought in like 5 minutes, it feels like.
Yeah. 5, 2, and 2 means that he should be getting towards that big spike before anybody else on the map. Ona really wants to read that book, the Fiendish one. He wanted 2 copies.
Yeah.
And sometimes he's doing
Belle from Beauty and the Beast. Like,
my
brain's like, but you've read it twice. Like,
but it's my favorite. It's mine too. Fiendish Codex. It's a great read. It really is. No shade. Absolutely is. Once again, Hate catching waves towards this bottom side of the map. And there it is. Rage Blade now completed for Puddin.
Yeah, he has it now. I mean, the Dragon's not up for a while, so he could just kind of sit in lane and see and make sure his teammates don't get collapsed on without him being there. So no shame in kind of holding that for a while. Looks like maybe he just didn't have the money to buy it until now either, just because he didn't pick up any other components after this. I guess, you know, you and I both kind of thought he had more money. That's going to whiff.
That is. How did he know? Puddin, he's going to find his, but the anchor is going to connect as well. Handshake comes through, and yeah, Cloud's really dead. Goomer is also going to be dead. The knock-up going to be there. Pun this time, he's taking it. Just slams him into the ground with that gigantic axe. And Vietnam find themselves a couple of picks here onto the bottom lane of T1, and they might be able to find even more. Because they're running out of turrets now.
Yeah, if Chronicler were here, he'd be like, that's Challengers, baby! And then I'd be like, Chronicler, this KeSPA Cup 2024, like, we're on a tournament. But that was definitely a moment where T1 think that the arrow is actually going to connect. They're like, okay, we hit the arrow. Look at Poby's positioning. Everything about this is like, we kill Puddin now. And then the arrow misses, and they're like, oh. And Cloud's just way too far forward. He decides to go back in on this as well, which just guarantees his death. I mean, helps maybe his teammates retreat is
Hate is going in. Puddin is going to be in trouble here as Hate. There's the flash over. Guarantees the bailout. And this is why this like more assassination style that Hate's playing is difficult, because the bailout exists. And you're not able to get that kill.
We had a POG for this. I might actually do a write-in for the mid-outer turret for Team Vietnam.
Honestly, over the last couple of days, mid-outer turret has done some work. Let's have a chat to Humbug about that.
I think we may have to have a talk with the league ops at LCK to see if we can get that one in for next year.
League Awards is coming up in, what, like a month?
Yeah.
We could probably get that vote in last minute, right?
Yeah, I know. I think so. Look at this guy. Still surviving. Even the Korean observers are like, man, look at that turret. Yes, it's not going to go down.
My goat. So many goats, man. Put the mid-outer turret on that list, okay? Into the paddock with the other goats that we've got.
Yeah. Let's look at the gold here. Still a gold lead here for Poby because he sat in the side lane so much. And obviously Arrest was put back a little bit earlier, but you could see, you know, there's a lot of gold in general here on the carries for Team Vietnam. It's only Poon who, again, has just been on the back foot, but that's what Sion does so well. Man, he's still going to be a tanky force to be reckoned with. His tier is trucking along. You know,
Yeah,
we'll get
it's
there
getting
eventually.
Slowly but surely. And it's sort of how a Sion manages to build it. It just takes some time.
Yeah, especially when you're not interacting with the champions. You only get half the stacks. So.
Yeah. And you just don't press your
No,
buttons
no,
all
no, no,
that
no,
much.
turret!
Oh, yeah, okay. The turret is going to go down, but it is still, it remains our GOAT. As the Ocean Drake going to be the consideration here for T1. Of course, Vietnam have one in the bag. And they also just move over to take a Baron.
Well, I mean, Drakthar sitting on 2 items. This is seen by the Hawk Shot. Cloud's very close. I think they should just back off of this.
I think they will do that. Hate is towards that bottom side. Pun trying to hold on.
It's
As
really
Owner will be able to take this one down. All right, Pun just thinking that the turret is going to keep him safe. And that is going to be the case for the moment.
these turrets, man, for Team Vietnam have been so valuable. You know, I think the idea with that Baron is to try to pull some people off Dragon, maybe get a turn there, but T1 just scout it and go, no, you guys can't rush that. And unfortunately for Team Vietnam, the gamble doesn't pay off. Like, they don't die, they don't commit to the Baron, but they also don't stop the Dragon, and they don't get any further push topside because they already had that inner from earlier. Do you think the next Hall of Fame inductee is going to be the mid-outer turret? You know,
I think it should be.
I think we should start having the conversation. Like, I'd love to have a mid-outer turret skin.
Like,
I'd buy that. I'd spend $500, yeah.
As far as like the Hall of Fame that is in LoL Park, who is the player that deserves to be there that isn't already? I'm trying to think. Like,
I mean, that's like a really tough question. That's like an hour-long conversation.
because we need to have like
have.
the list of the people who are there, right? Because there's definitely Bang, Ambition, Marta, Smeb, Score.
I mean, like,
Faker, obviously.
you look at players like Wolf. I mean,
Yeah, Wolf is there. Wolf is there.
yeah.
I need to actually just get the whole list. Deft is obviously there as well, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think, is Mad Life there as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's...
You're going, yeah,
It's been a
there's long
while
list.
for
Like,
Mad
is
Life,
Kuro
you know,
there,
but-
you know? I don't know.
I'm not actually
is
sure if Kuro's-
Chani there, Wolf?
Chani's not there, I don't
He's
think.
not there.
No, I don't think so. That one I'm like,
He's
yeah,
probably
I'm
not
pretty sure,
next.
nah.
He's probably not next on the list as well.
But I will tell you the mid-outer turret's not there also.
Yeah, so that is probably the next one that does have to go in. I think you're exactly right.
So,
Maybe Khan. Khan needs to be the next one that's there.
honestly, that's a vote I can get behind.
Yeah,
for sure.
that's got to be it. Okay, that feels good. We've got an answer here, and the answer to Chani is not Ares. It's turrets.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, when you look at T1's map control right now, they just started pushing all the lanes, and ultimately, like, you know, the Ambessa is really strong at this point. 2 items, Cyclo Sword straight into the Spear of Sojin, and now there's just so much vision here for T1. And Sion can keep a turret alive for a really long time, but he's not going to get you map control back. Team Vietnam need to be aggressive. They need to actually look for a fight here. Otherwise, T1 will eventually just turn towards that Baron, and we're looking at Phantom Dancer on the Ashe. Leandri's been done for a while here for Poby's getting close to a Void Staff. And they will just turn and do Baron if they get enough space. They have the Azir turret now, and this might be that timing where Vietnam need to rush over and deny. And now they have just no vision. They're fighting completely blind here.
Well, they do manage to get a bowling ball onto Guma, but too much is going to result from that one. This control ward getting a lot of value. As finally, Vietnam find a bit of control in their own jungle. T1 really just has had a monopoly on topside vision for a really long time. Sundisk will finally fall as now Ares getting a little bit frustrated at Ona. Does do half of his health bar. Is all right. There's the unstoppable onslaught. They do find Cloud. He is dead. Very, very dead.
3
And
ults.
Vietnam are actually going to try and move forward for more. There's the flash out and another sleepy time here for Poby. Doesn't get over the wall. The arrow is going to be the Emperor's Divide. Fantastic. Hostile takeover is going to clip Gumayushi and he cleanses his way out of it. Poby's out of the fight, but so's Drakthar. And Pun might also just be going down here. Rockets, they need to be very, very careful because Pun does a lot of damage, but that spear does as well. As Owner and Guma feel like they have them where they want them, as there is Hate coming in, but not going to be able to find it. The bailout just too powerful here.
Yeah.
So the flanking teleport not quite working.
Poby?
Poby going for his opportunity, and Owner, he's going to be able to find the execution on this Corki. It's not the public variety that Hate was trying to utilize, but it works out just the same.
I mean, this little tussle we had, which involved a lot of teleport flanks and stuff like that, may actually be the game-deciding fight, weirdly enough, because several ults are used here by Team Vietnam. 2 of them initially, then the 3rd and 4th committed to try to get that kill onto Poby. And they get the kill onto Cloud, but that's not really the main character. Poby survives and gets that teleport in to clean up House. I don't know how far back we're going to go into this replay. We're going all the way back. So notice, like, Cloud gets caught here by the ult from Sion. Then they commit the ult here from the Varus. And now it's like, okay, we'll be happy with that. Maybe turn towards Baron control. But they chase super far. They get Guma's ult, and then they're like, okay, we can get this Poby kill. But he flashes and just in time gets his ult off here. The Renata ultimate almost kills him with the rocket coming through and Guma's damage, but he can cleanse it away. And now you're in no man's land. And now Poby can teleport back in. They just didn't account for that fact. So you know, you're going to see a double teleport first. It's going to be from Hete, and then it's going to be from Poby. And this is what's going to allow T1 to pick up all these kills and grab the Baron, which gives them... They already had so much map control and so much pushing, and this was Team Vietnam getting one tiny foothold and then losing it because they overextended.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, try and charge into Cloud yet again. That's not quite going to work. However, they will get a handshake still. Drakthar has to go golden, and T1 are just raining arrows into them. That's going to be Pudden finding an angle as well, though, as Poby going down so low. Pudden not quite going to be able to get there. As Owner, he's going to take down Taki, and in the blink of an eye, the fight starts and ends. It's not exactly a wash, but I mean, Drakthar's out of there completely, and this should be Soul Point going over to T1.
Yeah, and they're still continuing to use their Baron to push as well. Hete is going to push this wave in. Should be able to start putting some damage onto some of these big turrets. You know, the inhibitor turret, once that goes down, the map is completely opened up. And these are the kind of plays that Team Vietnam have to do, is try to spring these traps. But the positioning here of T1 is so good. They have a Sundisk turret. Cloud's dredge line, they're not ideal, but at the end of the day, like, he absorbs some cooldowns here. And once Guma can free fire like this, the fight is nearly won. Some heroics here from Pudden with this bailout. Actually huge to see. But Poby almost killing Poby. Like, the zombie Scion almost gets him.
Yeah.
I feel like Poby almost dying has been the story of every team fight Team Vietnam has nearly won. He's Jack Sparrowing super hard in this game. And, you know, I get the idea behind that play, and I think it was a good play, but just got outplayed. I loved how Pudden was confident enough to go through with the bailout. That was super sick to watch. But T1, some of that Baron buff was kind of faded through that. They took the Dragon. They didn't get the inhibitor turret in mid. They weren't able to get this inner. So they lose a lot of power from the Baron, but I think they're very happy with the end result.
100%. And as we can see, as far as money is concerned, Hate is in a really good spot, we could say.
He's going
3,000 gold ahead. The Unstoppable Onslaught is flying through yet again, but this time not going to quite find the target. Inner going to go down, and now Owner off to the side, throwing these spears with reckless abandon. Pudden going to take that one. Bowling ball not connecting onto anything of note. And this siege is really frightening. Siege Minion doing some work here, and you can see the Vietnamese squad just not able to get there. A bowling ball will knock one of them down, but there is still one of them there. Another conga line coming in soon.
They should be able to keep this turret alive through the Baron buff, which gives them an opportunity.
The Baron is now gone, but hostile takeover is going to land onto 3 people this time around. Owner in maybe a little bit of trouble, but Arrest going to have to get back over that base gate. Great spear going to connect from Owner as into the back line goes Hate. Will he be able to get put in? That's the question. The answer is no. He just explodes. Pun going to go down. And so a 1-for-1, but T1, they got exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah,
this inhibitor going to go down. They've broken the base.
They got the inhibitor, and that's the important thing. Like, they survived through the Baron, but really kind of awkward engage there to try to go over the wall there. Arrest is like, okay, we're going to go over. Maybe we'll end up getting a pick. We've got a flank here. It's the triple hostile takeover, but no follow-up. It's not the greatest engage tool. It's often much better when it's being used defensively. They can set up where you kind of turn their engage into your own engage, but trying to use it to start a fight like that just allows T1 to be like, yeah, okay. and then kind of walk it off. Like this move here, where you watch, you're like, okay, it's cool, but nothing happens. He goes for Owner here, but leaves himself completely exposed to Hete, which takes out a lot of his health. Luckily for Team Vietnam, Hete then ults way too deep, and they're actually able to focus him down. So I think if they just kill this turret and Hete is alive, maybe he does even more. Maybe they kill the inhibitor and win the game. So this is a fortunate moment here for Team Vietnam that they actually get to survive a little bit longer. They get to see, live to see another day, but the days seem numbered if this continues.
Yeah, and right now it's just T1 just understanding late game vision control, macro play, where to be on the map, things like this. It looks like Vietnam have been ran around the map just a little bit. and there's a bit more desperation in the plays that they're going for. Pun, though, like, still, if he lands a great ultimate, there could be an angle here. You can see still very tanky. There is a lot of damage potential, but they need to get this Varus into a position where he can auto-attack and give Pun that angle into finding a priority target with this very important ultimate.
I mean, they're just letting the top wave naturally push with the super minions and then shoving waves in. Will they get an inhibitor here? Naturally, no, but they can just keep Team Vietnam in their base and deny flanks. There's one flank ward potentially to be used here, but it's so difficult. And if they just keep pushing, eventually this gets worn down, or the objective spawn, and they have full prio on both.
Well, Arrow is going to connect here as Mikhails has to be utilized. The hook just going to drag Pun back. Still, he's tanking up a whole lot. Hostile takeover not really doing anything at all as Drakthar dives in. Does get a two-man sleep. One of them onto Poby. And it looks like this Nautilus will be going down. They take down the Scion as well, though, as Poby's just trying his very best to clear his... Oh, man, Arrest in the backline's going to find Gumayushi, but Guma's able to take him down. Now he's just trying to kite his way out of it. Bowling ball goes wide with the extra range of this Ashe. Trying to make this one work. As, all right, the flash forward. Putton's going to be able to take it as now Ona could be in trouble. He goes golden. The bailout, it should be wearing off, but it's not going to work. You don't need a bailout if you don't die, although he is going to die there as Hate. Oh, dear. The savior of T1 in this moment. Taki going to go down, and we forgot about the top laner. Well, and he's able to take out everyone on Vietnam.
What I was leaning into is there is that one teleport ward right to the bottom side, but it's used so late from Arrest. It still ends up helping them out massively here. And Drakthar is going to escape, and because he has this Leandri's burn, he can clear these minions relatively quickly. But you could see that teleport ward down in the bottom lane, like halfway down, or a third of the way down, I should say, is where they're going to ultimately find that success as he's dealing with the minions. So a lot happening here for Arrest while he's trying to patch that whole top side and then make the heroic play, but it takes so long for him to get down there. The sleep here, look at how well Poby handles this. His positioning is so good that even when he gets caught here by the Scion, he's able to ult his way out, and there's so much space between him and the damage. Arrest does eventually clean him up as he shows up, but Guma is just so big at this point in time. And as you said, the top laner still exists. Hete is just kind of buying his time. He's like, should I push mid? Yeah. Are we actually fighting? Oh, Pudden had flash. I forgot about that. Okay, now I'll just wrap around and clean up everybody. And these later flanks just do so much. Owner dies, but he puts Pudden down so low that Hete just has his way with him. And then there's just no damage between Drakthar with basically no mana and Taki, who's a support here.
Yep. And you can see Drakthar actually just deciding to base. He's like, nah, don't think I'm going to be able to help on this one.
He needed to clear those minions, otherwise his Nexus turrets die. You need to get back ASAP.
All right, well, a Hawkshot is going to see that this Baron is going down. I imagine that Vietnam are going to stick around, though, as Gumayushi does need to be very, very careful. This is going down so low. Ona, he's stolen these before, but he's just going to get pushed out. That's going to be the smite. Vietnam are going to take the Baron. Cloud now in completely the wrong position. Hate just trying to be an absolute hero, but it's not going to work. Two are now on the floor. Hate not going to be saving this one as the bailout comes through yet again. Puddin keeps himself alive, takes down Poby as well. Arrest also able to grab one in the back line, and watch out, Eep T1. Here comes Vietnam.
All right, there's a lot of low health bars here, and there's a small minion wave, but it has Baron. They may be able to actually push this through the Nexus turrets.
They've got so much damage. This should be over,
I think
right?
it's just done. I think it's just done. There's low health bars here, but it doesn't matter if no one can respawn here for T1 in time. Look at these death timers. I mean, it's really just the Nautilus that's going to come up in time. I think that's just game. And T1, I don't know how they got on the Baron. I don't know how Team Vietnam just was able to sneak that out from under them, how they got the faster regroup there, the faster respawn timers, while T1 were actually regrouping and setting up. But I guess we'll never know. But guess what? They win.
Yeah, what we do know is that Vietnam are now 1-0 here at the KeSPA Cup, a team that we didn't necessarily think were going to be the best, but they look better than T1 today.
I mean, I kind of went in and wrote them off. They came with a great early game strategy. The mid game was a struggle. Poby had a phenomenal game on the Azir. His spacing, his positioning, his ultimates, defensive setups against the engages were so good. It was actually one of the, if not the best game we've had the tournament so far, by the way. I feel like in terms of how close it was. Yeah, there were some throws and stuff like that, but the level of play we saw was awesome. Watching Guma try to pop off and carry with this completely different roster owner as well, right? Like, this is not the same T1. It's so interesting to see them with different players because, you know, T1 did re-sign, with the exception of Zeus, the entirety of their main roster, right? But so it's been so long since we've actually seen these players play with other people, and they played well, but ultimately Team Vietnam was able to win that fight on Baron and just end the game.
And it just shows that the early advantage that Pudden picked up was a pretty huge deal. You can see 40k damage here at 33 minutes, over at 1k a minute, and in a game this incredibly long, and as on hit Varus as well. Like, you see these numbers as lethality Varus all the time. You're sitting back, you're throwing arrows over and over again, you're poking, but this is 40k of pretty pivotal damage from this guy who played so well. Him and Taki together, like, every time the bailout was there, outside of that very first one, right, where Taki died, every other one was absolutely pivotal in making sure that Pudden did the damage.
They were in such good tandem with each other for the timings of the bailouts and when the flashes would come through, because it looks like, okay, he can't actually get a bailout here because he can't close the gap, so we just wear him down and kill him, and then he gets a bailout as he flashes in and kills somebody and then gets the reset. It was really cool to see. I have to give a lot of credit to so many of the players in this game. I think Cloud was the one I feel like who had the roughest time out of these 10 players. He missed a lot of dredge lines. He overextended a lot, but beyond that, I think, and obviously it's his first time, right? New player, rookie player. Hete looked good, but he also made, when you see this really late game composition, made Ambessa seem balanced, you know? Like, not like his play because he played badly, but he kept going in the late game like, oh, I can 1v3 this because that's what Ambessa does. But eventually it's like, no, you're not that tanky. Like, especially with the build he chose, because he went full damage and went Cyclo Sword. He does get focused down. Like, he tested the limits really hard, and sometimes he tripped over the line because he was like, I can get into the back line.
And he was also like, I think he got overexcited. I think Heite's like mechanics, absolutely extraordinary. This guy is obviously extremely good with his hands.
Yeah.
But you saw what happens when he goes in after the fight, and you saw what happens when he goes in at the very beginning and tries to make things happen. That's when it didn't look necessarily so good. But, I mean, the amount of Ambessa we've had has not been very high. Was that her first loss internationally,
that's what I was going to say as well. His first time losing in this tournament and internationally. So, Team Vietnam, I think we slept on this team a little bit.
This team looks really good.
Group of death, baby.
And it's fun. Like these players really fun to watch as well. So I can't wait for the next Team Vietnam match that we're going to get.
This match that we have coming up.
Yeah, this one's an absolute banger. We've also got, Humble Life taking on DK as well. DK, this is their LCK roster that we're about to see. This is aiming in barrel on the bottom side of the map. This is Showmaker and Lucid, and like this, and Shiwu coming in.
Top lane prospect.
And this guy is an absolute prodigy as well. So don't go anywhere. DK going to be taking on Gen.G right after this very potentially short break. I hope it is. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. It is time for our third match of the day. I'm still Atlas, this is still Wolf. And this next one could be a little bit different from our last one. Upset victory for Vietnam. We do want to celebrate the fact that they were able to take down T1. It was a very different T1 roster, of course, only Gumyushi and Ona there for the main Worlds winning the last couple of years in a row type team. But it is still a huge achievement for a team of players that aren't even necessarily from the best teams in Vietnam.
Exactly. You know, these are like 4th, 5th place, performing players from the VCS. So when you contextualize it in that way, it's a pretty huge achievement, I would say, especially beating players like Owner, like Gumyushi, like Poby, who have a ton of experience here in Korea as well. But we are jumping into this one. So this is on paper the highest level match, I think, that in terms of competition that we'll have so far today. We'll have some matches later on that are arguably better, but this one looks really cool because you're going to have Chovy versus Showmaker potentially. I actually don't know if this is the one that Chovy is starting on or not, but we'll reveal that a little bit later on. But it's still Keen, it's still Canyon, no matter what. Duro, who is also the main player for Gen.G. So, okay, it's Chemish for this first Gen.G match.
Yep, Chemish is going to be playing. Spoiler, Chovy will play today. It's just not now. So it's going to be Chemish. It's going to be there in the mid lane. I believe we've cast him like once or twice before. I personally don't have too much experience with this guy.
Yeah, I actually, for some reason, my sheet is messed up. Like, I actually got data on him, but it didn't load, so I can't remember which team he actually comes from. I think he came from the Gen.G Academy system. But again, don't quote me on that. I'll verify that later. What's interesting is About's history. So About's the new AD carry, replaced Slayer, who's now on Kwangdong Freaks. And he actually played on the Ultra Prime Academy, so playing in the LPL. And he has 4 years of experience when you consider like the teams he's been on. He was on EDG as well as a trainee and played through Ultra Prime. So a lot of this guy is lead up as a potential player. Like his start really was in China, even though he never really ended up being a starter in the LPL or anything like that. Now he's back in Korea here competing with Gen.G. So a lot of very, very high level orgs have looked at this guy and said, this guy's got mad potential. And then this is just an LCK team for the first time. It's the first full LCK roster really we're seeing here. And outside of Nongshim, of course, we saw earlier. But these are players who have accolades, right? I mean, you look at the Nongshim roster and like, okay, well, it's an LCK roster, but it's still got Sylvie, it's still got Fisher and Jiu, who haven't really accomplished that much yet. This roster is a roster of just gods, of 2 world champions on this team. Not just, okay, they've been to Worlds, they won.
Yeah.
Beryl did it twice.
Beryl has done it twice. Aiming as well received so much praise for his performance this year in 2024. Shiwu is not even sitting in his chair because he knows he needs no introduction. Of course, the newest member of this team, Lucid, was that guy in 2024. In 2025, it's going to be about Shiwu, and this guy has been performing so incredibly well for D+ in their Challenger roster. This was a team that was dominating Challenger over and over again, and then Lucid and Poolbay, they got moved around. Thanatos as well has gone. And still, the team was performing so well because Saint and Shiwu were just amazing. Saint, unfortunately, we lost, but Shiwu, this guy is real good.
I mean, most people consider him to be the best individual player in Challengers coming into 2025 season as the highest, sought-out prospect.
Yep.
And he had big shoes to fill in that he replaced Thanatos, right, who was that same strong top laner. There was a lot of debate as to whether Lucid or Thanatos were the stronger player throughout 2023, but D+ Kia made their opinion known, right? They called up Lucid, and then, Thanatos since went to Cloud9. Now Shiu is moving into the next spot here as King departs this roster. Now, there's still a lot of growing to be done, and I don't want to go too chronicler on this and tell you like this guy is the greatest because the best player in Challengers. Like he's a really strong top laner, but he's not going to instantly be like Zeus when he hits the Rift.
No.
He's not just going to instantly be the best ever, but he's got a strong roster of players around him. Lucid's still, I think, growing. Like he still hasn't reached his full potential yet either. And this is a new melding of D+ with Beryl coming back in as well. So there's still some growing that's going to happen here. I want to hype this guy up, but I want to keep expectations realistic here and not tell everyone that he's just going to show up and beat Keen in this first game and everyone should assume he's the next coming of Christ.
And if he does beat Keen, I think we can also just, we'll try and measure it as much as we possibly can. It's a little bit similar to what we saw in our last match. Yes, it was really fun, but does it mean anything for the future? Probably not. This means that there are a lot of Gen.G fans. Understandably so. Also, the fact that Gen.G had been winning throughout this entire year against D+, I think that this should be closer to 50-50 personally, just because DK are, like you say, coming in with a full roster. And I was saying it all this year, sorry. Beryl was the missing link of D+. They needed someone who was able to make decisions, whether they're good or bad. They just needed someone to do it. Beryl was always that guy. Now he's back.
Yeah, and when they lost Canyon as well, you could really feel that problem kind of exacerbated. Because when Canyon was on the roster and they were trying to figure out, are we running Bible or running Kellen, like back in 2022, you still saw some of those issues there, right? In 2023, really, is really the year I'm mentioning there. You saw some of those issues, but they couldn't figure out the shot calling problem. Kingen was shot calling sometimes, but it didn't seem like it was a role he was super comfortable with. Now that you've got Beryl back on this team, I think it'll still take time for him to get readjusted to this roster and what that means. But Aiming is a very similar player to Ghost in that he's very self-sufficient. He will scale really well. So when you think back to Beryl's time as a world champion on Dom 1 Gaming back in the day, back in 2020, it's a really similar roster here. So like I said before with Lehens and Gio, I'm like, oh, this seems like a match made in heaven for these two players' playstyle. I think this is an even stronger combo here for a stronger roster in D plus Kia.
I would agree. I actually think that they found sort of what they were looking for, but they'll have to show us that it actually works, because so many times, like, this has been an on-paper team for, like, the last few years where, like, on paper, we understand how it works. However, it just never really did. So hopefully they can actually figure it out. Of course, we're not going to judge them by their performance in their very first game in the KeSPA Cup, because this is the first time that this team has been playing together, in a tournament setting. But still, I have high hopes for how this one's going to work out, and I'm hoping that they come out with a bang here up against, arguably the most dangerous team in Korea outside of, World's semifinals T1 and above.
Yeah, I do think that when you consider this is also Beryl's he's essentially alluded to this might be his last year. Like, he's likely to retire after this year. There's a lot for him to prove. There's a lot of bookending he can do to his career here. He's already accomplished so much, right? But to actually have another strong domestic finish here, because yes, he had great domestic finishes when he was on Damwon, but then when he moved away from D+, or Damwon at the time, now D+, he wasn't able to find that same success. He was close on KT, he was close on DRX, right? He won the World Championship, close to getting that glory again, but didn't actually domestically perform well. So maybe now that he's back on a team here where he's familiar with Showmaker, he knows how Aiming plays, he's looking for bigger things than just being like, oh yeah, I'm still a great support, I do the crazy stuff. Like, I think he wants to find that consistency again. Yeah,
and I also think that this is a team that he can kind of cultivate, right? This is a team that's wanted some leadership, and even though we know Beryl is crazy, maybe this is the team it's going to make the crazy look good, and we'll see whether it does actually work out. Maybe that could be a tagline for this D+, make the crazy look good. We should talk to them about that. They've had some weird ones in the past, so maybe they'd go for it. You never know. Gen.G, though, this is not, their full power, but this team is still going to be extraordinarily dangerous. I think what we really want to focus on is towards that bottom side of the map and see how Duro is going to be performing. Him and Canyon working together, I think, is going to be a big thing for Gen.G moving forward, because Duro is really the wild card coming into 2025. Ruler makes a whole lot of sense. We've seen what he does on Gen.G. He was there forever. But Duro is really that, well, what is this going to be? And Ruler, we know, does like to, build his own supports, right? He's always been this sort of guy that's sort of like taken on, and like him and Lehens, I think, butted heads a little bit because they were both kind of veterans. He likes to have sort of new talent that he can mold. Yeah. And Duro is certainly set up to be that guy.
I do think so. Obviously, right now, Duro is the player that, like, if I think of two players I'm most concerned about how they fit into top-tier rosters, it's Doran, right, like, who's obviously not playing in this tournament, but, him taking Zayas' spot for T1, and then Zayas and him have a very different playstyle. I mean, Doran sometimes thinks he's Zayas, but actually his real archetype is the guy who beat Zayas' playstyle. Like, he's the defensive rock against the very aggressive type of player that Zayas is. I don't know how he's going to gel into T1, but then the other player that everyone's worried about in terms of the top big three teams we have in the LCK right now is Duro, because he's still pretty inexperienced. He's a very confident player, and obviously you put him next to Ruler, and he's got an insane top side of the map to play around, so that's not going to be a concern. How quickly he can adapt and flourish in one of the most ultra-competitive rosters that exists in the world. In KeSPA Cup, though, it's a great place to start.
I would agree. And I think that we can't make too many judgments until we see what happens on the Rift. I think we're still searching for Shiwu, trying to find out where he went.
Yeah.
I assume went to the Peony Jump, probably looking for like a Kimbap or something like that. Was a bit peckish. But he needs to come back to his chair so that we can get into the game. That is my assumption, because that was the only thing wrong that we saw when we had a look at the rosters.
Yeah.
And we're just not in pick and ban yet. So
I don't think he's nervous because he's had a lot of stage interviews. He's been very successful.
Yeah.
I don't think it's one of those like player disappeared and we're like, uh-oh. It's not one of those situations. He also might just be back now when there's an issue with the lobby. Like you said, this is an assumption.
Yeah.
We don't know. We don't actually have like the lobby open on any of these screens to look at. It's just like 3 screens.
we don't actually
of
have
the
any
two of
screens.
us.
We've just got a list of sponsors.
Oh, right. Yeah, you guys can't even see the screens.
Yeah, that's all it's there. There's no screens.
No.
No, we just we see the game in our mind's eye. That's actually how we commentate, how we always
We're
have.
AI.
And that's why it's just us, right? Because we were born with this predisposition for having screens implanted behind our eyeballs. It's just how it was. It's how we were
Chatless
born.
GPT over here.
If only, man. I would be doing better than I am now. I could imagine with if I just
Honestly,
had
though,
like
you'd
an
probably
AI
be
built into like portion of my brain.
You'd probably be spreading some like outdated information. Atlas does like live in the past oftentimes in terms of like remembering rosters. He's like,
Yeah,
I remember
yeah,
what
right.
happened in 2016, whatever.
I'm like Wikipedia AI, you know, it's like not even real, like none of it. It's
Well, I mean,
just
if I asked
crowdsourced.
ChatGPT right now, like, do you think KT would make playoffs? I'd be like, well, if you look at UCal's stats, it's not looking likely. I'm like, okay, he hasn't been on his team for a while, ChatGPT. Like,
I've been outed. He knows that I just look at UCal team's information before I make any sort of judgment call. And no, actually, to be honest, most information comes from 2018 when it comes to KT, because that was when I was most happy until I was the most devastated, as many of us were who were LCK fans in those quarterfinals. What a time to be alive.
a time to be a KT fan in any year is always a disappointing time, isn't it?
To be perfectly honest, it kind of is.
You remember the Worlds qualifiers against T1?
Yeah, that was 5 games. I like to think that if KT had have won that, though, they would have won Worlds.
I like to think that, but I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
That's like, if KT had done that, though, that like solidifies BLG, right? Pretty much, like in most people's brains.
Yeah, I do think that that's one way of looking at it. It also solidifies BDD in a big way, which was, I think, something that I was really tracking a lot through those Worlds qualifiers, is how well BDD was playing, but alas.
Yeah, these things sometimes don't happen. Just like Game 3
Yeah.
of the day. Sometimes that doesn't happen as well.
We're getting an update. Okay.
That bit of a technical issue here. We're checking on sound and things like that, so it's not like a game issue or anything like that. We're just making sure the audio is sorted out. And we don't know how far along on the repair process that is. So we're just gonna hang out. I guess maybe we can take your questions. Give me a moment.
Yeah, chat, come at us.
Come at us. I'm the one that's going to be able to read it out, though, so English would be preferable.
Yeah, it's pretty
because
far
Wolf
from
can't
me.
read from this far because he forgot his glasses today. So wait, hang on. Kindly raise your hands so we know you're not a bot GPT lol jokes. Well, we can do that. How do you raise
He
your
kind
hands?
of struggled, though. Do you guys trust him?
This is your headcanon now. I'm actually just AI in your brain.
He had to actually
no.
search, like, he was like, how to raise hands. Like,
Yeah.
he was like looking on like the, like raising hands wikia about or whatever. And he was like, okay, it says like first raise your arms while keeping your fingers aloft.
Don't raise too much in case you have armpit sweat and then it's embarrassing. But it's okay. I can do it. I'm brave. Okay, what else do we got? You need a spoon on your head to proof it's not pre-recorded XDD.
What?
Do you have a
That
spoon?
guy is a broken AI.
He's worse than me, man. Oh no, he's on Bing or
You
something.
put XDD in a YouTube chat.
We've got a lot of Vietnam fans. That's good. And now XDD is just it's just taken over. I apologize. Oh God.
Did you ever watch Disney XD? Where they
No.
showed all the old cartoons, like the old Spider-Man, Maybe this is a America only
Yeah,
channel.
I didn't get that one.
It was a great channel for me when I was like 12 because I was like, oh, I loved watching Spider-Man when I was really young, and X-Men and the original Digimon. All those shows I liked around that. Whenever somebody says XD, I'm like, original Digimon?
I just think of Gales of Darkness, you know, the Pokemon game. on
Oh,
the
there's also
GameCube.
that. Yeah, I didn't play that one actually though.
Yeah, that was the that's the only thing that I really remember as
What-
far as that is concerned.
What kind of game was that like?
So it was like sort of like an RPG, kinda, but it was mainly like Pokemon Stadium.
Okay.
So it's like Pokemon Stadium's battle system, but there was a story, but you didn't like actually catch Pokemon. It was like you caught other trainers' Pokemon because they weren't really actual like random battles. It wasn't sort of the same thing. So it was like, it's like if you got what were the first sort of like 3D Pokemon games that people like? Sword and Shield, probably. It's like if you got that, but it's like half baked and didn't quite work.
Sure. I guess
So it
like
wasn't everyone's favorite.
Pokemon Stadium, there was Pokemon Stadium 2, then there was like the DS games kind of had some 3D elements to them.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that like Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon Stadium 2 had the best mini games of any video game to
the
ever
sushi
have
minigame.
video games. Oh god, it's so good.
All right, we're no longer talking about Pokemon.
Okay, no more minigame conversation. It is mega game time. As Gen.G taking on DK, we are in pick and ban. We found Shiwu, at least I think we have. There he is. We've got him. He needed pink headphones. That's why there was a sound issue. Because he was like, no, I don't play without my pink headphones. Fair enough, too.
So, Yone ban against Chemish. That was a ban we were seeing a lot in the first day early on, but it's kind of fallen off. We haven't seen it that much recently. LeBlanc ban against Showmaker. Always
Understandable.
love to see that. Smolder ban as well. This pick is still pretty relevant, even though it's been nerfed quite a bit, especially on this patch. But
Especially when it's the Gold King, right?
yeah,
Things scales relatively well.
both Showmaker and Aiming can play as well. The Ash is gone, so Aurora is up.
Yeah, Aurora,
Corki is
Callista.
up. Callista.
But I think Aurora makes some sense.
I think so too, because if you grab the Corki here, then the Callista goes bottom, and you can control a lot of the matchups down there. So it's a pretty heavy cost. They'll take the Callista instead, though. I kind of like this actually.
You could actually just take Callista Corki if you want to.
Yeah, if you
Showmaker,
wanna
of
play-
course, is one of our people that we allow to play Corki. And this was like an old favorite of yours. I think you loved the archetype, like the Corki Callista
Yeah,
archetype.
the scaling Corki when it was,
Yeah, that was
mad
a
AP
different
damage.
Corki. You're right.
Yeah, with like Ludens and stuff, that was a different story. But
That's
I did like
Ambessa.
that. Yeah.
Showmaker is, I think, hoping to have some fun here. We'll see whether it's going to be going to Shiwu. Of course, he is the man with the young man mechanics, and that does make some sense there.
See what the response here for Gen.G is going to be, because the Corki is still open now for them to potentially take. Canyon may want to lock up his jungle here as well. The Sejuani is still available. The Jinzhao is still available if they wanted to play around that, but Sejuani seems like such a no-brainer here. Cassante,
Cassante.
though.
The Keen Sante, a favorite amongst a lot. We've seen the Cassante versus Ambessa matchup as well, as that is going to be a Varus. Not exactly what I was expecting. I thought that a jungle pick would actually be coming in here, Wolf. I was on board.
Yeah, I kind of thought that's where they would take things just because Canyon's such a good jungle player with the strong meta picks that we have right now. Maybe he's got something else in mind. Maybe he wants to wait and see and then mess around with like a Nidalee pick. They already have the Aurora, though, so it seems less likely. Wouldn't mind to see him even play Lee Sin, though. You know, it's Canyon. So now the question becomes, do we grab Corki here and then maybe
Or is
grab
it
an AP
Renata?
jungler later? Renata's broken in this position.
Yeah, pretty strong. And you can now, like, the R3 Renata is so strong, man. Like, the fact that you can then ban, like, Nico, Blitzcrank, and then you're just able to go about your day. Duro is a player that would definitely play Blitzcrank
He
if you give
definitely
him the
has.
opportunity.
Yeah. Back
So-
on his time in Live Sandbox Challengers, or Live Sandbox Youth, as their Challengers team was called.
And a little bit in the LCK as well, as he was brought up towards the end of this year.
Yeah.
So understandable that you'd want to pick this one up here. And it's Beryl. Beryl has played some Renata in his time.
Certainly has. Okay. Ban is
Graves.
very late, but it is a Graves ban.
Maybe it was a whoopsie. Maybe because I can wait.
I mean, I think Graves
It
is
wouldn't
still
have been on the other
somewhat-
side. So I'm sad that we can't see DK right now, because they could have been laughing at the fact that they like.
It feels like a
misclicked or
third of
something.
the games, though. I watch Korean streamers in Challengers play. Like Graves is in like every single game. He's still
Yeah,
very
there
strong
are a
right
lot
now.
of and it's Canyon. He has been historically one of the best Graves players. So
It's looking like
it does make
these
some sense.
teams just don't value Corki here as well. Just completely out of this draft right now. despite the fact that there's still the mid lane open to potentially play it in.
Yep.
So that means they're knowers because they're like, oh, we already got a bot lanes, Wolf. We don't put Corki mid.
I hope so.
So
one more ban.
I mean, Sejuani or Xin Zhao seems like a pretty obvious bet here, but they're gonna ban the Poppy instead.
Poppy's fine. I actually think Poppy, when you've got a Kalista, does make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah. Maybe another mid ban here towards Showmaker. He's already lost his LeBlanc, his Orianna, Smolder, potentially a pick that he could have been playing. They could just ban Corki and be like, yeah, I just don't want to deal with it.
Yep. Remember, if you were watching DK in Worlds, the times where they got Kalista, they looked really good. It was times where they didn't that they looked pretty atrocious, but they made these drafts actually work really, really well.
D Plus is kind of set up in a position where they can go like Corki Zyra, you know, and I feel like
true.
it kind of rounds out this composition really well. They don't have a big tank, but it's kind of a Kalista composition anyways, you know, or it's just Lucid's Lee Sin.
That'd be kind of fun. Does mean that Showmaker can then counterpick, and we'll see exactly what he wants to do there. Of course, they know that Aurora is probably going into the mid lane, but you do want to see the entire composition before you make up your mind. So that is going to be the Lee Sin. I liked the Zyra option, though, because it did give Showmaker the ability to go towards something more AD, but this is fine. This is, of course, one of like Lucid's most famous picks, one of Canyon's most famous picks that's now denied.
I did say earlier, I was like, yeah, we'll just play like Lee Sin or Nidalee. The Lee Sin's taken. I was joking because they have an Aurora, and usually you don't see the Nidalee unless you have an AD mid, but it is going to be...
Nidalee Varus is really strong.
Yeah, it is very strong, and if we have a lane swap with the Varus in the mid, if it's going to be a Showmaker on Azir, then maybe.
Oh!
I don't think that's going to happen, but it is going to now be the support pick here. Leona or Nautilus, the likely culprits here.
Could still be that Blitzcrank if Duro wanted to.
Yeah. Blitzcrank is so one-dimensional, though. I think a lot of teams are moving away from it right now, even though I think it is strong, especially in the lane.
Yeah, I was thinking Kassadin could be the thing that
you and I
Showmaker
were
wants to do.
jokingly talking about this
Silas,
yesterday,
never
but
mind.
it's still okay. Silas into Aurora is going to be tricky, though. We saw this really struggle yesterday. Let's see if Showmaker, obviously he's the stronger mid laner of these two. Yesterday it was a little bit more even, and we did see a bit of domination from the Aurora, but it's Showmaker. And if anyone can make this champ look good, even in a tough matchup, it's him. He's also got Lucid to back him up. It's going to be relevant early on. I think yesterday when we saw that game with the Sylas, it was with a Nocturne, so it was a little bit tough to keep the Sylas through those early levels, whereas Lucid can actually help out if there is a bit of aggression there in the mid lane.
One of the biggest problems, though, for DK is they have 0 range, and Gen.G has all of the range.
Yeah.
So this is like poke versus split push / all in, but the engage range isn't massive here for DK. Like, so much of this has to be like good flank angles being picked up, aiming, just throwing barrel in there and hoping a hostile takeover kills everyone. And good ultimates getting stolen here by Showmaker.
They basically need to have map control from start to finish in this game, I think. Otherwise, yeah, if Gen.G get to set up on an objective and just chuck things at D+ while they try to approach, it's going to be a really tough time, especially if, like you said, there's no teleport ward for Xiu to come to. I look at the way that this draft can snowball, though, and I think it will be very strong if D+ get ahead, and a lot of that's going to come down to how About and Duro play in this bottom lane against an incredibly tough Kalista Renata lane. Yes, Varus can outrange and he can poke a little bit, but if they get on top of the Varus and some martial poses start coming through, it gets a little bit tougher. I imagine that this will be on-hit Varus into this composition because they do have that extra poke from Nidalee, but I think that the lethality is still viable here.
Yeah, I think you're totally able to go lethality just because there is so much magic damage from Canyon and Chemish that not a lot of armor should be built, and there's no true tank. So you may as well, because you're not going to see like your lethality really lose value in this game outside of like levels and stuff. But it's dubstep time. Let's do it. Let's get into game 3. Hell yeah. All right. I am in the mood now.
Good.
After we had like a bit of a delay getting into this game, thankfully the dubstep brings us right back to the vibes that we want. And not really an exciting level 1. I was thinking that maybe there'd be an exciting level 1, but there wasn't. And it's just, we're just going to go standard. We'll see whether there are any lane swap shenanigans, but it looks like that's not even going to happen.
Don't think so. Lucid keeping his options open here, staying in the mid lane. as to whether he will start red or blue buff. I think red is the likely start, but just wants to keep all vision around this objective before that goes down. They have a ward on the blue buff entry point as well, so you can verify there's no invade, and then start that one off here as 1:30 does get hit on the clock. All eyes on the mid lane here because, again, Chemish, new player from the Academy system, coming up against Showmaker, one of the greatest mids to ever touch the mouse and keyboard. But a tough matchup for Showmaker. We'll see how he handles it.
Yeah, we have seen this matchup actually before, and the Aurora demolished it. I believe that was Daystar taking on somebody earlier on.
I was talking about it earlier in the draft, but I cannot remember who Daystar was against. I will check. However,
Daystar was the one that was having a little bit of trouble on the Silas, if I remember correctly.
I think it was literally her first or second match of the day.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Was indeed. But it didn't go great for the Silas, and right now you can see that Chemish, as far as CS is concerned, is having a very good time. So is aiming in Beryl, though. Who was it?
Yahoo.
Yes. Yahoo did certainly have a good time. And Yahoo does have a lot more experience than someone like Daystar, as far as higher level experience.
I think Showmaker is doing much better. And this is what much better looks like, by the way. This matchup is really hard in the early levels for Silas, just because he has no range, and Aurora's is going to push him away with her poke from her Qs, and she can use the weirding to reposition and get away from him while also damaging him, so it's very frustrating. As Shiu against Keen, this is such a cool matchup to see. Oh, Showmaker gets an opportunity.
Yeah, finding some damage there evens things out. And of course, you have a little bit more of your natural regen with Kingslayer being available, so if Showmaker can stay like up close and personal in this matchup, that's when you can stand a little bit more of a chance. Of course, should be that Chemish can just keep him at arm's length because you're so slippery as this champion, but the chains are going to land, and oh my goodness me, down to 100 health.
Yeah, Chemish with some mistakes here in lane. Showmaker's just able to capitalize. If you play greedy against a Silas and you put yourself in range of his abilities, Showmaker usually doesn't miss those.
Oh, nice handshake from Beryl here as Duro going to be able to get that decent hook. But still, About and Duro going to get pushed out. And DK, they are not pulling any punches. And of course, we've stated already, this composition requires them to not pull any of their punches. This is so far so good for the team of a full LCK roster. This is exactly what we're going to see next year, and they need to have a good performance here if they're going to feel good about what next year is going to bring.
For sure. Because, yes, it's Gen.G for the most part, right? 60% Gen.G here, essentially. But you want to be able to beat Gen.G in the LCK. You know, you want to be in that top group. You want to be in the Legend group, not the Rise group. You want to be up there. You want to be up with the Legends, and you're going to be playing against them in a lot of round robins with the new format for LCK next year. So, yeah, definitely want to prove it. Shiu is proving a lot here as well in the early part of this laning phase. Pretty good for Mbessa before Cassante gets any items, but getting the advantage that he should be getting. And what I was going to say earlier is it's so exciting to see Shiu in his first match here on the official DK roster, playing against such a legend as Keen. So you go out of the frying pan, which is the tough challenger league, right into the fire here in this group of death, and he is delivering.
He is. Shiu, so far so good. But what is even better is this whole Showmaker situation. He's ahead in Farm Wolf. Like, this should not be happening. Null Magic Mantle now picked up, so able to shrug off a little bit more of this damage. And he's even got his Dark Seal. Very Showmaker item. I think if there's ever an item that would be like quintessential Showmaker, it is Mejai's Soul Stealer.
It is. And we always talk about it, like, you know, when we cast him in the LCK, sometimes when he's against a weaker team or he's just dominating, I'm like, this is the Mejai's game, isn't it? Because he buys it, and he never regrets it either. He knows when it's done. He's like, it's done. That's basically his way of saying it's over, by the way. We all know it.
He gets the timing. You know, he knows when he's able to do it. And you don't see it every time. But when you do, he delivers, like you were talking about.
I feel like if there was a stat for like how many Mejai Soul Stealers have been sold by all mid laners, he'd have like the lowest by far, you know, even though he buys it more than anybody.
Yeah, and oftentimes, like, he can even end a game with 0 stacks, but he just often doesn't sell them. Because he just stays confident that he's going to be able to make it work. Canyon has been farming up a storm, you can see. A couple of camps in the lead, as Beryl is going to be hit by his team's logo, which is pretty cool.
Yep, ex-teammates here. A lot of storylines, you know, Canyon Barrel and Lucid taking over Canyon's spot on D+. Well,
you can see DK now just trying to clear vision where they can. Lucid will find the Q onto Canyon. His old mentor As Canyon's going to throw a spear, but Lucid sidesteps it nicely. Some river control here, as it looks like Grub's going to be picked up by DK if they can find them. Shiwu going to be moving over, stands on the trap, or at least sees a ward die. I think, was that what it was? It looked like he stood in a trap because of how it worked. But
it might have been a ward there.
But I think it was a ward.
As we're going to see aiming take a back here in the bottom lane. Dragon, well, he actually doesn't finish the channel. Dragon is potentially just going to be started up here for Gen.G since they have full control right now, but the longer they wait, the more opportunity there is for a potential contest here.
Yeah, aiming comes on over and just throws a pierce at that minion just to get himself some money. Duro going to be moving over, but maybe a little bit too late as Canyon taking away the enemy Gromp. Counter jungling has been his MO for quite some time. DK, though, still sitting with about a 400 gold lead here, as we haven't had any first blood just yet. This is all just farming money that DK have picked up. Gen.G probably totally fine with how this game is going for now.
Yeah, very happy with it at this point in time. No errors yet. But they would have liked to grab that first dragon, and they still potentially can, but they weren't able to punish the grub take from D+, so D+ do get those grubs, which are going to be useful for potential snowball. It's the solo lanes where you have that big margin of gold, like you were talking about in the farm. 7 ahead for Shiu in the top lane, and 5 ahead here, constantly kind of keeping a wave up on Chemish.
Ooh, Depth Judge is going to be thrown at Chemish here.
Just allows him to clear this wave for free and then not care about Chemish.
Yeah, Showmaker going pretty aggressive. Going to be a relatively even trade. Chemish, if he hits his buttons, still does so much damage even with that Null Magic Mantle completed. And now Canyon, he had his camps back up. That's why we didn't see them move all the way back to this this dragon. He's going to now be able to take down his Wolves and Gromp, and then possibly get back out onto the map to make something happen. But we know that Canyon just likes to farm as fast as he possibly can.
Showmaker went all the way down to the Dragon Pit after that trade because he knows bottom lane has so much control that no one can contest him there. So they're in a really good spot to potentially get both objectives.
All out has been popped here by Keen towards the top side of the map. She were able to avoid the Q though, and even able to avoid the second. Now trading back very nicely. Let's see whether the public execution will be utilized. It looks like it's not going to be, as Kane going to have to put those Natofos down.
I mean, this is Dragon going over to D+, and if he gets into range of the turret, I mean, there's a real opportunity for Shiu to drop that ult, like you're saying, the public execution, to give him some extra damage. And I mean, the bottom lane is really where this is all coming together here for D+. Look at this, a plate going to go over, and maybe even more.
Yeah, logistics program connecting there is now about going to flash. Lucid says, all right, we'll take that. Minion wave still here as Duro might be the target. Handshake going to connect as there's the kick. Good flash from Duro. Great timing on that one as the Chains of Corruption land. The flash has to be invested, and aiming is able to get himself out of there. The barrier made it look a little bit confusing, but that is why it looked like he didn't get hit by the turret shot, but still having to invest almost everything to avoid death. Duro playing that so well.
That was a really well played move there from Duro, but they still get the flash out of a bout. So both AD carries down flashes. They got that plate in the bottom lane, and it looks like Barrel should be able to get out here. Canyon is chasing him, but they will get a plate in return. And that ends up being a bit of an overextension there for D+, but still, grabbing that dragon, grabbing the grubs, both early objectives going in their favor. That's what this comp needs to do. We're going to kind of keep iterating on that thought, see when they end up losing control. Is Showmaker.
Yep, circle down on the ground, another circle down on the ground. Both of them just trading.
He's got that 10 CS lead still.
I didn't know whose circle was whose.
Showmaker's was first.
Okay, got it. Does make some sense. And then the answer does come in. We'll see whether Chemish is going to be able to be punished for that, or whether it's going to be Showmaker that, without a hijack, not going to be as dangerous. Still, man, this is like neck and neck.
Well, I mean, this is just like an LCK game, you know? There's no crazy shenanigans. There's no big, huge errors on either side, because a lot of challenger teams play fast and loose. These teams know the boundaries they shouldn't cross, let's say.
Ooh, that was cute. Hex Flash into the dredge line, but not quite going to land.
Shiu going to get a free back here. He's already got his Eclipse. Feels really good.
Oh, not going for the
Cyclo Sword.
The Cyclo Sword.
Or the Voltaic Cyclo Sword, to be absolutely correct, you know?
I apologize. Yeah, I didn't say the Voltaic.
I don't know what that means. Is that like something in the lore I'm not aware of?
It must have something to do with volts.
Yeah, maybe
it's
Voltaria
old?
is a place that we're not aware of yet.
Archaic is old, right? And then volts is volts. So voltaic, it's old electricity.
A lot of voltage, maybe.
Yeah.
And maybe it's very electric.
And a Cyclo Sword is a bicycle and a sword at the same time. So it's a very old electric bicycle.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Very steampunk.
Yeah. So you're welcome. If you guys didn't know that, that's Fun Facts with Atlas, straight from my AI's wiki. Right.
I always
to
just
you.
wonder, you know, when I'm playing old.
Oh,
Hold up.
barrel. Yeah, piercing arrow going to connect. Flash has to be
Ooh,
invested,
and
and
the
there's a
Fate's call.
Fate's call out.
I think that's a little bit. I don't think they needed that, but just adding some extra safety. But either way, that's a huge cooldown that aiming loses here.
That's going to be Grubs going over to DK as well. As Canyon, priority on the first one, absolutely, keeping that experience advantage, but I don't think he's going to get contested for the rest of these. Lucid nowhere near, so that is going to mean that Gen.G keeping everything as close as it can be.
Yeah, dead even here. As, you know, you look at Silas in the bottom lane here, they've moved that out. It's going to be 80 carries back to mid. This is kind of how League of Legends is played, obviously. And Barrel is here. No flash, though.
Keen actually taking a fair bit of damage here from Shiu, who's dancing around very nicely. This Eclipse giving a lot of value.
If Keen tries to go for a Q3 and Barrel comes in for the ult, like that could be an angle. Okay, doesn't go in deep for it.
Yeah, Barrel just making sure that Shiu is going to be able to clear this one out. As Showmaker grabbing himself a plate, he'll be able to move on out. This Chemish does pick up the wave underneath his turret. Not going to be able to grab all of it. He does have his Malignance done, though, so Showmaker is still a little bit away from his dash cannon, so wants to be able to go back so that one-item spike is not purely in favor of Chemish.
Won't matter necessarily as long as he can get back to this dragon if he wants to back for it before then. 55 seconds until that's going to spawn. Well, you know, what I was getting at moments ago about how kind of we've got, every time I want to say something about the game state, there's a little bit of action up here. But
Tussle.
Just very quickly, like we've gone to a very quiet, normal, slow game state here where we're just waiting for objectives to spawn and stuff like that. This next objective is going to be really important for D+ to try to get some value out of. Getting the objective alone is pretty good, but obviously getting a team fight win out of it would be massive because their comp is slowing down a little bit here as we start to see those items come online for the Varus. The Casante's got his first item. And the scaling elements of Gen.G's comp are going to start knocking on the door when we really get to that third dragon. So snowballing this game objective-wise, they lost the second Grubs. That's okay, but losing this dragon here would really take a lot of the wind out of their sails.
I would agree. And we have to remember that Canyon in the mid-game on this Nidalee pick, oftentimes we see Nidalees and we're like, oh, if you haven't just ran over your opponent in the early game, it doesn't work. Like, that's not how Canyon plays.
No, yeah.
He just creates so much space and tempo advantages on the map just with how quickly he farms things up. And then does this. Sits around, sieges, does a lot of extra damage, has his Leandries now completed, I'm pretty sure.
He does, yeah.
And so it hurts when these spears do land. So now, if D+ are going to start off this dragon, they have to be prepared to take a whole bunch of extra damage or dance extraordinarily well.
Chemish decided not to teleport back to lane a second time here, so Showmaker gets the free push, and that just should be the dragon. And I think when you see no teleport there from Chemish, you realize Gen.G has made the call ultimately, like, we have to give... I don't want to fight this, first item Silas here on this dragon. This is a perfect scenario for them where they already have control. Barrel's got his ult. Ooh. Canyon's looking for maybe a steal, but like that's as big of a commitment as we're going to see from Gen.G here.
Sneaky one is Cloud Soul. Oh, baby, you love to see it.
So, you know, this is it's a win for D+, but I think a great call from Gen.G to not opt into that, because if they lose the fight and the dragon, then this composition really gets everything it wants in this early game. Just being patient is the right call, because like you said, Canyon's just going to farm it up. He's going to make impacts with his poke. He's going to continue to get deep vision and annoy the enemy jungler.
Do you think the fact that there are a lot of, like it's Canyon versus Barrel and Showmaker, and like they've been playing together, like they were playing together for a long time, Keen and Aiming were friends, blah, blah, blah. We've got a bit of a battle here towards the bottom side, which does take away from what I was talking about.
This is the real battle, though.
Yeah, and this is actually going to mean that the Rift Herald has to be given up, because Gen.G, they lose out on that 1v1 towards the bottom side. Lucid, possibly a little bit too far forward, but does have that safeguard.
There's no way to interrupt Chemish from TPing into this fight, though, because the ult is down for Shiu, so he might be able to sack some of this turret if they really want to commit, but they're going to have to decide really fast here. And I think they're just going to give it up. So losing both the dragon and this Herald.
Shiu, he was thinking about the public execution, but it wouldn't be very public because it's a 1v1 and no one else is towards the bottom side. So
Well,
he
he-
wants it to make it lore accurate, and I respect that.
He also used it earlier. So
he
doesn't
did.
even
Okay,
have it.
never mind. So he doesn't even want to make it lore accurate, and he just couldn't have used it if he wanted to.
That's what I was saying. Like, I think Chemish could have, if they really wanted to hard commit and they made a hard call, he could have just tried to be like, all right, you can hit this turret for a little while, but I'm going to win this Herald and try to win the fight on the top side. And Shio would be able to teleport in, but wouldn't have ult. But he doesn't decide to do so. Was relatively low on health, and
Yep.
they just get everything. I mean, minus the second grubs, every single objective has gone to Gen.G, to D+, and Gen.G is respecting the power in this composition, but we're getting to a point where I think this sole point is where you will have to start to make a stand.
100%. I mean, someone's got to do something. We've got the graphic coming up soon, surely, saying longest first blood in the history of everything. Is okay, Showmaker. He's just going to dash away. So, yeah, never mind. It's fine. Chain. Not going to land onto Duro. I thought that maybe there'd be some action, but Showmaker took 200 damage. As Chains of Corruption are going to connect. Oh, God. Everything landing here from this Silas. The ulti comes through. He gets to the other side. Duro comes back. And it's, yeah, just a good damage trade here for the Silas. Nicely done.
Pretty close there. If Duro flashes and hits that hook, maybe they can actually make something happen. He had ult as well, but
First turret blood?
Okay.
Oh, baby.
that's something. So, no longer perfect game for either team. Well, I mean, the Dragons already went down,
Yeah,
but
there were
anyway.
3 grubs as well.
Yeah.
All right. She was just going to drive Shelly around here.
I feel like we've seen an evolution of the Shelly meta. Like last, over the last year, we hadn't really seen that many retreats with the Ritual.
Yeah,
We're
we
seeing
saw a
it a
couple
lot
of
more
those today, yeah.
Yeah. Like we saw like 1 or 2 yesterday too. It was something we very rarely saw in the LCK. Some adaptation coming through. We're learning new tech.
I like the changes. That's all right. King going to be able to grab that 25 gold regardless. It's absolutely fine. Blade of the Ruined King now done for aiming. He's had a bit of a quiet game. Down about a wave. Because about is up just a little bit. But that is, I mean,
He's just
horses
been
for courses.
okay. Hold up.
Oh, Lucid's going to face check. There's the hook. Is it first blood? That's the question. Safeguard says no. And Blastcone says really no. Ha ha ha.
Not even a dead control ward.
Nope. Barrel's like, aha, you can't die? Well, I can. I'm going to face check 2 people. As Canyon still just waiting, biding his time.
Ooh.
Handshake comes through. Flash out from Duro, and now Showmaker. He stole away the ulti, and they want to get first blood, but it's going to go to Canyon. They do manage to answer pretty quickly, but it's 2 on the floor here, as finally that cast first blood does come in. Aiming running for the hills, and that is 3 dead for DK, and Gen.G just come alive.
And there's no reason, Barrel. Don't do it. You already
Yeah.
got out. He got the safeguard out. He ward hopped away. Just let it be. Just let it be. Just walk away. You didn't have the numbers there, and they way overextend. And now Gen.G in full control. Forget those early objectives. They're going to start getting turrets off the map here. The first to fall in the mid lane. Aiming
Oh.
wants to punish.
He really wants to try and find something here as he immediately rends. Kamish not going to be able to find too much, but of course, no reset. So therefore, aiming just getting angry. They're going to have a look at this one more time. Beryl just walking up towards 2 people. And Gen.G just had him exactly where they wanted them, I guess.
If after you get Duro's flash here, you just leave and start pushing top, it's like, it's totally fine.
Yeah.
It's totally fine.
Well, okay.
Aiming did get him.
Did kill Kamish. However, Duro did get revenge. So the support picking up the kill, but the extra assist goal probably makes it a little bit even, but the money isn't exactly where Gen.G wants it to be.
Aiming doesn't have teleport to rejoin this fight, whereas Chemish does, so
Oh, that's a big deal.
that is going to kind of affect how this fight turns out here. She was looking for potential flank.
Oh, Shio actually immediately heading back down towards his bottom side, so it looks like they're
They're
going
gonna
to
give.
give up this
Yeah.
Drake and say that it's totally fine, which it kind of is, right? Like, you do stop your tempo advantage of these dragons that are being collected, and Soul Point would have been pretty powerful, but you're the one with 2.
Oh,
so you're
no
feeling
way.
good about it as, oh dear, yeah, a bit of a face check there, and the barrier going to help aiming out.
Oh, man,
nice
if that
hook.
doesn't hit, then he actually gets out too.
The minion wave was like, whew, so incredibly close to just saving aiming's life there.
Yeah, I guess Duro is just like, what's the word for someone who's really good at sewing? because he's
What?
threading the needle really well there.
Ah, yeah, a seamstress.
Seamstress, yeah.
Wait, wait.
A seamster.
Seamster.
He's a seamster.
He seems to be doing the right things, Wolf.
He seems to be pretty good.
Oh God, it's only game 3, Wolf. It's only game 3.
We got
Keep it
5
together.
more, baby.
All right. Showmaker here, parked towards the top side. Wants to get some revenge, understandably so. Oh, Chains of Corruption. He walks out of the way. Lucid was ready for the follow-up as well. As Canyon, all right, Duro, Hex splashing over. Oh, I think the barrel would have been okay there, but not trusting it. Of course, the anchor does have a pretty wide range. This barrel clearing vision, and Gen.G, a possible Baron opportunity. Duro walking into the pit just to make sure that they have the vision that they're looking for.
I mean, look at Canyon's farm here and his 2 items.
Yeah.
Like, he's sitting on his Zonias. He's so difficult to kill while also having so much damage. If they're given space to have 5 members on this Baron, or 4, obviously Keen can't be here, and he's not doing that much damage to Baron anyway. If D+ just let this vision go and they don't contest, I mean, there is an opportunity. That's why they're so grouped around this, trying to maintain that ward in the pit. It will be successful for now. Still 3 minutes to go until this dragon spawns, so after all the Baron aggression stops, a little bit of a lull state here.
Yep. I mean, what DK, I think, are looking for here is an opportunity to 1-3-1. And I think as far as 1v1s are concerned, like Showmaker and Shiwu are both stronger than their opponents, but they're not really making any ground, right? And then this, like, the leftover pieces here of like Beryl, Aiming, and Lucid don't really fit in a like stand in mid lane and siege scenario.
Sure.
About is so incredibly strong in that. And so it's kind of awkward because I feel like the ones in the 1-3-1 are actually very, very good. But everything else doesn't quite work. Unless this happens, as the Q did connect, but able to outrange it there is about.
Yeah, he just flashes, so they're not going to commit any further with Duro being there. But getting the flash is still massive. Lucid doesn't commit his to set up the ultimate. So that's a nice trade there. Taking away the Immobile Varus's flash is quite massive for what this composition can do and how much single target blow up it has. I do think that once the Leandries is done here for Chemish, he can kind of keep Showmaker at arm's length, but we'll talk about that later as we got a bit of a fight here. Showmaker over the wall.
Yep, vision available here, so Lucid knew what was going on completely. Good handshake, but doesn't get the stun. Canyon able to make his way out, and now the ulti going to come through. Duro taking a bit of damage there, but does have the Titan's Wrath, so just back to farm in the jungle here, and she will be just wandering down towards that bottom side. Didn't want to invest the teleport. Of course, Keen did have his in case something went wrong. Showmaker finds his ex-teammate here as Canyon to try and keep his control ward alive, and both of them agree that farming is the answer.
Chemish ends up getting Leandries, right? And this is what I was leading into, is he can kind of keep poking with his Qs and keep Showmaker away with his weirding and eventually burn him down in the side lane as long as he doesn't make a mistake with spacing. And notice the fact that this game is really slowed down, yet all of the action is around D+ trying to deny a Baron, potentially because they can't see. Look at all the deep warding that set up the traps and everything that Canyon set up around the Baron pit itself. D+ is really on the back foot here, even though the goal is basically dead even because they can't guarantee where Gen.G are on the map, whether or not they're doing Baron with the damage that they have right now. So the pacing of this game is completely in Gen.G's control right now.
Yeah, Showmaker as well getting slowed down, taking some poke damage here. You mentioned the 2 items being picked up here by Chemish. Showmaker struggling to hold on when all of this poke is flying in. But she was the one having a good time, I guess. 2 items now done. Thornmail is completed here for Keen, though, as Showmaker does find a depth charge, but
You can see Chemish is just like
coming from anything.
he just presses Q and W, Q a second time, and Showmaker's like, well, I can't compete with that damage right now. I need to get on top of him. Even if he dash cannons in, there's no guarantee he's going to land the stun, and if he doesn't, then he can't actually trade with this Aurora. Without the Leandries, you know, you don't do that much damage, and you're putting yourself at risk, but when you have that Leandries ticking up every single time, Showmaker eventually just doesn't want to take any more gambles. It's just not worth it anymore.
Oh, there's the handshake onto Duro. Does find an anchor onto the wall as Aiming chasing after him, but they don't want to chase into the fog of war. Canyon was lurking, and this might be a soul point opportunity, perhaps. But Duro didn't really invest anything. His health bar is coming back once more. Shiwu inside track here, moving towards them as Beryl Able to sidestep nicely.
Showmaker?
Hook is going to come in as Showmaker does find them on the backside. Lucid wanting to try and keep his AD carry alive as meanwhile into the backline goes the Ambessa. Showmaker gets in there as well. Shiwu 1 versus 3. Meanwhile, Keen doing the same thing. Goes all out, takes down the Lee Sin. And Beryl is dead as well. All right, the Keen Sante is going to launch himself onto the map. 2 items, and that's where he decides to win the game.
Down goes the Ambessa. Doesn't get him the Quadra there this time around. But it's an ace. And that should be Baron here. They've got Nidalee still online.
Like,
and with double Leandries, it's going
This is
down.
so crazy, though, Wolf. Like, Keen was just getting beaten down through the entire laning phase, and then he's like, all right, sit down, kid. This is how we win a team
That's
fight.
the thing. Like, I was going to mention when you were talking about he was getting destroyed in the side is he just survives, though, and then he does things in team fights with the teleport, right? And in this case, he could just wrap around. Showmaker actually kind of whiffed his engage here, and the fight is just completely split. And even though it's a Kalista who has super high damage output, Keen doesn't really care. And Lucid comes in here a little bit disjointed, ends up getting taken out first, and then Keen in this bush is just going to have easy pickings on the rest of these members. And the Kalista just isn't strong enough yet. I mean, she's quite strong, to be fair, and even against a tanky target like Keen. But it's just not enough, unfortunately. He's been able to farm for so long. Doesn't matter, they didn't have any kills before this. And D+ will get this dragon here.
Yeah, still able to get that. Of course, Gen.G moved over. They collect themselves the Baron. So that's why.
Yeah.
And Chemish moving up towards his top side, going to start this shove. And the money really is going to start piling in. Right now, it's about a 3.5k lead, but that is only going to balloon as this Baron starts to tick.
After Showmaker left the top lane, that turret took a ton of damage. Now it's just taken out. You see Chemish does end up just freely destroying that one. He's got Duro here as kind of a bodyguard. He's going to put some pressure on this inner. Again, the control ward down next to the red buff. This ward here in this entry point. They know everywhere D+ is. They've got their eyes on every single champion, the angles they could approach from. So a push like this with the Baron is just completely safe. And if D+ try to come over and contest, they're going to die. So they just kind of have to slowly let this this turret go as the Baron expires, and Shiu is going to miss the ult here too.
Doesn't quite find it. That's a big cooldown. So the inner turret is going to fall like you were talking about. Not a lot that DK can actually do to answer this as Lucid coming in, looking for an angle, but doesn't find the Q. So the ulti from Showmaker not really doing too much. The Fate's Call as well is going to be invested as Beryl realizes that he has to flash. And Keen getting right up close and personal with aiming and Beryl here. Now fighting against Lucid, but oh dear, he's 1 versus 4, and that's going to mean he's just straight up dead. DK, I felt like they were holding on for dear life throughout this game, and the inevitability of Gen.G just hit them like a boulder in that dragon pit.
It really, really did. I mean, Keen cleaned up house, and this is just the game.
Yeah, that should be it. Shiwu just doing his very best to try and defend this turret, but your Nexus turrets are under fire. Wanted to find this flank angle if he can. Showmaker with Chains of Corruption at the ready. But look at the AoE damage. These piercing arrows really starting to hurt. About gonna have to use that cleanse. But he has all the rest of his teammates here. The health bars are so large, and now the Nexus is exposed. Gen.G, like a freight train, will be able to take down DK in this matchup. It was not exciting. Guys, we are going to be honest about that. There was not a lot of action throughout this game, but the jostling for position, it was an interesting game, right?
It was an LCK game, you know, basically.
Yeah.
It was a slow one. There was a lot of vision fights. But Gen.G, after the mid-game, and this is before that big dragon fight that really broke the back there of D+, they had so much vision control, and I think Chemish, actually, even though he had a really rough laning phase and like his hands didn't look great there, his brain in terms of when he knew to back, like his time as grabbing his Leandries, then how he laned against Showmaker, the pressure he was constantly putting on the turret, the vision that they set up was pretty insane around that top side. And I look at this and I go, man, you know, Canyon, Keen, that part, it's unchanged, right? Looks normal, looks fine. But you look at Chemish and About, I'm like, these guys seem serviceable. That's a good sign for Gen.G maybe getting a massive upgrade for their Challengers roster this season. But the map moves, the macro were way better. They were able to say, you know what, I'm not going to fight that dragon. They made the right decisions. When D+ was at their strongest, they stayed away. They fought their battles when they needed to. Really smart play here from Gen.G with the draft they had.
Yep, I would agree. I do think that Aurora is kind of broken. I'd like to see that champion get banned a little bit more. However, just really good play. And Keen my God, this guy is just too good in a team fight. Like, he's just too good. It's just it feels unfair, you know? The game's so incredibly slow, methodical, blah, blah, blah. And then Keen says, I'm going all out and killing 3 people. What are you going to do about it?
The biggest symptom of Gen.G not having any map control is the damage number you see from Lucid there at 3,200. He's just never able to find anybody or find any flanks because every path is either warded or trap set up by Canyon. You know, Canyon has every single different way he could actually try to approach covered. And he gets that one kick and it flashes out. And then he's like, that's all I could do, guys. Like, that's as close as it gets for me getting value this game because we have no map control whatsoever. And I can't even blame him because he didn't int or throw or make huge mistakes.
Nope.
He just didn't. He wasn't given any opportunities. And
it's
that
a
number
product
is very
of the draft.
glaring. Yeah, exactly.
And when you do have, like, all of this range versus none of this range, it has to be a snowball, and you have to be able to win every all-in. Otherwise, it is very, very difficult to play out. And DK, they were unable to get any sort of snowball because nothing happened in the early stages of the game. They did try to go for some things we saw on the bottom side of the map, tried to go for that dive. Duro outplayed it very, very nicely. Man, it was well played by Gen.G on a defensive level, as well as, you know, a Canyon masterclass of just making sure that you have full control of your jungle. The vision was exemplary, and I mean, it might be boring. It may not necessarily be what you like the most, but this is what some of the best League of Legends does look like.
It does.
There's nothing that we can do about it. Next one, going to be Humble Life Esports taking on T1.
Should be interesting.
Yeah.
I think I would give given the rosters a bit of an edge to Hanwha Life here, but T1 showed us some wacky and really fun stuff in their first game against Vietnam as well.
Yeah, didn't G-Riz play on T1 for a little while as well? Or was that... Am I losing my mind?
I'm thinking of Guwon.
I'm thinking of Guwon. Never mind. Guwon and G-Riz, both of them very powerful players. They
and
are
also
built
kind of Giga Chad,
stocky.
big boys.
Exactly. Yeah. So they do kind of meld. But it is now time for us to take a short break. I think we can start some of the music. We can get a little bit of a dance happening, and then we can be back for Hanwha Life Esports taking on T1. Will Hanwha be able to do it again? Will T1 be able to bounce back after their difficult loss against Vietnam? That's what we're going to have to find out. I'm going to download some more information as well from my Wikipedia page. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. We are almost at the halfway point, just one more game to go, and it is a big one. Life eSports taking on T1. T1 licking their wounds after their upset loss against Vietnam. And Life eSports just feeling pretty good because they just won.
Yeah, and they look to be pretty strong.
Yeah, I'd say
Grizzly and Rooster had a pretty good performance in their last match. I mean, Rooster missed one equalizer. We were a little bit critical of that, but otherwise had a pretty good performance on the Rumble. Grizzly playing his signature Viego. And the rest of the team just looking as good as you'd expect. Zeka, Viper, Delight. Delight playing a little bit fast and loose, but it didn't ultimately matter.
Yeah, and I like the fact that he's playing with some gusto. You know, it kept things interesting. I think he was like 3/4 of their team's deaths by the end, and the deaths number was not very high, just for the team in general. I think it was only Viper that had fallen down because he was greeting for a plate on the bottom side, and otherwise everything was just pretty good. They took down Nongshim, though. Nongshim are certainly the team that I think are probably at the lower rung here in this group especially. Group B really is the group of death, given the teams that we have seen here so far. So just have to see whether T1 can sort of pull themselves back together. Also interesting to see who is going to be playing as well, because of course they have a lot of different options as far as who plays. I think in this game we're going to be saying goodbye to one of our world champions.
I think so. We'll get into it in a little bit. Okay, we're actually getting into it right now.
Yep.
Just letting people know right away. It's Vincenzo who's coming in over Owner, and everything else is staying the same.
Yep, we actually had information about this earlier on, so it's not like, oh, Owner didn't play well in the last game, so he's being subbed out. No, it was just always going to be a thing.
Every match's rosters are predetermined before the day.
Yes. So if you are thinking that maybe there's some shenanigans, there are not. It is just what has been written on our sheets of paper in front of us. So Vincenzo going to be playing. Vincenzo's been around the block a little bit in Challenger, but hasn't had any time in the LCK or anything like that. And so interested to see how he's going to be doing here today.
Yeah, Vincenzo. So if you guys, we'll have the players up on the screen in a moment, but I'll wait till T1 comes up. I want to give you guys like a moment to do this when everyone's ready to do it because it's very funny.
Okay.
But yeah, I think in terms of his play style, before I make this Vincenzo reference, he's a very middle-of-the-pack jungler in terms of CL players and hasn't accomplished too much, but is very serviceable. I think he's a good replacement for some of the players that T1 have had, like Forrest in the past.
Yep.
This lineup, unchanged from what we saw earlier. It's still early in the day. You know, we talked yesterday about how as the night goes on, there's sometimes some fatigue. I say this, and then Grizzly yawns and Rooster reaches back in his chair, and I'm like, maybe they're a little tired, but it's a pretty grueling schedule for these first few days. And so far, coming off a win, feels pretty good. I don't think they're going to be feeling too rough about things here at nearly 5 p.m. Korean Standard Time.
Nope, not too worried about it. You can see Viper, Delight, and Zeka are all just kind of chilling. So maybe it's just the young guns that haven't got enough sleep. And let's have a look.
So look at Vincenzo's face. You can look at his profile picture online. Now look up Vincenzo Korean TV show. Like open a new tab, okay? Open Google, search Vincenzo K-drama, Vincenzo Korean TV show. Look at the main character, and then you'll know why this guy picked Vincenzo as his name. I'm actually going to open it for Atlas as well so you can see. He actually does really look like the main character of this TV show called Vincenzo.
And also, Smash looks a lot like Smash and not like Gumayushi here. So we did bring up the rosters because on our sheets it did say stuff as, yeah, you're right, Wolf. It's actually kind of ridiculous.
It's actually crazy. Somebody told me that I think it was Kevin Kim who told me that he named himself after the character from the show, but I'd never seen it before. And then I looked it up one day and I was like, oh man.
Actual real doppelganger.
It's actually him. It's just the actor from the show. He's just playing League of Legends now.
We actually saw, like, and there were clips of this on Twitter as well. It was kind of funny. Gumayushi and Owner being pretty frustrated by the looks of things at the end of the last game. And I guess both of them just didn't want to play in this one. Owner was already not going to, but now Smash is in over Guma.
Yeah, that's... I don't think it's against the rules, but again, rosters were pre-submitted that it was going to be Vincenzo and Guma, and Smash is here, so Smash is a very good player. And look, if you want to try to build something up for your CL roster and try to get them some synergy and some practice together, this is definitely the way to do it.
I would agree.
So
I just feel like I'm a liar now because I said that we had the sheets that decided everything, and sheets don't decide anything.
I thought that it was in the rule set as well. This is actually pretty... After T1's loss to Vietnam, people are dropping.
Yeah, that's crazy. Maybe they got the info that Guma and Ona were both out, and we didn't.
I mean, it might have been on T1's Twitter, so that could have also been a thing. But yeah, like I was saying before, I thought that you had to submit your roster on the day and you couldn't change it. But I guess that was just like for our roster sheets, and it doesn't necessarily you can in fact change it. So
I think you just apply for it or something like that, and if you do it in time, then it's okay. But that's how subs generally work: is you get to use them.
No, they're cheating, Atlas. They took Guma out. No, that's cheating. They can't play Smash. That's too broken.
I actually really like Smash. I think that's this will be a fun one. Although, the opposition is the problematic part. I think if they had have tried this, if it was Humble Life Esports that they went up against first, and now they're trying against the Vietnamese team, maybe it's a little bit different. But this is going to be rough because the T1 Challenger team has been losing to Rooster and Grizzly quite a lot themselves. So,
yeah, that's true.
We are going to have the Skana and the Ambessa banned away here. So Heyte not going to be on that one again, as some Freljordian bans to come through. Aurora, I think, should just be perma-banned for the entire rest of the tournament, to be honest.
When you have a
Champion's
player
broken.
like Zeka on the other side, you just don't want to deal with it. So I think that's a reasonable take in general, outside of the fact that, yes, I agree with you, Aurora is incredibly strong and has a very high win rate in this tournament thus far. Final ban here, we're looking at picks like potentially the Corki, the Yone, that is ultimately taken away here. Callista also still available, and Viper could just pick that one up here. They'll take the Corki instead, and Zeka played it last time. We weren't super hyped about it. I guess they'll just keep it the same.
I kind of hope that we don't just see Ezreal immediately after this and they just do the same thing, because I do want to see some new stuff from Humble Life Esports, even though they don't have Peanut and Zeus yet. It is still, kind of fun to see some stuff like that. As Smash, thinking about going towards the Callista.
His Callista is very good. Really enjoy watching his Callista when he's playing with Reckless. In general, when he was playing with Bout as well in the past.
Yep.
Very strong. So it also means that the Callista in bottom kind of guarantees it's Zeka playing the Corki, but it may deter the Ezreal pick, right? I mean,
yeah, who
right?
knows?
Because Kai'Sa wasn't enough to do it last time. Maybe he just doesn't care about the matchup, and he's just going to lock Ezreal Rumble again, because that's what we saw last time.
Could just happen. I mean, Rumble into the Cassante matchup isn't terrible.
Varus has been the most common answer, though.
Yep, this has been picked into the Callista over and over again, so would make some sense. Viper is also a very practiced Varus player, so it wouldn't make us too excited. I just want to see the Corki in the bottom lane.
Yeah,
dude. That's all I want.
It's rough into the Callista, though. I think this is the one time where you're like, probably not. Hovered the Rumble, but then hovered some other things.
Now, is it just going to be Renekton into the Cassante? That would
Poppy,
be less fun. Poppy's fun.
Yeah, pushing the Poppy up before the second ban phase so they can't protect the Callista.
Also, like, this could be top lane, this could be support, could be jungle, and it kind of fits into all of those places quite nicely.
Is it R3 Renata?
Oh, yeah, probably. Why wouldn't it be?
I don't think there's any reason why it shouldn't be.
I think
Cloud had a pretty rough performance earlier. Ooh.
This is a bit more fun than Nico. Certainly a good one.
Also, Poby's signature pick as well.
Oh, true.
I don't think he's going to play it in this case, but he certainly could, and he has played it a ton in the past. I feel like it's a pick that most people associate with him.
Also means that maybe Renata makes it through, and then they get to just pick it and give the Nico to Poby, and then there's not the Nico answer to the Renata, so it saves a ban slot. Kind of cute.
What if it's Vincenzo playing Nico?
Whoa, true.
Probably not, but let's wait and see. Zyra's taken away here. They're expecting this Poppy is not going to the jungle. Zyra support, sadly, not viable, so... Except when it's accidentally picked because KT ran out of time.
Yeah, exactly.
And then win with it.
Good old Vickler. We'll miss him forever. All right.
Well,
HLE, gonna have to ban something. It's gonna be the Viego away from Vincenzo. Of course, was his favorite when we were watching it back, when he was in Challenger.
Yeah. And Grizzly played it last game. Will not be playing it this time around. Maokai support, we did see. It's been a little bit more popular recently. Top lane Maokai as well.
Callista Rakan, is that what we're looking for, T1?
Could be.
Maokai ban kind of making that feel a little bit obvious.
But they still have the Poppy to flex, so they'd have to wait until R5, I think, if they want to play that. It's a little bit tough to play that into the...
Yeah, it's true. It's not exactly great into the Poppy.
And again, it's probably Cloud playing the Nico, but when Poby's on the team, you always have to wait and see.
They just smash Renata here.
I think this is, it's a really cool tactic to do so. And if they feel confident, they're engaged on an immobile AD carry in the Varus. Feels strong, but is just going to be a Azir for Poby again. He had a fantastic performance, though, in the last game, to be fair. It was not his fault they lost.
No, he was fantastic. And this also confirms Corki Azir. So that is exhilarating, to say the least. So we're going to be
everybody's favorite.
Yep. You thought that maybe you'd seen the last of it, but you hadn't.
And it's still Rumble. Hey, tricked him by flexing a Poppy, which is super common.
Also,
now,
like, it's a great combo, though. Like, there is so much poke from HLE here. Like, you get the amount of burn from and the range from the equalizer and then piercing arrows. It's cool.
Do they blitz here?
Ooh.
Are they so bold?
I mean, if you press Pop Blossom and then Blitzcrank hooks you, though, you get, like, a free mega ulti. So maybe they don't do that. Instead, it's going to be Poppy support.
Well,
so
that's
the Vi going to be locked in.
You just don't grab him after he's level 6.
Got it. Yeah.
But... I mean, this is quite viable as well, and the Poppy is really strong in the lane. We've talked about this a lot into the Kalista. Strong flex, so they had a lot of options, but they do take a more standard approach here. Vi and Rumble is so incredibly strong. And it is going to be, it looks like Sejuani to round this out.
Doesn't really fill me with enthusiasm for T1 here. It is a very standard draft. There is a lot of consistent damage with the Azir, which makes the Kalista and their low range feel less bad. And there's all those things that we have said about comps like this so many times. But the firepower on HLE is just really, really a lot.
It's just so simple how HLE's comp works, and they're the stronger team, you know, in terms of veterans here between the two. I think that the pieces of T1's comp, they have 5 meta champions, and I think arguably the most meta aspect of this is the bottom 3, where you have Kalista Poppy, which is a really common bottom duo, and then you have the scaling Azir that kind of shores up some of the damage later on when the Kalista doesn't have the range to really do a whole lot later on. But when you consider the top side just doesn't really gel with this, the Cassante doesn't frontline for anything too well. Like, you can frontline for a little bit of Azir damage. It's just very disjointed, whereas Hanwha has a clear theme. Single out somebody, drop the equalizer, drop the chains of corruption, and just blow somebody up. Quirky damage is going to be insane as well. I really think Hanwha Life got the better end of this.
I think so too. I think the front line is actually kind of fine, like Sejuani Cassante, but I think you do want hyper carry and not Kalista. It doesn't fit the Kalista theme. The Azir theme certainly is there, and if Poby pops off, then my goat. That's beautiful.
I mean, he's looked really good so far today, so I hope that continues regardless of the result here.
But it has to be against Zeka. His Corki, not necessarily famous, more infamous, but in the last game, it was absolutely fine. Grizzly is on an aggressive jungler. Viper is on his Varus. And Rooster's Rumble looked absolutely fantastic in their previous game. Delight on Poppy, he can run in an int, and he's probably going to do that. Let's get into some dubstep.
Ooh, Harpoon. The action just never stops.
It doesn't, man. High octane, even from minute 0.
I think he got the Comet to connect as well.
Oh my goodness! Well, you do, because it slows, so you just don't get to, unless he ghosted. Imagine that.
I just don't want to get hit by a Comet. Gets you out in time necessarily either. Like, it'll be close. You could probably.
I think you need to precast the ghost.
Yeah.
And then I think you'd make it out. I think it'll be fine.
He's got a pretty big model. Do you think, we have a lot of Korean viewers tuning in to watch our English stream of KeSPA Cup. So, hi, guys. Do you think they think we're crazy? Like, they're like, what? The English cast, I don't know what they're saying, but every time the game starts, they're like, wow, it's dubstep time. Like,
the thing is, Wolf, I think that a lot of the Korean fans have known that we're crazy for quite some time.
Oh, that's true.
You know, like, they've known that you've been crazy because you made, like, an entire, Twitter fan base following based on Buddha Jigge and just testing all of it all over the country. So
they're like, is that the Buddha Jigge guy? Yeah, that's me. I'm here.
It always is. Or maybe their mom just asked about that as, oh dear, Cloud already taken down to 50%.
That's not what you want to see if you're Cloud.
No, but they still do retain some control of this wave state, I guess. Delight gets that heroic charge back off cooldown. You can see Hail of Blades almost back off again as well. And so far, I mean, this should be how things kind of go. The early game with a double-ranged versus Poppy Varus probably should be enough to get a bit of control back, and you can see Delight and Viper going to cede some ground as level 2 is coming in.
Another comment.
Beautiful. And that's a lot of damage. So Hate going to be winning out on that one.
Yeah, interesting to see Hete against different level opposition here in this one, up against Rooster. Rooster having a pretty decent start in that earlier series against Kingen.
Yeah, I feel like Rooster is he's certainly someone to keep an eye out for as the seasons go on. He's been around the traps for quite some time, but is improving, is what it feels like to me.
Yeah, he's a player like Casting, for example, who came in, you know, when Perfect was ill early on the season. People were like, who is this guy? And we're like, oh yeah, he's solid. He's not famous, you know, he's not on the Shiu level of like, this is the next coming of the best top laner of all time. But if you put him in the LCK, he would do just fine. And he's kind of proving it once again here. Proved it against Kingen already. He's just a very, very strong top laner. About as solid as it comes.
Yep, he's just pretty good. And so G-Riz going to be putting a ward down. That's going to be spotted if T1 wanted to. Didn't see any pings going down, but I think now getting the information that that's exactly where G-Riz is. Not able to spot out Vincenzo, though. So he's able to take the Southern Rift Scuttler. Topside going to be secured now by Grizzly. And so we're not really seeing too much as far as aggression. But as I say that, Vincenzo paying a visit. This is full information over to HLE.
Viper's got cleanse.
Yeah, teleport might be invested here as well, and there it is. Viper is going to cleanse, does have cleanse, but he's just still dead. Smash is going to follow suit here. That is money over to Zeka, which is certainly dangerous.
Yeah, I guess the cleanse is going to be too helpful against the knockup of the Arctic Assault, so he just isn't able to utilize it there, and that's the initiation that they do opt in for. But that's massive. I mean, it's the exact target that they were looking for in the 80 carry. Remove him from the bottom lane. Delight's playing bodyguard. They have vision of Vincenzo. You could see Delight's like, ooh, this is tricky. Got to deal with the Nico roots, but also Vincenzo's coming in. And he sets up the steadfast presence, but he's still just cut off. Cannot actually block Vincenzo from getting that Arctic Assault. They're hoping that the Zeka teleport is going to be able to save this, but it's just a little bit too late. He still gets a kill, and that's significant here, but knocking Viper off the board puts him down 13 CS here. And you can see that wave catching, that Smash is currently catching, means it's going to even snowball further.
Yeah. The problem there was the Steadfast Presence wasn't actually able to make it work, as speaking of not working, that Hail of Arrows was interesting. Still Viper able to get most of them.
I don't associate Viper with the Varus pick as much as I think other people do, but that's kind of recency bias.
Yeah. I mean, he's been not necessarily known for it, but he just kind of plays everything, as we know.
His lethality Varus in the past has been pretty good.
Yeah.
He went Halo Blades here, so that's the expectation once again.
He was the guy that won in the late game at the World Championship on lethality Varus when he was on EDG.
Yeah, it was the game that made me very sad at the time, because I was like, I love Viper, but LCK's got to win this.
Yeah, please. It'd be nice if that was against Gen.G, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure, unless that was the DK one.
I think it was Gen.G.
Yeah,
the game I'm thinking of.
Because I feel like that was the most heartbreaking. EDG versus DK was like that was hype, that was fun, but like Gen.G, I think like it was B2D's like best international performance of his career, and they couldn't get over the line in Game 5, and that was sad. But still, we're digressing. You know, that was a few years ago now. Let's have a look at what's going to happen here. Is Delight waiting in the tri-brush. Cloud going to be able to throw the shape splitter on in there. And there are some grubs up, but no one's there. If grubs spawn in the river, can anyone hear them make a sound, Wolf? Do they make a sound?
I mean, if no one's camera is on them and they're like, if you don't have your cam focus there and you're out of the threshold for sound, I don't think you'll hear the sound of the animation of it like come out of the water, you know?
So I guess
so kind of like, no, not really.
Yeah, fair enough. At least they save the bandwidth, you know?
Yeah.
Don't have to send that one in. As Grizzly is going to be able to move on over there. he'll be able to secure this. So Drake for Grubs. We've seen this trade almost every single game today. That is going to continue to be a thing. Next dragon going to be an Ocean. Does mean that the value of the next few dragons is going to be pretty high, potentially, unless we just get a Chemtech.
Could be, but I think chances are good.
I just sneezed, sorry.
That's okay. It happens. Bless you.
That's
what Americans say, so I just had to do it. It's a requirement.
We say it too. I actually can't not say bless you if someone sneezes.
Oh, okay. So Australians do that as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's a requirement to keep your U.S. passport, so I had to,
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you still have it. Vincenzo, I don't think he's going to be able to take this, or he's just going to die. There is the cease and desist. Grizzly gets over the other side, and 1-2 punch, and Rooster picks up the kill. That is going to be a second one here for HLE.
That was a really cool play, though. Just, relying on, or not relying on, but punishing the fact that Vincenzo is looking for this red buff, waiting until the last possible second, going in for the kill there, having enough control of the top side to actually set that up. Lost control ultimately here, but he will be able to catch the wave under turret.
Yep.
And doesn't even need Equalizer to clear this one out. He's going to be totally fine. He's going to do a little dance move here to make sure he can get most of these minions.
Yep.
It's all of them.
Hate was farming very well, but as you can see, this wave being picked up by Rooster will be able to get him back there. Still going to be that inevitability situation that we talk about all the time with Cassante. I don't know whether Hate can really be the Keen factor, like we saw in Gen.G's match against DK, where Keen basically just decided to win.
As long as you just continue to farm, you're going to be relevant in a late game team fight if your team is ready to fight, right? And this is a Kalista composition that, the Kalista isn't accelerated, I wouldn't say, but the Varus is put significantly far behind. Going lethality into the Cassante, I feel like Hete is feeling pretty good about his position right now because he will be able to start to leverage some of that armor later on. Because right now, obviously, he's building MR because he's landing into a Rumble, but later on that will start to balance out as he gets some additional items. The question is, is this soul a mountain soul, for example? That could be another issue that this Varus that's significantly behind here for Viper is going to have to deal with. That would be very frustrating. The chances are slim, but it is something that could happen here. And I don't want to say that, Hanwha Life is so far behind on this Varus that, oh, cool, the Kalista comp is working. But I think T1 still need to fish for a little bit more. I think they need to find a little bit more success here on the map. And losing Vincenzo there on the red buff really put them back an additional step.
I would agree. I do think that HLE, the best times are yet to come. They want to hit those 2-item spikes on Corki Varus and then, get things played around Rooster and these wombo combos that they can utilize. But I think as far as this early game, it's going pretty well for T1.
Yeah.
And Poby moving more and more towards getting these couple of items for himself as well. Smash wanting to be a little bit more relevant as G-Riz is in position, and they don't seem to know. All right, there's the Vault Breaker, finds the Cease and Desist. Chains of Corruption are going to connect, and unfortunately, you cannot cleanse death.
No. Certainly cannot.
We mentioned Wombo combo. Do you think that's an example?
Fairly decent combo, yeah. He also can't barrier death in this case either, but he tried to.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay.
I know I just saw a thing happen.
Yeah.
I saw a thing happen.
It's like earlier with the cleanse, so we're like, maybe you can cleanse this. Oh, it's a knock-up. Oh, maybe you can. Oh, no, it's a barrier in this case. But, these 80 carries, their summoner spells aren't getting them out of dodge in this game so far.
At least Viper didn't have to use his at all because he knew that it was just straight up useless.
It's just not going to actually be a thing. The barrier wasn't going to save him there, but sometimes it's just a gut reaction when you're under fire like that. Oh, maybe the barrier buys me that one extra moment of safety to then I get into the turret and I survive, but sadly not in this case. Cloud didn't use his Pop Blossom. I don't know if he had it actually, but I think he did there, but he just wasn't close enough to actually help out. Either way, this really puts Viper back on the map a little bit because he's got that kill under his belt. Still significantly behind in farm, but keeping him relevant. So really nice proactive play here. That's 2 in a row here for Hanwha Life to put themselves into a gold lead. Both plays around the top side.
Feeling pretty good about it. And, I mean, you're so much lower econ as well when you are this lethality Varus. You don't really need to worry too much. He's down significantly, but... Well, Zekrom is going to make it less significant, I guess, as Pop Blossom's still going to be able to find Zekrom after the flash. The punish is gorgeous! Poby comes in, and the Sand Soldiers take down the small pilot. Man, that was really well played by T1, answering gorgeously.
Yeah, you really got to consider that Poby also has teleport in this situation.
Yeah.
And, never change on Corki Zeka, but
Yeah.
Delight's coming in here. He wants to try to make something happen, maybe a bit of a snowball, but this is risky.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption come in. Viper's still going to be able to find the piercing arrow damage onto Vincenzo, but he's pretty tanky, so it's not really going to be a thing. As all right, Keeper's Verdict comes down. The Equalizer, gorgeous position this time from the Rooster. Cock-a-doodle-doo indeed. Going to be able to take down the Piggy. And yeah, there are still grubs to be taken here as well, and there is no jungler on the map.
There certainly is not, and I mean, if you look at the grub situation here, Han Life already have 3 of them. They're going to contest anyways here with Hete making his way up, didn't teleport, but actually just joined into the fight. Very beefy here. Zeka also respawn.
Oh god, this fight just never stops. All right, we should be able to dash our way out. Hete going to be able to move back towards his mid lane. Should mean that these grubs do now start getting taken, but now Vincenzo's back on the map. Is it going to be 4? Zeka going to be out of Valkyrie away, but it means that he's not there to defend the rest of the team. Rooster moving down, and that is 4 grubs secured here by HLE. Looks like that is all they want to take. Man, that was a lot of scrapping.
Certainly was. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, Hanwei gets 4 out of the 6 total. But it's really just the impact that Rooster made there that is the real game changer, because Zeka made a bit of a whoopsie, went a little bit too far in, and burned his teleport, gets punished by Poby, but then they stick around too long there. And you can see T1 respected it initially. When Delight showed up, they were like, I don't like this, something about this doesn't seem right, but then they continued to try to hold on to the aggression and ended up getting caught and punished. So you're looking at the gold now, still even, but Hanwha Life scaling aspects of this composition, how simple it is, again, to execute, is what I'm most concerned about, because I think T1 does have the Poby element here, and he's very strong right now, already has his Nashers too, did pick up that kill earlier, that punish on the Zeka, but that alone isn't enough to get you out of the mid game.
Yeah. What can get them out, though, is not a face check from Delight. That would be a little bit of a tough one. Blooming Burst goes down. That's a great ulti. Pop Blossom right on the edge, and Delight is very dead.
Well, maybe a face check from Delight may be just what they needed to get out of the mid game, you know?
Yeah, apparently that's it. What I was talking about was more the HLE side. But this is definitely good on the T1 side of things.
It's a T1 plus. It's definitely, you know, it's this, I think, is not enough to get them out of the mid game, but you know what? It's one step in the right direction. But yeah, I know you were saying something different, but the irony was there in what did transpire. Ooh,
that was close.
That's not a Guma shot there, but it felt like it was with how close it was. And Delight just trying to clear this ward. Not necessarily a face check per se, but he is sticking around greeting to get the last hit on that ward, and it will cost him his life, and will give 300 gold over to Smash.
Smash actually feeling very good. 25 CS up, and now has that kill under his belt. Flash almost back off cooldown, and there's the Blade of the Ruin King. So right as we were saying it, able to finish that one off. So HLE, I think, going to have to start upgrading their performance right now, as a Rift Herald might be able to help, breaking open some turrets.
They have a lot of damage for this with the Rumble, but you know, I think the real key here is they just have enough space with the back timings here for T1 after that pick. They do get away with this. I think if T1 were able to show up for this fight with the spikes they're hitting, you know, they have the Rook Urn, they have Nashers has been done for a while, the Blade of the Ruin King you just mentioned, and the Locket that Vincenzo has coming back online here. Like, that would have been a fight T1 absolutely could have taken, but the timing is good, and because they have this high damage Rumble, it was also pretty accelerated. Just enough time to get away with taking this one down. The question is, where do they drop it? Because they got that and they got away, but they really don't have a ton of control over the map right now.
Yeah, and things just really kind of balancing back out again.
It's a good game. I mean, it's really back and forth.
Delight takes a little bit of poke, but otherwise not too much to worry about. So I guess the next thing that we need to talk about is where we're going to see the next fight, where we're going to see this game decided. And I don't know whether Chemtech Soul is really going to, you know, force teams to go all in.
It's really good for Kalista. And
that is true.
It's pretty good for Cassante as well. But at the end of the day, like you said, it's not the game-breaking, you know, Soul like Chemtech Soul is one of those things that gives you some slight advantages. The map change is one of the big ones for it. If it's Hextech Soul, it's like, well, it's good for every comp. You know, that's super broken. Like, this is a big problem. This is not one of those dragons. I'd
have to say, like, it does work very well on Vi with the way her passive works, getting shields and stuff like that over and over again. Rooster as well as building Riftmaker.
I think that the soul, like the extra resistances and damage, are incredibly good for Kalista because she often goes very low on health, but then like gets that big rend and survives to get a few more of those spears in. And then Cassante, obviously self-explanatory there with how it's going to work out for him in those fights where he's already so beefy. I think
and
the next
all-out,
fight might just be kind of around a Rift Herald drop here, as maybe they're going to look for a pick before T1, or rather before Hanwha can get the jump on that.
Well, you can see a bit of owie there as Cloud takes a lot of damage from the phosphorus bomb. Zeka demonstrating that he does indeed have his Trinity Force completed. Tia stacking up as well, but Miraman are not done just yet.
Yeah, you got that coal cashed out, so he's stacked up quite a bit of gold as Viper is in trouble.
Vincenzo going to be able to get that cleanse out as now Grizzly just dives on top of Smash. The AoE is massive, but so is the Pop Blossom. Just not enough to save the AD carry. Fate's Call throws Cloud to the wind, and Smash, unfortunately, just at the mercy of Grizzly this game.
Yeah, and the damage from Viper on the follow-up there is just insane. I mean, they didn't even have the equalizer to drop on this one this time. Imagine if you have that opportunity, you have that ult, and then you have the equalizer plus Viper's damage just soaring through. He's got the Ghost Blade here. He is stacking his tier up just as quickly as Zeka is, even a little bit faster. And the 2-item spikes here for Hanwha for both of these AD carries are going to be really, really big. We'll watch this one more time. I can respect the idea here because Viper is way out in no man's land. They didn't have vision there, but Delight's heading over. And Grizzly sees Delight's here, and he's like, okay, we have enough damage.
And Viper hit the fadeaway Chains of Corruption. That's why Smash was just a sitting duck, then immediately hit by Vault Breaker, Ultimate. Nothing he could do at all.
Keeper's Verdict knocking them up as well on top of everything. It was just a really clean fight. And if you watch, if you like froze the frame, like if you did a little freeze frame right when the catch happened on the Viper, and you took a screenshot, I think a lot of people go, "Ooh, this is not good for Hanwha. They should just bail and let him die." But they were so confident they actually had the tools to win that. That Delight was like, "No, we go in on this," and it was absolutely the right call. Grizzly goes in first, and it was pretty nice turnaround. To be honest, it looked rough, and then it looked great.
Really well played. Can the Pogo turn it around? That's what I'm focusing on here. Next fight going to be in 25 seconds, I would imagine. T1 looking for that soul point. HLE looking to stack up a whole bunch of Chemtech.
I think for T1, you know your comp is losing its power rapidly, so you got to fight.
Chains of Corruption. Cloud, unfortunately, the Pop Blossom comes through, but I don't know whether he's able to create enough space, and he can't. The piercing arrow is really starting to hurt. There is just so much that can be thrown at you if you get picked.
Yeah, that's the turret going down here as well.
Oh, this is a big swing.
It really is. For T1, you have to fight this. You cannot just give up this dragon and give some free time to Hanwha Life. You really wanted to get a big win in the team fight there, maybe get Poby a little bit more accelerated, utilize this Callista before those Murmanas are done, but unfortunately they just got cut apart. Like they weren't set up. Poby is still in the bottom lane. Vincenzo, this is bold.
It is. He is going to be in range for a smite fight here as Hate going to find that Q. Grizzly deciding that Vincenzo needs to leave the area. There's the Glacial Prison coming down. Equalizer, great position. It is the G-Riz that's able to take down the Drake. But can they win the fight is the question. Hate getting aggressive. The Mega Cone going to be interrupted there very nicely with that Q. But T1 not able to actually step up with their top laner. And so they'll just have to watch that dragon go down and live to fight another day.
You could just see how, like the same things I was saying moments before about T1 really wanted to fight. Like they didn't have all the tools. They weren't in position, and they were late, and they still tried to do it. It's like showing up after like the office. You got to do some bureaucratic stuff. You're like, showed up, it's closed, and then they're like, okay, fine, come in. You come in, and they're like, oh, you didn't bring the right document. I'm sorry. Like,
yeah,
like, but I really need this. It's like, well, you weren't ready. You were late. You didn't have the proper tools. You were never going to win that fight. But you could see how priced in they are. They're like, oh, our comp is losing steam fast. We have to fight. We have to find something. But Hanwha Life just didn't give them any ins there. And now I'm really feeling like, not that this game is done 100%, but it's going to take a miracle for T1. Some crazy engage, some really nice Poby engagement, or maybe Vincenzo catching the right target, maybe shutting Viper down, shutting down this Rumble, injecting some gold into the right places, because it's just so hard now that Viper is sitting on 2 items. His tier is still stacking, but he's got so much money. He picked up the Edge of Night. Very
It doesn't feel bad. I don't know whether it's like doomed yet. Like, it's not like the money isn't out of control. It's one dragon and it's Chemtech. Like, it's not like end of the world, but you're right that the tempo is now just well and truly shifted back towards HLE. And we've seen this happen so many times, that if this team gets into a position where everything's just a little bit in their favor, they can snowball very, very consistently.
You know, they made that change, not to completely change topics,
yeah,
to the Raptors, where like if the main one dies, like the other ones just like die later.
Yep. The no denying.
I thought they kind of just faded out. Maybe they changed that on one of these patches, but apparently they do the whole death animation and scream and everything. That was kind of violent.
I think they've always done that. We've just never really been watching.
Yeah, maybe so.
All right, Viper's Edge of Night. Shield is now down.
It just felt so sad. I'm like, let them die to Smash at least. Like, don't just like kill them for no reason. Like, if they just disappear, like, oh, they made it to a good home.
Right, let's see whether Poby can make this one happen. Just pushes Zeka over the wall. Does flash the rocket there, as we can see. Glacial Prison now finding Delight on the other side, but Delight very happy to tank and engage. Does have that Hex Flash, of course, so happy to have that one unlocked as Zeka walks away with his tail between his legs. Okay. I don't think HLA won that.
No, Poby's going to get a turret.
Yeah.
So that looked very tricky. Poby sold the idea really well. He's like, oh, I'm going back in. Oh, wait, no, I'm too scared. Actually, my team is here, and now you guys are out of position. You can't take Baron or anything like that. We've got that fully locked down, and I got a free turret. The gold where it needs to be, too, onto that Azir. Like you said, it's not donezo. It's not completely over, but it is looking rough. But small wins like this, I'll need a few more of them, could put T1 back in.
That's what you need. As now, that's a Vault Breaker.
He's missed a few.
Yeah, okay. There's a cease and desist. Grizzly not really getting too much done here. Gets his shield back as the Vault Breaker does come on in, but he is really dead. Poby going to pick up that kill, and HLE starting to fall apart a bit at the seams. Unfortunately, the G-Riz, I think, getting a rush of blood to the head, as now Zeka going to take his turn to do the same thing.
Vincenzo's ult's a few seconds away. Same with Poby after that last exchange. Zeka knows that. He's got a few more seconds, but in a lot of danger if he actually had it up, and he does now. So keep an eye on Vincenzo, who's just waiting for Zeka to pop out of that brush so they can follow up. They're not doing Baron, they're threatening it.
Yeah, and Delight now poking his head forward. We know that Vincenzo waiting in that brush. It is dangerous. They will be able to take down this ward, though. Delight safely gets it in there. This Baron could always be getting started. And HLE will move on over. They discover that it isn't. But still,
Hanwha is showing a lot of restraint there. You know, not having the vision, not walking forward, waiting for Delight to arrive and letting him be the first one to come through. And that was exactly what they needed to do. Poby, after grabbing that turret, remember, he didn't have to buy Zhonya's because he didn't have to arm guard at any point, so he just gets to skip that heavy cost and go straight into death cap. He is very strong at the moment. And into this comp, you actually also get to skip Leandries. You just really don't need that because there's not a whole lot of health stacking. You have the Poppy, but it's a support Poppy at level 9, so you're not all that worried.
Yeah, I really like Poby's build, actually. Just going the full damage. Saying that he wants to take him down because, of course, no one's going to be building a heck of a lot of magic resist either.
Yeah.
And so just raw AP feels pretty good. Makes you a bit tankier there as well with the Shifting Sands shield.
Poby's been having a really good set of his year games.
Yeah.
I feel like he has been arguably the most consistent performer here across T1, and that's including when Guma and Owner were playing.
I would agree. I think that the Pogoat, he's named that for a reason. That's right. Chemtech, Soul Point. Here for T1, up and available. G-Riz moving on over. They do know what's going on here. Control ward in the pit. There's now Poppy and Hate a little bit late to the party, perhaps. Grizzly getting into the pit relatively early, but Zeka is going to be here as well. Hex Flash over from Delight. Actually deciding not to as he gets into the pit. The rest of T1 a little bit undecided as to what to do, and Rooster is on a ward, wanting to get that equalizer down to start this fight off. As you can see, the poke is raining down. There's the hammer, doesn't find anyone here as Chains of Corruption. They come in, equalizer down onto Vincenzo, who takes down the dragon and now wants to just get out of there unless they can win the fight. There goes Cloud. Grizzly not able to lock anyone down. Their health bars are still so incredibly low, but T1, they found the first kill. Cloud throws his life away, though.
But they should be able to get out of here without losing anyone else. And with no vision here, okay, they have to drop a trinket, but they still have this control where this is tough for Hanwha to collapse on.
There is so much poke, though, so if T1 just stay here without really knowing what to do, they will just kind of slowly burn down.
I feel like T1 played this, like, literally perfectly. I feel like they couldn't have played that fight better. And now they're in a position to actually take this turret. Such patience. They were like, the only way we win this fight is we get to actually defensively engage on them. And that's exactly what they did. They were able to secure the dragon there as well. Get out. Vincenzo didn't have to flash. They don't get the full turret here, but it's just a 4v4 K-Ram here. They actually will all walk out with their lives. They got Soul Point. Ideally, they would have liked to win a fight and get multiple kills on Poby, but They didn't have to really burn any summers. Look at the patience here. They're sitting going, okay, once Hanwha comes in, we can actually do something. We're outranged by them, but let's sit on Dragon, burn it as quickly as we can. Positioning is super good. Delight's ult missing is so huge here because things would have looked so differently. If Vincenzo gets it and then they get out, Steadfast Presence also doesn't connect here as Vincenzo tries to go out. Then Poby goes, or not Poby, rather the support player goes in here to try to actually look for a pick and maybe turn this around, but it helps secure the retreat as well. And Hanwha Life they were spread so thin to make sure that T1 couldn't collapse in and look for that big mega engage with Cloud, but it meant that they also couldn't actually close the gap and pick anybody off because everyone's so tanky. You got that Cassante, you have that Sejuani. I mean, I think Delight was really hoping he was going to be the one to break that open, but just barely not able to connect with that Keeper's Verdict.
Yeah, the Keeper's Verdict is so incredibly important. If Hate gets in there, he can run amok if he doesn't have to worry about just being evicted from the area. As Delight still pretty capable of getting around and warding things up. So keeping themselves with a bit of vision, but you can see getting cleared out now. That ward in the Baron Pit going to be the big one.
This is just a really impressive game from T1. Like, obviously, they're massive underdogs on this one.
I feel like they've tightened up the gameplay as well from their last match.
It's like they really know that they're on the back foot, but it's still very winnable.
Well, let's see how they do here in this next battle as Rooster was he had an itchy trigger finger for that equalizer. I could feel it. T1 going to back away.
A lot of times with the Challengers squad that T1 have here, you would just go, all right, Hail Mary only. We better just try to do something crazy. But they're being so patient, so cautious in this game, showing so much restraint. That's rare to see from a Challengers team in a game state like this. I mean, they're not massively behind, but they are significantly behind. And they just keep being patient. They keep playing around vision.
Yeah, that's going to be the Glacial Prison. Delight, though, so tanky on this Poppy. Just eats the engage. Still, not a lot of damage going back. Vincenzo going to be able to get that health bar back up relatively soon as Viper slowed down. Vincenzo not going to be able to engage anytime soon. There's the cease and desist onto Poby. He's down so incredibly low. The Pop Blossom to try and keep them alive, but it doesn't work. Cloud just goes down, smash the next one, and Vincenzo will be cut down where he stands. Hanwha Life eSports not going to be bested in 2 team fights in a row, and the G-Riz just smites his opposition and heads over to the Baron.
And I think that might actually finally be what puts the last nail in the coffin here. T1 were so patient. They were so careful. They were playing around vision. They were looking for picks. But ultimately, in that last fight, it's really just Viper's damage that's layering, putting a clock on them, constantly hitting that poke, and then Grizzly comes in, and you have the layering of that damage, Viper's damage, Rooster's damage coming through. And Poby, look at this. He has the Zonias here, or the arm guard, so he can buy some time. Flashes perfectly, so he can actually buy some more space. Gets his ult off here. He has the Sundist turret, but the damage is just too much here with the Equalizer coming down. And then once Viper has this free reign, once the front line is gone, there's nothing you can do. Yeah, Cassante and Vincenzo are still alive, but the carries are dead.
Yeah, and just not a whole lot the T1 could do there. Beautifully orchestrated, though, by HLE. I feel like Grizzly had been a little bit rushed in his engages, sort of like, you know, the fight beforehand. He died before he even got to his target. This time around, though, they knew exactly who they wanted to kill. They got the Equalizer down on top of the Zonias as well, and so arm guard or no, like, you're still dead because he'd taken so much damage, and then everything's on fire. And 3 items now for Rooster as well, who's very quietly just been
Look at Viper's
kind
damage.
of smashing. And yeah, this is really skewing how the numbers look because he's already done 24K.
He's really just layering this poke so incredibly well. This is what, you know, we talked about we don't associate Viper necessarily with Varus. I do with Lethality Varus because he's just so accurate. You look at his Ezreal and how he plays a neutral game.
Oh, yeah.
He just constantly layers that damage. And look at it.
Yeah, he is the Lethality Varus guy. Really able to make that one happen is, yeah, I agree with the Observer. I think that Cloud may have just died there if that piercing arrow had have connected. You never know whether it's W activated or not. As Rooster ushers another minion wave towards this inner turret. And with this Drake being up, I think the Grizzly going to be able to take that one down without having to risk a soul point or anything like that. The soul going over to T1.
With the numbers here and the control of the map with the Baron for Hanwha Life, like, the reason why I say that was the final nail in the coffin and why I don't think T1 can come back anymore, because before we were like, it looks kind of doomed, but it's not fully doomed. Now I think it's fully doomed because there's no surprise anymore. And before, there was a neutral game where T1 could sit in vision, have that vision control, have the wards, and then just simply be able to turn on fights and push into Hanwha when they actually look for the engage. And now it's just like you can't get close to Viper. You can't ever get close to him, and he's just going to constantly do so much damage that really only Hete can sit through, as you can see here. But if he hits anybody else, including Vincenzo, I mean, it's really starting to hurt. And the neutral games just become so unplayable because you don't have range. You don't have any returning poke. And if you get vision back somehow, if you can win a miracle team fight, then get vision, then get on an objective, then maybe. But that's a lot of ifs, and that's too many ifs for me.
I would agree. And I also think that like the amount of wave clear that HLE has, any sort of attempt in the neutral, you're just going to get poked out. There is a critical mass. And you're right. I think HLE have kind of found it. Miracles can happen. Poby could just scoop up Viper and maybe just win the game. They do have a lot of damage to structures if they do manage to make that one happen. There is 3 items now on Smash. Does have Terminus now completed, but oh, it feels like a bridge too far. You're absolutely right. 3.5 minutes now on the next Dragon, so that one's not really going to be the next port of call. The Baron going to be up in close to 3 minutes as well. And HLE, they don't need to rush. They know that any sort of fight where, oh, even Grizzly taking away some Merc Wolves, any fight where you just get to sort of meet each other, HLE has the ability to shoot you and you can't shoot them back.
Yeah. So as long as Hanwha don't overextend, they don't step too far forward, they win. Also, they win if they just press R on Grizzly and drop an equalizer.
Yeah, and then Chains of Corruption. But that one, non-committal, so that's going to buy T1 a little bit of time. That's not. Good God. That's, okay. 50% of Cloud's health bar.
It's just like they poke, but they also all in. Like they engage on you hard and destroy someone. And while you're thinking about how to deal with that, Viper's just like, I'm not waiting. I'm taking your health away. It's disappearing. The bars are going down.
He doesn't even quite have his armor penetration.
No,
fully
yeah, he's like,
completed
now
yet
he
either.
does.
Yeah, okay.
But
So
he didn't have it
Schroeder's is
before.
done.
Yeah, now we were like, oh yeah, he kind of goes through Vincenzo. He's getting close to going through Cassante as well, considering he's only got that Rooker or he went the Rooker and first. He's sitting on some more MR. He's not fully armor Cassante like in a lot of other compositions you would be, because he had the lane against the Rumble. But he can start really chipping away at Hete as well.
Starting to get some of the damage down. You can see Zeka level 18 now as well on this Cork. He hasn't really been the main character. He's got 4 items though, and these big ones are really starting to hurt. So we're talking about Viper all the time because it's his piercing arrows that we're really watching, but Zeka gets amongst it. He will just kill people. Great sidestep there from Rooster. They'll be able to take down this inner turret. Heroic charge going to connect. Hete not too worried about it. And Poby is splitting, trying to get something. 700 gold. Going into his pocket there. Local gold from the turret helping out.
I honestly almost feel like with everyone backing out of this lane, maybe he should have just pushed even further, try to get half of that inhibitor turret.
I think as soon as there was some players heading into Fog of War, that was going to be dangerous.
Yeah, it could have been dangerous. Like, Zeka could have TP'd on him, Rooster could have TP'd behind him, but at this point, you're so far behind.
Yeah, true.
And now he's back and clearing a wave, but Grizzly may be a bit staggered here.
Well, it is going to be a rain of arrows that does just mean that they do back away.
Viper's damage is just peel now also.
Like,
Oh, no. I don't want to be anywhere near that far, so I'm just going to let him go.
And he's going to be able to catch this wave quite nicely. The Baron's going to be up in a sec, and T1 are in a really good position for it. So that is certainly impressive. Maybe a little bit late on the reset timing here, as the Baron is now going to pop back up. Grizzly moving on over. Chains of Corruption going to connect onto Hete. He eats the CC quite nicely. Doesn't find his Q, though, as Delight just trying to be frustrating. And it's working out as there's the Pop Blossom onto 2. Viper gets out of position, but you can see Rooster just eats it. And the Glacial Prison does absolutely nothing. Gorgeous use of that stopwatch. And now Cloud's going to go down. Equalizer just to secure it. Zeka now just fighting them over the wall. Flashes on in because he just wants to end the game here. T1 actually finding a lot, though, as Poby gets on top of him. Goes golden as well. Smash off to the side, and it's Viper that has to take matters into his own hands.
Fantastic Zonius from Rooster at the early part of the fight. No, he lives super long there, and it looks like maybe T1 don't really have a chance, but Smash's damage somewhat relevant in this fight, but it's really Poby who actually stops this Baron from going over. And, I mean, you could see the beginning of this fight, beautiful from the side of Rooster here. Cloud goes in, and then boom, ignores the Great Glacial Prison. They get the jungler out here, but it's Grizzly who's once again isolated. Look at Poby. He's like, ooh, this isn't really a safe situation for me. I'm going to actually have to take the wraparound around the Baron pit. And because Grizzly's on the other side of the pit here, it kind of isolated. Rooster has to come in and try to look for the secure. He does go down because now he doesn't have that Zhonya's anymore, and Zeka just isn't going to be able to compete with that Azir damage. Great Emperor's Divide here. Viper's still sitting on his Edge of Night untouched, but he alone isn't going to be able to do the Baron. And
he does get the dragon.
He does get the dragon. It does that much damage.
But you're exactly right. I think Zeka flashing over to try and kill Smash there was a weird decision to make.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't the most optimal play.
And they're 8,000 gold ahead. It does make sense that you've got a little bit of a rush of blood situation there, but that's it's not quite what I was expecting. It's okay. Baron just getting melted.
I mean, Poby's
going down so fast. Grizzly not going to be able to get in there, and yeah, okay. HLE just caught napping.
Yeah, I mean, even if Delight actually finishes channeling that ult there, it's like, cool, we're trying to go home anyways.
Yeah.
So, I mean, their setup is so good if they can clump up on a Baron like this with Poby's ult, with Vincenzo being able to turn, really strong, tanky Cassante.
Oh dear, maybe they overstayed though, as there is a cease and desist. Smash in a bit of trouble here. Glacial Prison going to buy a little bit of space, but Smash is actually fine. He's so deceptively tanky on this Kalista right now. Oh god, okay, never mind. No one's tanky if Viper is there. That is a lot of damage on a Vincenzo. The poke is raining down, and even though the engage happens, it's what happens after the engage. This is the problem. It's when you're trying to reposition, the Viper is going to kill you.
I mean, Viper is just 1v9ing. He's like, oh, my team can't kill anybody, but I can. He's like, I've got the snipe over the wall. I'm going to hit Poby. I'm going to win this fight. And, you know, in a weird way, like we talked about how T1's comp falls off because of the Kalista in some ways, but the Azir is great late. The Varus falls off if it's hitting tanks only at the front line, because it still does damage, but it takes a really long time. But when you're over the wall here, hitting Chains of Corruption into massive Q damage on the Poby, it's just like, well, I mean, he's not falling off when he's hitting squishies, and then the rest of the team can follow up because the front line is stuck in no man's land. Poby can't help heal for them, can't opt in, or can't offer any damage back. So that burn damage coming through from the Rumble, the Leandri's on top of it is really going to be quite painful.
He's almost doubled his damage since we checked in last.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So this is a long game, though. This is getting towards one of our longest of the day.
I think it's maybe the longest of the tournament already, right?
Yeah,
like,
maybe.
We're almost going to hit 40 minutes. I don't think we hit that yet.
We had a lot of faster ones, right? Like 28 minutes, 27 minutes, things like this for a lot of our games. This one's certainly going the distance. We haven't even hit a soul yet. 2.5 minutes until Chemtech Soul available for both teams. This outer turret that's been alive for so long is finally going to die. And
still have the
T1
Baron buff.
looking for maybe another one. Exactly right. Grizzly wanting to find an angle. That equalizer, great position there. Even though it's not doing enough damage to the minions, will stop that siege from T1 from happening. Oh god, that piercing arrow. What was that? That was like all of Smash's health bar. What?
Yeah, it's just crazy how much damage he does. The Sun Disc turret will allow them to retreat. They won't be able to get anything more than this. But they buy time for one more team fight here. I mean, I think this next fight is probably, at this stage, 40 minutes in, the game-deciding fight. For the side of T1, if they win it, they need to win it, you know, convincingly enough, because they have to go through both the Nexus turrets as well as like the inner turret before they even get to the inhib. But I think that if they win a convincing fight, it's definitely their game to end at this stage. Yeah. So this next dragon, we talked about how great it is for specifically the Kalista, but I don't know if that's...
Whoa. Wow. That's a big one.
This game is not really about the Kalista like living through and doing that extra damage. It's really just about how much damage Poby gets to layer and whether Viper hits his shots. If he has an angle, he hits them though. And if he can hit Poby before the fight starts off, it's going to be great for them. And considering how much control HLE already have over this Dragon Pit, it's not looking good for T1. And Poby doesn't have teleport, so he's not going to be able to try to split push or get a side lane going before this one goes up to pull T1 around the map. So I'm feeling very pessimistic about T1's chances here, but they are going to come over and start contesting. There's still 55 seconds to go. Yep. Cloud trying to get this vision cleared up. If they can get this vision cleared, then get Banana Bush control. Maybe a Nico ult buys enough space for Poby to get in there. I mean, I've been doubting them for the last 20 minutes, to be honest, Atlas, and like they keep proving me wrong.
We'll see whether they can do it again. So much comes down to the Pogoat. Can he make it happen? Or will Viper just kill them all? That's the question. Even Hail of Arrows is like kind of just killing them. As Poby, he gets caught! Does manage to get into his Zonyas, but is that actually going to keep them alive? As now Grizzly trying to find the stragglers. Viper now moving back in. That is a lot of damage from these piercing arrows, but that cooldown is a big one. Now Hate trying to get in. The Pop Blossom not finding anything. As now Delight keeps him in position. The Equalizer not really doing too much. Is into the backline. Goes the buy. Hate blows up in the end. The Rockets are connecting. The poke too much, and T1, they will scatter, losing their tank. Not too much more though.
Yeah,
so
I
the
mean,
game will continue.
It's not really a team fight win to end the game. It's just killing Hete, which means T1 can't fight anymore. Vincenzo fighting for this scuttle.
Unfortunately, Zekra is going to find some melee range with the Sejuani, and he will go down. So that's a little bit unfortunate. That means that this is guaranteed soul going over to HLE.
Yeah.
Minutes time, they will have almost guaranteed position on Baron as well.
I actually think the initial part of this fight, I felt like this is all worth for T1. Like the Zonia's here to block the damage from Viper, and then getting the Chains of Corruption out means that maybe you could actually back up and push towards the Dragon, but their eyes too big for the stomach. You're trying to actually get in and maybe catch Zeka, but he's just positioned too well here. You can see like Hete is going in on him. Cloud comes in but doesn't catch Zeka, only catches Delight, and then Smash is super low. Grizzly, this is a really risky move, but it means that it buys enough space. He basically sacrifices his health bar so that they can burn down the front line, and once Hete is gone, the fight is won. Vincenzo going in and grabbing the scuttle. I really can't explain that one, but I mean, he wanted to have vision of the potential next Baron take here for Hanwha Life, but that scuttle isn't going to be enough. You need wards really in there.
He just thought that he could get away with it, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Zeka said no.
I mean, they were also like, yeah, we should probably get some vision on this Baron. Oh, wait a minute.
Well, Smash is very close to his Jack shows being completed. And that's going to mean 6 items on the Callista. Is all right, Hate. Looking for a little bit of an angle here, but like ships in the night, they kind of just pass one another. So, yeah, looked cool. Stuff happened, kind of, but doesn't really mean anything at all. So, a real flank to be found. All right, Viper frontlining a little bit here as Cloud throws a dash cannon towards him.
Yeah, he gets rid of his Edge of Night. Assuming it was still up on that hit, but I think it was.
With Chemtech Soul, means that even if they are fighting with lower health bars, Grizzly especially is going to be so difficult to kill. He makes it into that backline once again.
It's really just about Hanwha Life taking out this Sun Disc and then setting up for Baron. They have a really nice set of poke, obviously, while T1 is on the approach. Poby has to be so far away to avoid Viper's poke that it's hard for him to get into scoop range. He doesn't have flash. Starting to close that gap, but there's so much damage on this Baron. The timing here is so thin for T1. They've got to act now.
Yep, Vincenzo trying to get himself in there. Grizzly's over the wall, though. They want the fight. They don't really care about the Baron. Another hail of arrows comes in. Keeper's Verdict goes wide. Grizzly gets back over. Vincenzo gets into the pit. It's going to be a 50-50 secured by... All right, the Varus. Varuses do that, and T1 should know about it as Poby goes golden once again. Empress Divide does absolutely nothing this time. The Pogo could not carry in the last team fight, unfortunately. As Hanwha Life eSports, they will be able to take down a few more as they make their way towards the Nexus. Rooster is already finishing the game, by the way, as Zeka finds an angle and will be able to get on in. Hate he's the last man standing. He's not going to be able to get this one done, even after this teleport does connect.
Another game lost by T1 in a late game Baron fight. I feel like this game should have been lost long ago, but damn, they put up a good fight. Atlas, our longest game of the tournament. 45 minutes here, looks like is going to be around the time this Nexus falls, but a very, very big win here for Hanwha Life eSports in a game that looked like it might never end. Viper just keeps hitting the poke, and Grizzly, some of the engages we saw with him on the Vi, I was like, ooh man, don't do that. Like you can't go in alone. Like you're way too deep. But later you start to see why his thought process is like that, because he just goes past the front line, keeps Poby occupied, or in the case of the Callista, keeps the AD carry occupied, so that then Rooster just comes through and burns the front line, drops an equalizer, and it's like, well, maybe you kill Grizzly. He survived a lot of the time, even with 20% health. That's enough. He gets out, and then it's like, fight's won, because front line's dead. We keep pushing. Grizzly had a great game, 2 back-to-back games from him that were, I think, very, very solid. Looked risky at times, but the decision-making was definitely there. And then, Poby holding his own, but not enough to turn the tides. Look at the damage numbers here. And that's why we said this team has the better scaling.
Yeah. Even though, we often talk about Lethality Varus theoretically falling off. Yeah, he didn't. Not even a little bit. That was absolutely disgusting. And remember, Viper's early game wasn't great. Smash was doing so much work in the laning phase, staying really far ahead in farm, making sure that they had as much tempo as they possibly could. But sometimes it's just Viper's Varus. His late game Lethality Varus, man. It'll always get you.
Yeah, it's. Honestly, it was a good game.
Yeah,
the fact that they were able to hold on, and then Viper knew exactly what he needed to do to make sure he could close it out. His accuracy with those arrows, hitting the backline consistently. That was just a good game. And I don't know. This tournament has had so many games. You and I walked into this game feeling like, oh, this is probably going to be a stomp. No,
not at all.
It looked like it was done for a while, but T1 knew everything they needed to do to stall things out and actually try to get Poby to a place where maybe they could have relevance. They played around Vision so incredibly well, and even when they lost control, they stalled, they slowed the game down. That was just really fun. One mistake from Hanwha Life eSports, and it's a completely different situation, and T1 is sitting at 1-1. Unfortunately for them, though, they are now 0-2 in the group after 2 late game Baron fights don't go their way, but I think that they shouldn't be unhappy with this result, especially in a group that's as tough as this one.
Yeah, and remember, you're playing against LCK teams. This was actually a challenger roster playing up against mostly the team that won the Summer LCK. So I wouldn't beat yourself up in any way, shape, or form. This is an LCK matchup that's coming up, though. This is DK taking on Nongshim, straight up LCK teams up against one another. DK unable to get the better of Gen.G. I think you could argue that compositions played a part there. This time, DK will have the opportunity to head over towards the blue side and see whether Nongshim can actually fight them off. So we are going to go to a short break. When we do get back, it is the second half of the day. Don't worry, guys. There's still 4 more matches to go. So we got plenty of League of Legends for you here at KeSPA Cup. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to KeSPA Cup. We are more than halfway through. It's actually kind of crazy. 4 more matches to go, and this one is DK versus Nongshim. As we can see here, no changes. We're just going to check out the matchup here between 2 LCK squads. Confirmed.
That's right. So it is the full LCK roster of D plus Kia and the full LCK roster of Nongshim Red Force. Fisher versus Showmaker in the mid lane. Going to be an interesting one. Lucid and Sylvie coming from the same timeline in Challengers, but not having the same sort of accolades or success. And then Kingen, an ex-D plus player himself versus his replacement. So very fun to see that one.
A what player? XD plus?
XD plus, yeah.
It's not XDD plus, it's just XD
Well,
plus.
if you want it to be, it can. We're running right into the draft this time.
We
We're
are not
through
wasting any time.
Yeah.
As already we've got the Azir and the Aurora both banned away. Aurora on blue side, an interesting choice here. As the Ashe going to be the answering ban. Aiming pretty good at that champion just in general. Pretty good at a lot of champions. But I think originally known for Ashe, as the Corki is going to be banned. We've seen a lot of Corki experimentation today. Not anymore.
Not anymore. And I was kind of getting tired of it, so I'm happy to see it gone.
Yeah, I'm okay
bit.
with it too.
Old Corki with the big rocket AP blasto damage was kind of fun because you got to see the boom boom, and now he just kind of go and like all those people. It's not that fun.
I do like the Corgi skin though; it's pretty good.
It is good.
Nocturne as well.
Nocturne's gone. That's
I think
an
just
interesting lineup.
a Sylvie specific.
Yeah.
Because like Nocturne Aurora is all we've really been seeing.
Yep.
And so with Aurora banned, it's an interesting one to be taking away.
It also makes you wonder if they want to try to utilize something that could be vulnerable to Nocturne, like some strong split pushing mage or something like that wants to go super deep. It's just going to be Yone first pick here for Showmaker. He wants it, and he's going to get it.
And now they need to pick Vi.
Or
Otherwise,
Sejuani.
Lucid gets Vi.
Yeah, but if they pick Vi, then Lucid gets Sejuani with Yone, so that's also... Oh, I mean... It could also be like top lane Yone, but I don't think so.
Oh, that could be kind of fun.
So strange to see Kingen against D plus Kia. Like, that hasn't really sunk in for me yet.
I know, it's super weird. There's been a few of these like swap overs that we've seen already. There are some yesterday as well. And on the bro side of things, Doive against bro.
Yeah.
Crazy, man. But
Mbessa mid, it looks like, as well, into the Yone, which is a matchup we've seen before.
And Fisher would be one to do this. This is the guy that played Neferi on purpose.
That's true.
So he's more than happy to pick this one up. Maple is the other one that started off the Ambessa in the mid lane type story. Now let's see what DK do here. Vi is there for Lucid, so you can just pick that if you'd want to.
I think
make a lot of physical damage top.
Taking the Vi away from the Rumble here as well seems pretty smart.
Yeah, I like that.
But the Sejuani, I mean, the Sejuani was the other angle we were talking about. Stronger with Yone individually, but what you take away from Nongshim, I would have liked the Vi here too, especially considering how good Lucid is on it. He's a good Sejuani player, but it's been ups and downs for him on this pick over the last year. And ultimately now we can probably just see a counter pick here for Shiwu in the top lane, or confirmation he'll be playing Yone, and then Showmaker's going to do something here. Will be the Jax.
Wow. Okay, that's a lot of power on the top side of the map. Looking very DK.
Very frosty.
Yeah, very frosty, and also very, permanently frosty. But also a lot of 1-3-1, which we know that they love.
And they banned Nocturne, so that makes 1-3-1 a little bit easier if you want to go out deep.
Yeah.
Like I was alluding to earlier, so...
Oh, Poppy's got a fair bit of value into both the Yone and the Jax.
Sejuani, decent as well.
Can be going kind of anywhere as well. Sylvie could be playing it, has been a little bit of a Poppy guy, but Lehens, certainly very capable. The Ziggs.
ban.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. I think aiming would have liked some magic damage to come from the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss for what else he could really play that is AP here. The Poppy is so tanky.
Vladimir.
I guess that's not out of the question.
I think Vladimir was nerfed on this patch. He was strong for a bit after Worlds, but then
I think he's nerfed on this patch.
Down again.
Yeah, it's a live patch, so
maybe it's a Teemo angle.
I'm gonna veto that. I'm gonna say I hope not.
Have you seen like Teemo's new animations?
Yeah.
Like the emotes? They're so like him playing the trumpet is probably the greatest spam emote ever.
Unless like it's your teammate and he's doing it in your jungle instead of going to top lane, and you're like actually having the worst time ever.
Yeah, I mean that's less good. That is less good.
That's not what it's supposed to be for. Don't do that. Oh, but yeah, when it's
least it's
all for
very
fun, it's
cute.
good. Yeah, it's when it's all for fun and you're doing it in lane and you're just having a good time. Yeah, I'm about it.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
It's just not when I see a Teemo, I usually dodge. Let's just put it that way. So Kalista is available here, and we're just going to see that locked in. I mean, Nongshim's damage profile is really good here. They have a really strong set of engage as well as big damage with this Rumble. And
it's Varus. I was expecting Kai'Sa.
well, Kai'Sa banned in that
Oh,
second
right, never
slot
mind,
because
yes.
that would have been some AP damage you could add, especially in terms of the poke. Ezreal also is a pick that we've seen a lot in this tournament, and aiming is so known for. Like the Kai'Sa and the Ezreal are two of his most famous picks in his recent career. We'll see that Ezreal come through. Into the Kalista, I wonder what they'll pair this with. I mean, it's not like you have to go all in and go Karma here, but it does suit the rest of the comp as well.
And they don't
Extra
really know where
damage.
the Poppy's going either, so it's hard for Beryl to like lock in a counter pick or anything like that at this point in time.
They could go Nico and be hopeful, but I think that's a bit... what if it's like Hui, Beryl's like, I got some more AP damage for you.
Yep, or the tree. This is one that Beryl has played before, so gonna
Really
be locking that one down.
Deters the Rakan in this situation as well.
Oh, I like that.
Might just be the Poppy comes bottom here. We see Sylvie lock something else. Like, Xin Zhao is still available. His favorite Wukong is still there,
Fisher is doing a lot of giggling.
Yeah, like, what? Is it like support Rumble?
Yeah,
and
what's
then
happening
somebody else
here?
is going top? Like, it's going to be Poppy top, and then...
Okay,
no, it's just
Blitzcrank.
Blitzcrank.
All right, I don't know why he's giggling so much about it. Maybe it's Ambessa support and Blitzcrank mid, and that's why Fisher's losing his mind. But instead, he's the one that's going to be playing at the lady in the mid lane. Sylvie on his Poppy. Very, very comfortable on this pick. And Lehens on the Blitzcrank.
It's Lehens, so, maybe he was just making a joke about how he died to Lehens' Blitzcrank a lot in LCK, and
Yeah, that might
they
have
got
been it.
dominated because Lehens played it a lot and found a lot of success, with it in MSI. It's one of the 2024 picks that we most associate with Lehens' success,
Agreed.
so it's not shocking to see this pretty good into the Maokai. And obviously, Maokai can't really offer back anything of range to the Blitzcrank, so it's not good into Ezreal, because Ezreal can just buffer it with the Arcane Shift, but it is very, very strong at locking Beryl down and winning those trades, where aiming is already going to struggle in those first few levels against the Kalista. I kind of feel like Nongshim have the more all-rounded composition, and it's not like some of our other Kalista comps where you look at it and you go, oh, well, there's just not a whole lot of range, there's not a whole lot of late game, because they have the Poppy and the Blitzcrank to control objectives, and then they have all that extra Rumble damage, and Ambessa just does a whole lot through team fights if they don't find themselves too far behind. But the range issue is there in the Ezreal. If the Ezreal gets out of laning phase, fine, and then he can poke. D+ have great side laning, so they can buy time to get that Ezreal online. Once he gets his 2-item spike, he's going to be relevant, but then when he gets his 3rd item, likely going to be the Spear of Shojin, then he's a really huge threat, and there's just so many ways to get him there when you have a Yone, Sejuani, Jack set up on the top side.
Yeah, I actually think this is much better than what DK put together last time around. With the Kalista, it is so horrifically short range that with a whole bunch of extra melees, which is what Nongshim find themselves with, can be a problem. But dubstep! Hey! 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 Maybe that's the new do-do-do-do. It's just, hey! I'm kind of good with it. All right. Let's
Chat's
see
got
how-
to spam it with us next time.
Yeah, come on. Get your haze out. As Kingen will draw first blood and second with the double harpoons. Land's going to be spotted, but he's able to walk his way out. On vision here, our DK. A little bit dangerous. Lahen's moving back on top of a ward means that DK knows that they're safe.
It's going to be a split off back to a more 5-point oriented start here. Although, I say that and I lie because aiming is going top and we're going to have a lane swap to avoid the Kalista matchup. She was actually going to come over here because he is Jax and start to annoy Sylvie. We'll pull Kingan's attention here as well. Not going to commit to killing the popcorn chickens because that's not his style.
Nope. Beryl moving on over here as well as Fisher. might be able to dash him under a turret, so no twisting advance and anything like that. Has actually taken the Bramble Smash first. That's kind of interesting. Normally we see Sapling taken first.
Yeah, that's been a little bit more common recently. I noticed it yesterday as well. I guess just because of the power of its damage in an early fight, but it really doesn't offer you a whole lot. You mostly just can't reach anything with it, so...
Just for like this situation where you kind of want to be scouting around as you're sort of wandering the map, but I guess at level 1 it does give you the most combat power. It's kind of cool.
And it'll only be for just like a few moments, and then as you can see here, he gets level 2 anyways, so not going to be too much of a game changer.
Yep. See who's going to be able to make their way down towards that bottom side of the map. As Shiwi, you can see, just farming between these turrets alongside aiming.
Just so you know, that's my gold.
He doesn't know yet. He's too young. She was not been on the team for very long. All right, that was a weird move there from Lehens. Kind of cool. Doesn't result in anything, but it looked awesome.
I mean, it keeps Barrel's health low, and now they could probably look to set up this dive on the Shu.
Yeah, Beryl does have his flash still available, but Shuu's not going to have his life available. Does flash to get out of the way, but the counter-strike was still there. Beryl underneath the turret. They're going to have to settle for some tree, I'm pretty sure, and there it is. Able to tank up the rest of these turret shots. Really beautifully done by Nongshim.
I really love how Lehens played that, though, because he essentially flashed to pull him at a larger range away from where he was. It looked really silly, and it looked very strange, but it actually just basically forced him further back, and then Beryl took so much extra damage there that either way, one of Shu or Beryl is going to die in this situation. Beryl coming over. They could have just turned on the Beryl, killed him first, to be honest, and then probably killed Shu afterwards, denied him to get to the turret. But you only have so much time to make these decisions. At the end of the day, it's Beryl who goes down. Shu played it very well, though. Counter-Strike allows him to survive. His
Sylvie's dead.
Dead by Lucid.
Wait.
Sylvie's only level 2, so Lucid...
There's no assist. Yeah, you're right.
He just got caught in the jungle and then got permafrosted and died, I guess. Didn't have flash. Or no, he looks like he flashed, actually.
Yeah.
Because look, Lucid also has his flash down.
Didn't he? No, he flashed to get out of the way of the turret in the last game bottom lane, so... Oh, flash has to be invested here from Fisher as well.
We'll get a replay.
As he gets away from Showmaker. Showmaker actually respecting a lot here. The Ambassador doing a bunch of work, not able to find that public execution. Let's see.
He's just greeting here super hard and gets found.
So
it's a bit of a FAFO.
He's good old 200 health. That's the issue.
Faf about find out. Yeah.
Well, Shiwu doesn't actually get an assist. So that's kind of sad. If the Jax had started to get going, that would have been good news for D+. Nongshim going to be able to at least keep that kill just onto Lucid.
Yeah. Still even start to this game here. In terms of the CS, with the lane swap, Ezreal maintaining parity with Jiwoo. So aiming is feeling pretty good about how that started off as Lens.
Oh dear. Okay, Ward goes over and he sees his death. Shiwu will be able to at least stun some people up. Beryl, the leap strike, and he gets out!
Yeah, I was surprised he didn't save the ward for the leap strike, but then he, I guess, just didn't need it ultimately because he can still
he was just warding to see whether there was a blitzcrank, and then as he was doing it, he got hooked. So.
Yeah. I just thought, like, and I guess because we have full vision, I will have to see if there's a replay of this. I thought he already saw Lehens heading up there, and so knew he was on the other side. But I guess maybe he didn't, in fact, see him. It may have been just on the edge of vision, which, based on the warding there, like you say, that makes sense. But either way, he still gets a leap strike out, so could have been much worse. And since he didn't die, we won't get a replay. But let's just assume that your theory is correct, because I think that's the most logical explanation as to why that happened.
Yeah, Shu actually dodging death pretty incredibly. Twice in a row now. They're not ahead in farm in golden or anything like that. Nongshim still managing to carry a bit of a lead, largely to do with Kingen having a great time on this Rumble so far in this game. Was mainly just 1v1 against aiming, so that does make a little bit of sense. All right, we're 5v5ing. That's what's going to happen.
It's grub time.
Well, Shiwu, he's going to get slammed into the wall. It's going to be a rough time. However, he doesn't die, as we have learned. All right, public execution, but that is permafrost, and he's dead. Aiming going to be able to grab that kill, as he normally does. And now Nongshim trying to move back and continuing to see whether they can actually fight them here. These health bars are still so high, though, as Shiwu trying to get into that backline will be able to get on top. of Lehens here, whose Aftershock is going to wear off. The Counter-Strike too good. Aiming gets another. Showmaker gets one. That ulti, just gorgeous. Oh god, is there going to be any of Nongshim left after this? The answer is no, but everyone on D+, still alive and fighting.
I mean, this is a disaster for Nongshim, trying to continue to force the contest there. And you can understand the theory, considering this is a Jax Yone composition that's going to have so much power. Also, watch Showmaker this whole fight. When he shows up, he could have double ulted here, but he's like, nah, that's not what I want. I want the triple, by the way.
That's what he wanted that game. He never ulted once, right?
Yeah.
He just couldn't quite find that window.
That's a throwback. But yeah, like that game or that fight there, you know, he waits for the most opportunistic situation. He's also kind of like, really, they're fighting this? I guess I'll come.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of us were feeling that way.
Yeah. So Aiming has 3 kills now.
How do we feel about that?
I feel like if you're a D+ oriented fan, you know, whether you even if you're a fan of D+ or not, you're like, well, I'd like to see them win this because they're 0-1. They got a nice LSK roster. You're feeling pretty good. You're feeling pretty optimistic about the chances of them taking this game because the Ezreal is pushing his way faster towards that 2-item spike. We're still a ways away from it, but you know, he's 900 gold closer than he should be.
Ooh, Lucid almost actually getting in there as Beryl. Okay, Jiwoo going to get caught, but able to hop out of the way of the True Shot barrage. That is certainly big. Oh, never mind. Aiming just going to come over and pop him like a balloon.
It's just insane, like the amount of value that D+ are getting out of their early resistances on some of these champs, and the fact that Nongshim just isn't set up to fight properly. Because when you see, it's almost like the observers are trying to trick us. Because you watch and you're like, they can't do this. And then you watch and you're like, oh yeah, no, they absolutely can because they have more people here. They have a better setup. Beryl is very tanky at this point.
Being able to set off Aftershock just by pressing W as well as Beryl.
That's what I mean. Like he actually just has a Ruby Crystal, but Aftershock alone.
Ooh, here's the ult in. And Showmaker is in trouble. He's going to be able to pull them a little bit of a way. Gets a shield, but he's dead. That is going to be a nice answer back here. Fisher grabs a kill.
Well, Showmaker doesn't have Aftershock, so...
He doesn't. Although he would have been able to proc it. As Aiming, he's going to flash. Hook going to go wide there as Aiming's in Lehens' head. This comes from being teammates for quite some time. Lucid says, you are now dead. And the permafrost not needed, as Aiming just has a Mystic Shot. And 5 kills!
Yeah, this one is... So I'm looking forward to the last 3 games of the day, Atlas.
Me too.
They look pretty interesting.
I'm also looking forward to how this game goes completely off the rails, because I guarantee it will. Like, it's Nongshim versus DK. Like, surely this has got to get stupid in the middle there somewhere.
Well, I mean, it's getting a little stupid already, but, you know, I feel like I know what you mean. Like, you think that basically D+ will kind of botch this a little bit. We'll have an interesting game.
Basically, this game is loaded into the catapult right now.
Oh, yeah.
Like, 100%.
We are tightening it.
Yeah.
And we are getting ready to let it rip.
All you need is that one guy with the lever to pull the trigger, and this might help out as up into the sky goes Shiwu. Not able to survive that one. Very surprising that is his first death.
Also very surprising he decides to flash there at that moment.
Yeah.
But, you know, he really doesn't want to lose any more farm. And King is sitting here at full health after this gank, has teleport advantage as well. Like, he just TP'd back in. So now King is like, cool, I have a pretty nice advantage. It's about to get bigger. So that's definitely helping tighten the catapult as well. And maybe starting to, with some very dull scissors, you know, cut the rope that's holding it tight, or start yanking on the lever a little bit. Depending on what type of catapult it is, you know.
No, I think that made sense with my headcanon of what the catapult was going to look like.
So... that's not great for the chances of the Jax that survived a lot but hasn't been able to get much farm, which is going to weaken his side laning. Aiming does not have flash now.
Is likely to die. Might be able to take Jiwoo with him, but the answer is nope. The barrier not going to be nearly enough, and 1 versus 2 is not good enough. And Wolf, this is I think we have at least put the rock into the air.
Yeah, no, I think the rock's in.
Yeah.
I think the rock has a DK written on it. It's about to get flung.
Maybe it's a barrel, actually, because barrels often have DKs on them.
Yeah.
In my experience, after playing a lot of Nintendo.
Let's just talk about the larger Kong at this point. Let's not talk about the smaller one at this point in time. Cranky, Trixie, that's okay.
Yep.
That's fine, all right. Funky Kong is okay still, but...
what about Lanky Kong?
Lanky... I heard he was at some weird parties. Aiming is trying to barrier the rend as well, hoping he can get that damage in, which is very cute. It's not the most important summoner for him in this game state where we've kind of moved past the early 2v2. But he was optimistic.
Were you a Funky Kong abuser?
Sometimes, yeah. I did not... you know, in Mario Kart for the Wii, like, he was super top tier there.
Oh, yeah, man. I only played Funky Kong.
Aiming?
As Aiming could be in trouble yet again. Fish is going to flash after him, misses that button,
I
but
thought
he
he
just
could get
dashes
away.
forever.
Yeah.
A billion times.
Oh,
Bramble
boy.
Smash from Beryl, going to be able to get him a little bit further. As wow, okay. I thought that took a branch. I guarantee that took a branch.
Yeah.
As Aiming was 5-0, by the way, everyone. That was a while ago. Now he's 5-2.
Okay.
And this game will require a little bit more thinking.
No, yeah, it's Gio's gonna get this whole turret and all the plates as well, and it's solo plate gold right now he's grabbing. He won't be able to get that last plate actually just yet, but with his friends here, I think there's a pretty good chance in a moment he will.
Yeah.
Dragon's up in 20.
Beryl not going to be able to do too much about it. And Nongshim, they got the first dragon.
Yeah, and they are poised to get the second. They're gonna back actually right now though and reset for it, so we will have a small battle here.
We might have a fight. I don't know who my money's on for that one, though.
I mean, even though Aiming died twice, he still does have his Triforce now for this fight. He does have
He
half
had
of
it
his
in the
tier
last
stack.
death and the death before.
He still has it for this fight, Atlas. Okay, and he's got
It
two
doesn't
extra
stop
long
him from
swords.
having it. It's very true.
No, it's true. He's got it. So he unless he dies instantly. Look, he's got his flashback up. He's been playing like he's had it this whole time in those two deaths where he didn't have it and he died. But I think that in this next fight, because he has Flash and he has this Triforce, his impact will be significant. Assuming we do fight, because
They
we're kind
also
of
have
looking like we're
5
not going
grubbies,
to.
and 5 grubbies is a lot of grubbies.
It's
so-
very good for a Jackson aside, even if the Jax is significantly behind.
Well, Showmaker with a little bit of a snapback here. I think claimed himself some plate gold or something of that ilk.
Uh-oh, he's going in.
Oh, no, Aiming. I'm worried about this. Not for Jiwoo, but for Aiming, because there was another God Hand making his way over. Lahen's going to be spotted this time. Oh, I thought he just threw out the hook. Oh, man. That was scary. I thought that, once again, Aiming was going to get hooked.
Not worried about Gio getting hit by that. No.
No, not even a little bit.
We're not even on the dragon. It's fine. Makes Gio back. Gio's like, nobody's fighting for the dragon. Relax, Aiming.
Oh,
Trying to pump up those damage numbers or what?
Relax, Atlas. He's in hook range again. Oh, God. Okay, you can, of course, buffer Arcane Shift, and it feels pretty okay. So
as long as you
it's
don't
not in
Arcane
as
Shift
much
in.
danger, but it still scares me. As all right, Rift Herald going to get claimed here. As all right, Beryl finds an angle. Sylvie just gets obliterated. And now Shiwu actually looking for Jiwoo. They do manage to get the cleanse, and somehow that hook doesn't find anyone. There were 4
surely-
buddies. As all right, Kingen going for the... Oh, man, how did that not collect the Rumble?
That was crazy.
Showmaker makes it out alive, and that also will mean the Rift Herald gets a headache trying to take down
Surely.
this inner turret.
Surely they do dragon, right?
Things are
Like,
going too well here, Wolf. They're going too well.
like, surely they just go take dragon now, right?
oh, yeah.
Right?
I mean,
Lucid. You collapse on Ambessa, but you push her out. You know, you got the whole extra charge thing going on. You know, maybe just go in on that. So they get the Herald, and then Nongshim, who were heading towards it to contest, are just caught here. And I feel like Beryl didn't even. He could be ulting here and maybe even pick it up a second. But
oh, that was a real shame for Lehens. He almost hit 3 people,
yes,
but instead hit no one.
they give the dragon.
There's the dragon.
It's been given.
It has been written.
Relinquished, maybe, is a better term in this case.
Yeah, something like that. Aiming has ulti, so maybe he tries to fire that to look for a steal.
And maybe they've seen the future and they know exactly where Aiming needs ult at the exact right time. So I'm actually getting ahead of myself.
Dear. Some revenge here for Aiming. Lehen's going to flash. No Hex Splash?
Lehen's, yeah, he didn't have it. I noticed that earlier when he had that crazy flash play in the bottom lane. I was a little bit
Wacky.
surprised. So it's Lehen's flash for dragon.
Oh,
But it's
that's
Chemtech
why
Soul
they
'cause
didn't
they
take
knew.
the dragon. Yeah. This dragon is just not the one that they really wanted. Beryl just sidestepping nicely, except for that one. Twisted advance, trying to get himself out of there. Public execution coming down. Showmaker's like, you're dead, buddy. And he's right. King is going to be able to burn down the tree. Optimistic ward clearing there from Beryl, but making Aiming feel better about his previous decisions.
True.
The Ezreal voice line timing was too good, actually.
It's just so different in Korean than the English one.
What? It's not that different. It's still same attitude-wise, right?
Yeah. No, it's just I don't know. It's a good vibe. I think eventually Showmaker should be able to knock this turret down. Not with this cannon wave, though, sadly for him, but it is very, very low. A gust of wind could knock it over. Showmaker is hoping that doesn't happen because he wants to collect the gold. This Sejuani sitting on 106, like Lucid has almost 100% KP in this game and has been very relevant, but it's really the question of, you know, once Aiming's Muramana completes here, because he's at 300 of 360, you know, how much D+ can get done. But we need to see a proper group up in a real team fight and not just, like, the silliness.
Yeah.
The fact that, like, Aiming got 5 kills early on this game because of big mistakes and silliness, and then D+ did some silliness of their own, and then Nongshim is kind of like, oh, we're not completely doomed. They're mostly doomed, but, like, not completely doomed. And I don't want to predict anything. Like, it's hard to analyze this game because it's just been so...
Oh, I've seen this movie before. Oh, it turned out differently this time.
Yeah, different twist in the remake.
Oh, wow. I didn't think you were allowed to do that and still call it a remake. So unfair.
Ask Square Enix about that one.
Yeah. All right, Lahen's still threatening, still scary. But even Jiwoo in position. Let's see whether a team fight can actually happen here for Nongshim. That's the thing that I have on my mind, is I think that there's still a chance. And Kingin hasn't really been team fighting at all. He's been getting fed, you know. They found some picks in side lanes. But he hasn't really been involved in any team fights, and we know that this guy can land equalizers in really good spots.
I think the thing about this scenario for Nongshim, for me, is that they have the tools to win from behind. Like Blitzcrank, one of the best champions in the game at just accidentally killing somebody. You know, like by accidentally, I mean like getting an unexpected pick. You know, D+ just don't have that pocket of vision. He pulls somebody in, a carry, somebody with a big bounty like the Sejuani. Lucid gets taken out, and then boom. You know, we win an objective, you're on soul point, different scenario. Like, they do have a set of champions, a composition that can allow for some really cool comeback stuff, but it needs to start sooner than later, as this Ezreal is now, you know, 2 Qs away.
Ooh. This is a little frightening, as Shiwu, yeah, there was an equalizer down on his minion wave. He's going to have to throw down the ulti, but it's not going to be enough to save him. 4 members of Nongshim down here. Aiming going to try and trade this for an inner turret in the mid lane, and they might even be able to transition towards top side as well, with nothing in the bot lane to get.
That extra gold to do extra damage to that turret, and his W, which allows him to get so much money there off of that play. They're not going to stick around here on the top turret, even though they'd love to get some enters of the gold. Barrel will get one demolished, like, bing!
Oh, no, mistimed the demolish. Feels bad, man. Sylvie is going to try and punish him. Let's see whether Beryl is going to be okay. Looks like he probably will be, as Fisher and Lucid are fighting. Permafrost comes in, follows him with the Glacial Prison. Finds another slow. The ulti's going to miss there, but closes the distance.
How many dashes?
Going to be able to chase after him.
How many dashes?
I think this time Fisher is dead. There he goes. So is Beryl, though, but we kind of knew that.
I actually was so sure that Fisher was getting away. Man's got flash. He's got all of the Ambessa dashes. I thought he was getting out of there for sure, but he does just narrowly get taken out on his aiming 6th kill.
Lahens didn't get stopped by the True Shot Barrage.
No. We did see a pick in the top lane onto Ambessa, as Kingin is now getting even larger. And, sorry, that pick on the Ambessa is a kill went over top side as well, and then Kingin is getting even larger. Let's take a look at this one more time. So he avoids the ult as Showmaker shows up here, and then, I mean, if Fisher hits that ult, I don't know if things really go that much better for him, to be honest, because then he's even further away from safety. Nice sidestep here. 1 dash, 2 dash, 3 dash. Dr. Seuss says that's all of the dashes he gets till his next ability comes back online.
Yeah.
And,
you don't get any more.
No, yeah. That
Not
fourth
even,
one just a little late.
Not even green eggs and ham.
Nope.
All right, Nongshim might be able to get themselves a soul point here. The DK do want to fight for it this time around. Chiwu is with teleport in the top lane. And Fisher is now going to move in as well. Kingin with Equalizer is very scary. Hook is going to go wide. Yeah, that's a lot. But this is the split pushing that DK need to be doing. Like, this is actually how this team sort of got their notoriety, right? It was Showmaker and Nogri at that point in time. But I think Shiwu can fit into those shoes, right?
Sure. I
and
mean,
allow for these split push comps to really bring them to some victories.
5 grubs and a huge commitment from Nongshim onto not even Chemtech Soul, but Chemtech Soul Point. You're happy to say, look, we've had this topside wave pushing up here for a while. Now I can put this real threat onto the turret. He gets to keep teleport, so if there was something that broke out, he could have joined his team. But this is a really quick identification that Nongshim are committing to an objective they just don't care about.
Oh, Sylvie. Down to 50%, but Beryl not pulling the trigger on a Twisted Advance. Doesn't want to, get himself in an awkward position.
Is, he's putting some pressure on this turret, but he doesn't have enough vision in the jungle, and they don't have enough vision around this Baron. Nongshim, that is to say, for him to want to fully commit to this one, because as far as they know, like, they could be in the Baron area, or they could be rotating down. He just doesn't know, so he has to back away. So he isn't able to trade the same turret value that Shiwu just got. True shot, you're going to stop this back. He's on the ward.
Rude.
Former teammate. There's a lot of former teammates going around with now that the rosters of the LCK are really changing a lot with this player pool.
There's loads. Fisher and Showmaker are going to be fighting here as that public execution not going to work out, but Sylvie is there. Oh, Showmaker. Gorgeously played. Keeper's verdict going to get rid of the jungler as now Shiwu going in. The Glacial Prison did already connect, but that equalizer is very scary. And now Nature's Grasp comes in. The juggling of aggro is just gorgeous here by D+, as aiming has showed up and the DPS along with him. Great Arcane Shift as Kingen in the fight, able to take down his opposite number. But with the permafrost and with no way out, Lehens is going to complete the ace here. And DK, they can take a Baron, they can take some base turrets, they can do whatever they'd like.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if they had Shiwu up, maybe he just goes and takes out the inhibitor turret while they take the Baron, but he is dead, so won't be able to make it happen. Now, Showmaker plays this incredibly well. Fisher really botches the ult there, and then Showmaker gets the knock-up, which buys time, gets the ult, which buys time, has the shield, and then goes back in here at the second part of this fight. The Glacial Prison actually connects right before he actually gets ejected from this fight, and then Beryl tosses the ultimate out, denies any sort of follow-up here, and then Showmaker comes in and cleans up house, just barely gets the end of that knock-up onto Sylvie, and go back to his soul, and it's just a very, very clean fight here for D+. One member off of a clean ace here at this stage in the game, and their skirmishing power in a situation like this is just so incredibly strong if Nongshim are as broken up as they were, and they bought so much time in, and by they I mean Showmaker alone bought so much time.
Yeah, Showmaker having a pretty good time. Aiming as well is about to finish his Frozen Heart. Certainly has been a former favorite item of the Ezreal's. Just cute to see it built once again, realizing that he does have a bit of a target on his back.
And against the Ambessa Callista, I think it's really strong because they're very high damage, high sticky. They're sticky. They're high sticky.
They are very high sticky, I would agree.
High mobility on the Ambessa especially is really what I'm getting at, and aiming is going to take some of those hits.
It's adhesive mobility.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I would agree. Crucial Barrage maybe just finds Jiwoo. That was a really nice shot, aiming. He was actually aiming that time.
Yeah.
Huh.
And this is going to give them some additional information as well. And, at this point, Shiwu doesn't have TP, so he's just kind of sitting in mid lane. Not going to be trying to push anything out. I think Nongshim have to try to find some sort of wraparound. There is that ward the observers are showing there to the left of Lehens, but no one can really set up for it. Like, Fisher could try to head in there, but he's just going to get caught by Beryl if he goes in. Beryl still has ult.
I think it's not really much of a flank ward until DK starts sieging the inhibitor turret. I don't know whether they are going to be doing that. There's now Showmaker, unbinds the soul, clears out that wave, and Kingen not going to be fighting the Yone.
That ward on the blue buff, could have been an angle. There's a ping on it right now. I mean, Fisher can try to set up for something here, especially if they saw that back complete for Shiwu.
Yeah, true.
But, D+ are getting out of there.
25 seconds on the Drake, so maybe just trying to deny a soul. Or maybe they give it so that they can get to an Elder faster to win the game.
The gold here shows the story of this game, and Nongshim are really on the back foot here. Zaming just tosses these out. He doesn't really care about his ultimate. He's just trying to get a little bit more information. Come back pretty quickly if we can just keep spamming those Qs.
All right, Hook going to go wide yet again. It's not Lehens' best day. As, all right, Lucid going to find the angle there. Showmaker going to get thrown away. That's going to save the life of the Rumble, but the Unbound Soul is going to be available. Lehens absorbs the CC as now Shiwu with that Counter-Strike buys so much space. Beryl not going to have the ability to do that, but Beryl is going to trade his life for Lehens. It's going to be the kill onto Shiwu, though, as now DK trying to deny this dragon. Fisher moving over, 3 versus 4, remember, aiming still extremely scary. And the equalizer is now on cooldown. Great interruption there from Sylvie, as he could just steal this one away, but it's not. It's going to be Lucid that locks that one down. Fisher on the flank angle and aiming, understanding that he needs to keep himself alive. Gets over the wall, as Showmaker just cuts down Kingen. And with these Mystic shots, over the wall goes aiming. He grabs 2. Showmaker has already gone down, though. Jiwoo might be the hope here, as Lucid still on like 1 HP, something like that. And aiming is just going to tidy up the rest of this battle on his lonesome, unless Jiwoo can be an absolute hero. Beryl making his way back in. Jiwoo's dead. Permafrost going to be there. And DK wasn't clean, but they take the Drake, and they manage to win another fight.
And almost 7,000 damage on aiming the whole way through. The replay is so long that we like instantly went into it after that death there.
Maybe he's now going to be the Damage King. He was Gold King last year. Maybe it's Damage King this year.
Yeah, I mean, look, new year, new me.
Yeah.
Maybe that's his New Year resolution. Fisher going in with his ult actually really created a pretty awkward situation for Nongshim, because now he can't get on top of aiming. If you watch aiming in this fight, the only person who's on aiming, the only person who's threatening him is the dragon. And it's not even really a person. I mean, dragons are people too, I guess, but you know what I mean.
It's a dragon, mainly.
Like, Fisher couldn't actually threaten him, and then he wraps all the way around to get to where aiming is, and aiming's just like, nah, the rest of your team can't join you now. And I'm just going to keep pushing. And Fisher's had some questionable ults this game, I feel. And aiming's just able to get over this fat wall with his arcane shift. Massive damage with his Qs. His ult gets this empowered WE. And at this point, yeah, Lucid's really low, like you mentioned, but he's just going to start healing up. And aiming just doesn't carry. Nice footwork from Sylvie and Jiwoo to dodge some of those Mystic shots, but they know that ultimately they're just buying time for some respawns because they are dead.
Yeah, they were very much deadsies. 1 minute until the Baron is back up and available. It's an 11,000 gold lead. As Lucid did get hit by a hook. That is true. Is he anywhere near dying? I think the answer is no, as Sylvie is going to try and evict him, but it doesn't really work out too well. Decent little ulti in from Fisher. He is kind of by himself. They take down Beryl to start it off, and there goes aiming as well. Showmaker in, then he's out again. Shiwu now trying to join this battle, and remember, these are the Bash Bros. It's Jax, it's Yone. And in these point-blank skirmishes, they will be able to stand true. Okay, so Fisher and Kingen, both of them still alive. Everyone else on the floor.
Yep. Showmaker still with 5 grubs here. Still can push this turret so quickly. Fisher wants to try to stop this. And, I mean,
every button goes wide, but it doesn't really matter too much.
Lucid just gets the permafrost here, and Showmaker's just buying time because Shiu is actually in mid.
Yeah. And Showmaker actually able to take him down. It's Lucid that helps out. Like you were talking about, Shiu was in mid, but then he left. And now the Baron has spawned. Maybe this is actually bad news for DK.
I actually think they really kind of botched this, because Shiu, when I said he was in mid, that's when he stopped, and then he was like, no, I'm going to go again. Then he's like, I'm going top, but he didn't show up in time to save Showmaker. It was a great play from Showmaker in terms of what he was able to do mechanically there, but the end result means that, yes, he's dead. Nongshim can now actually start to maybe push in and fight for some vision. I don't think this is good for Nongshim necessarily, or like really bad for D+, but they were in a much better situation if they had just walked over to Baron earlier with a lot more control here. Aiming is grabbing red buff for his team, which will be pretty useful for them, and then he's going to head over. Does mean he's a little bit slower to this, but I don't think it's ultimately going to matter. Made me nervous for a second. It's level 16, has that 4-item set now. Shojin done, Frozen Heart's been done for a while. He's actually with his armor pen as well, some of it lined up here. We'll have that Sorelda's probably after this next team fight. Is a really strong Ezreal, but you know, it doesn't necessarily matter if Nongshim get the right hook onto the right target, or if Fisher is able to get on top of aiming with some other members with him. Because last time, remember, on that dragon fight, he was ulting onto the wrong side of the fight. As Lehens has an angle here. Okay.
Beryl gonna taxi his way out via the Baron.
He had
some
a ward.
honey fruit to make it okay. Don't mind that one. As Showmaker here clearing towards the bottom side. He has got 3 items, 3.5. Aiming has now finished 6. The Gold King is back to his ways. Yeah, 12 kills is going to do that. But 3-0-18 for Lucid on his Sejuani. This guy is having a really good game.
He's Kanik.
Yeah, and Beryl is caught. Is going to avoid maybe a little bit of damage here. And almost heals himself back up, but that is going to be a really nice Ren to make sure that he dies. Lucid now, he could be in trouble as now Showmaker diving forward. Can he protect his jungler? That's the question. Another hook to bring back Little Miss Piggy. He's still so incredibly tanky. Gets over the wall with the Arctic Assault. The Permafrost not going to be there.
Aiming.
And the Equalizer does nothing. Fisher is going to get 1v1'd because there's a damn frozen heart on this Ezreal. And now Showmaker gets back and just destroys Jiwoo because his soul was waiting, ready to do so. Lucid, why do you have 400 health? Like 4,000 health again. Oh, because he's got Warmogs. Okay, it's just fine. I think after that, Nongshim would just want this game to be over because 4-0-21, Lucid actually is immortal.
Yeah. No, you just can't die. He was close to it a few times, but not even that many. Aiming, having a rocky, like second part of the early game. I don't even want to call it a mid game. Like,
yeah, it's not really the start either. It's just kind of like the second bit that
after
happened.
he got 5 kills, he had a bit of a struggle, but then he started being okay again. The fact that Xiu and Showmaker were able to put so much pressure on the side lanes is really what saved D+ here. Like you said, the legacy of the Dom 1 organization is a lot of 1-3-1, a lot of 2 strong solo lane pressure champions, putting that pressure on, leading to map control, aiming so fed so early, able to fight in neutrals incredibly well. And yeah, he made some mistakes. I think he was getting a little bit excited in the early game about how much control he had and how much of a lead he had. But when it mattered most towards the end of the game, he did big work. I mean, him killing Fisher solo there basically on the side really told you the story of like how big he was, how tanky he was, and how far behind Nongshim really were.
Not to mention the fact that yeah, Lucid gets caught. It's the classic as well. Like this like the game-ending fight was started by Beryl getting hooked and dying.
Standard.
This is the enigma that is Beryl. How do his mistakes lead to his victories? You never really know. But
like,
it started with this organization, so maybe now that he's back, it's going to help him.
You know, it's like when you look at some of the things that happen to Beryl and some of the things that he does in moments like this, it makes you believe, like, you know, when Faker gets caught in the side lane, but T1 win the fight and like win and get the Baron, it's that same sort of thing. It means that, to me, I mean, this is my theory, and I know there's a lot of people out there who say like, no, Beryl's just lucky or it's pure luck. I know there's a lot of people. I don't believe in that though. I actually think he's really smart. I think he's calling where everyone is where they want to push up to, and everyone in D+ is like, we're moving to this area. So when he does get caught, everyone's there to follow up and then punish the players that were trying to reach out and grab Beryl. It makes it look like Beryl's in a bad spot, but he's actually kind of baiting the enemy team while also telling all of his teammates what's about to happen, where everyone is, so they can follow up and make that play the same way Faker does for T1. I think it's just that sort of cerebral macro map sense and shot calling that Beryl has that allows him to get hooked, and then they win the game. It also is a 10,000 gold lead that they had leading into that fight.
Wallets were a little bit heavy, but I agree. You know, I also think that Beryl is kind of like the Magnus Carlsen of League of Legends. You know, you sacrifice a bishop, but you still win all of your games.
I mean, you can see the guy get caught a lot, and sometimes it looks silly, and sometimes his hands don't work the way that he's trying to make them work, but you can't deny that he makes some of these crazy sacrificial winning plays all the time.
He does, and we just can't really wrap our heads around it, which is why we make crazy comments. But now Vietnam is taking to the Rift yet again. Will they be able to do it yet again? They've already taken down T1. Can they take down Gen.G? It was a task that, you know, teams in the past have been incapable of doing so. Can't quite remember. Who were they playing against? Humble Life Esports in their first match of the day? Gen.G versus
Gen.G, DK,
yeah,
was the first one for them.
So DK, full LCK team. Gen.G with a couple of subs towards the top side of the map, still able to, couple of subs in the AD carry and mid position, still able to get it done. See whether up against Vietnam it's going to work as well. And that is going to be after this very short break. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. We are well and truly over the halfway mark, but we still have plenty more video game action for you. Now, once again, it is the gentlemen over from Vietnam, the ones who did what we thought was the impossible, taking down T1 in their first match. And now, up against some more Titans in Gen.G here, who have also been pretty good.
They seem pretty strong. They have a very good roster, and even though the bottom lane is looking a little bit different, the mid lane different for this tournament so far, they just seem to be very strong. Arguably, could be the strongest team in this group right now.
Would agree.
This is our current set of standings here for Group B, so we didn't do this update until the end of the broadcast yesterday, but we're just kind of doing a little check-in right now. Hanwha Life at the moment at the top of the standings, but Gen.G here could tie them with a win. This is not a best of 3 situation, so the point you see at the end is just how many wins they have.
Yep, and Gen.G and Vietnam will both get to 2 games, and so one of them is going to lose, one of them is going to win. So either of them will go down to join DK in 1-1 if they lose, or up to join HLE if they win.
Hey, who's that in the mid lane for Gen.G? That's a new player.
I've heard of this guy. He was on Griffin that one time, and then he was on other teams, and he's pretty good. It's Chovy. He's there. Ares is going to have a little bit of a tougher time, although he did just go against the GOAT. So who knows? Maybe he's just going to be able to cope with Chovy just fine.
Remember in the last match we had with Team Vietnam, they had a really unique lane swap strategy where they put the Varus mid and then moved the Varus top, and were very flexible with their lane assignments. So I think caught T1's early game off guard. T1 had the better mid game, but then late game team fights and some mistakes from T1 led to Vietnam ending up taking that win. We'll see if this team, which has a lot more experience than the T1 roster overall, because I mean you're talking about an 80 carry and a jungle player for T1 that are the real veterans that were in that last T1 lineup. Now you're looking at 3 players here on the top side of the map who have seen it all and done it all. Chovy still doesn't have that world championship just yet, but he's got pretty much everything else you could ask for.
He has. He literally has.
Yeah, he literally has.
Except
he hasn't won KeSPA Cup yet.
He also hasn't won the LCS, so not quite as good as North America just yet. Until he goes over there and wins that, we will not know for sure. However, I reckon he'd stand a chance. Definitely a very impressive legacy domestically here for the entire top side of Gen.G. It feels like Canyon went from one ultra-dominant team to another one, just a couple of years apart.
Quad set the bar pretty high. I don't know if Chovy will be able to perform as well as he did.
True, good old Solka, man. I don't know whether Chovy's Cassiopeia is as good as his. Tell you that much.
I love how the not the referee but the coach, I think it's Coach Kim, I can't see his face, is walking from camera to camera there.
yeah. We actually get a better idea of the orientation of all of the players based on how the coach is walking around. Some of the rooms have players with backs to one another as well, so you know who's behind who and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I think it's actually fantastic. Doing a little bit. Oh my god. Well, Vietnamese fans, you got to get back out there.
Gen.G actually got a higher percentage vote than T1 got.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. That's kind of bizarre to see.
Kind of nutty.
I mean, when you consider the logic behind it with Gen.G having a more full roster, that makes sense.
Especially if the fact that Chovy was playing was already announced. That would also probably move things towards the Gen.G side of things even more. And especially considering the fact that these Vietnamese players are relatively unknown, like Taki on the bottom side of the map, the only one that's really, made any international headway. But these other players were really good. Yeah. And I loved, the draft that they went for as well, this really creative Scion draft that worked exceptionally well in the early stages of the game. And they were able to take up the win over, Owner and Gumayushi and the rest of T1 Challenger. So let's see whether Vietnam can do it again up against Gen.G this time. I imagine after watching them play, though, Gen.G are probably not going to pull any more punches.
I don't think so. I mean, taking on 2 big titans of the Korean scene straight away in T1, then into Gen.G, if they end up upsetting Gen.G here and going 2-0 in the group, I mean, you and I were almost kind of writing the draft for the obituary before the group even started. We're look, this is going to be tough. This is not going to be easy, but they did really impress us. They're going to take away Canyons in Italy, so already playing pretty reactionary based on what we saw in Gen.G's first game here. Taking the Cassante away from Keen as well, been the champion that he's leaned on in this tournament as well as throughout his career because he's just such a strong rock up there in the top lane. And when it comes to late game team fights, he is phenomenal. And for red side bans here for Gen.G, Ash, Aurora, the two A-list champions, who both start with the letter A, gone. Corky's gone, which leaves us KeSPA.
Where was the B champion ban, though? They needed one of those, because now it's just AAC instead of ABC.
Yeah.
KeSPA is going to be picked up. That's K, so that is not anywhere near the alphabet of the bands. And Keen is like, I am free. And it's going to lock in Mbessa, although Chovy might just be playing it. Keen is not looking happy enough for him to be the Mbessa player this game.
Yeah, I think it might be Chovy in this situation. Varus has been the most common response to KeSPA throughout this tournament, and that is going to remain the same here. See what is going to get picked up here for Vietnam now. The Rumble, something that we've seen a lot today, more than yesterday even, as an answer to... Yeah, the Renata obviously is going to be one of these two picks, you have to imagine. But does the Rumble make it in?
Ooh, Viego going to be the lock-in first. Arrest, what is it going to be? Are we picking up a support, locking down that bottom side, keeping our solo laners free? The answer is yes. So KeSPA Renata, very popular, very strong bottom side. But now a chance to answer, because we've seen so many of these KeSPA Renatas locked in on red side, and so there's no answer without a couple of bans coming through first. And this time around, Gen.G can actually answer it. Duro can grab a Blitzcrank or, you know, do anything like that. Different hook champion, but same theme here as the Nautilus is being considered and will be locked away.
Locked and loaded. So no jungle here for Canyon just yet. And for Vietnam, they don't have either soul laner. So Gen.G can try to like ban the Rumble here, for example, protect the Mbessa a little bit. Very skill-based matchup, though. Again, it doesn't feel like a counter to Mbessa, but it's just so strong in general in this meta. Doesn't fit Vietnam's comp too well, though, and they're going to go for the other R ban if we're going with the alphabet theme here and take the Renekton out.
I like it. They can't ban Renata, though, because that's already been picked.
Yes.
So it's going to be another R champion. See exactly who they're going to decide on. It's Orianna, taken away from Chovy. One of his more comfortable champions. He might just play Azir. Never mind, he won't play Azir, and that doesn't start with R. It's not Azir, although in Australian, does kind of sound
close,
a bit that way sometimes. So it's Renekton and Azir. I like it.
See what this final ban is going to be towards Chovy. Actually going to take away Canyon's Zyra here. So a pick we haven't really seen yet this tournament. It's not banned every game. The Graves that we saw last time being considered.
Graves, Kindred, about just playing with a few choices here, but Lilia does make some sense if indeed Chovy is going to be playing the Mbessa.
Wouldn't it be so funny if Chovy just is like, nah, I'm going to play Tristana mid, by the way. Like, I came here to play one game today.
Oh, it's Graves. Okay, so Canyon's doing it. It means we're going to need some magic damage. See who's going to be picking it up and where they're going to be playing it. I think that does put the Mbessa into the hands of Keen.
Yeah, I think almost certainly.
Yeah, I would assume.
Unless he's going to play Kennen or something. Which he has the opportunity to do, depending on what this matchup's going to look like. And it is a Jax. That's what it's looking like here.
Yeah.
And they need some magic damage as well in that mid lane themselves for Arrest.
Oh, no. If this is Jax, then Keen just plays Gragas.
Hui would be interesting here.
I love Hui and the KeSPA on the same team, because I feel like that really does shore up the biggest weakness that KeSPA has, which is an incredibly low range. And you have a lot of it with Arrest. And Chovy is thinking about what he wants to play into it.
More
Duro
range with
hovering some
Xerath.
stuff.
Yeah. So it would be fun.
That would be fun.
Chovy played a lot of Galio. Obviously at Worlds, everybody did, but he's been spamming this in solo queue. I checked his solo queue today. Tons of games of Galio. Looks like that's what he's feeling.
Yep. Some of his best plays ever have been on this champion.
Yeah. Big taunts. You know, into the Hui, though, there's a lot of space here for Arrest, and Draxlar can actually gank this lane pretty well too. The taunt for the Galio is going to be it's not impossible to set up Canyon on it. It can work, but it's going to require some really nice setups, and means Chovy's going to have to be very close to Arrest. So it's not going to be easy for him to get big leads in this lane like he normally would. But again, it's going to be up to the play that we see here from Arrest. I'd say even though Team Vietnam did beat T1 and did give us kind of a little bit more confidence in their abilities, I think there's still a major skill gap across the top part of this map in terms of what we've seen from these players historically, both domestically and internationally here. Bottom lane, also there's a range problem there for Puddin, so It's kind of tricky, this draft. I feel like while I do like what you're saying about Hui shoring up some of the range issues here, this draft doesn't have that much cohesion. We said the same thing about their Scion draft, but then they had a really cool strategy. I think it's going to take more than a cool level 1 strat and some lane swaps here to bail Team Vietnam out of this one, but we'll see.
They have an ability called bailout, though.
That's true.
So there's always that to lean back on. This composition does thrive very much on getting a single pick and then snowballing it through alongside Drakthar, but that will involve getting that single pick. And I think that all of Gen.G are going to be like really difficult to kill, except maybe the Varus, but then the peel is kind of massive with Chovy there on the Galio. And I think that Canyon is just going to be inside the Vietnamese jungle all the time. Just all the time.
Always, yeah.
That's how his Graves has functioned. When Graves was, top of the meta, that was when Canyon was the best jungler in the world. Arguably, has remained there, but other people have come and gone in that time. Huh, I need some dubstep.
Wish granted.
All right, that was exactly what I needed. That's exactly what I needed. And now we'll see whether Vietnam can get exactly what they need, which is a victory over Gen.G, or whether Gen.G are just going to be able to demonstrate what this year may, or the next year, may look like. It's not quite 2025 just yet, although we are ticking ever closer day after day. Got any plans for Christmas, Wolf? You going back to the States or anything like that?
I might. It's not confirmed yet, sadly. Still trying to work out potential travel plans. I would like to, but, with the freelance esports life schedule, you never know where life is taking you.
Yeah.
So I'd like to say yes, but I can't hard confirm.
I just booked my flights, so I'm going back for a week.
Atlas can hard confirm, actually.
Yep, I can hard confirm. I'm going to be back in time for the LCK Awards that are going to be happening on the 29th, though. So we'll be bringing in the new year in Korea, hopefully with a snowboard strapped to my boots.
Nice.
That's the plan.
Well, we will have another unusual Vietnamese lane swap here with RS up at the top lane.
We do need to move the screen a little bit to the right.
Yeah, the screen's a little...
Oh, Canyon might be in a little bit of trouble here as Duro takes a lot of damage. He's dead. Oh, nice little flash, but he's gone the wrong way, so he's still dead. Oh, nice little concussive, but he's still, dead.
Oh, one more blast clone.
Oh,
nice blast clone.
Blast
Still
cone.
dead, by the way.
Wait, Pun hasn't hit him for a while. Is Duro just going to... Oh, wait, he shielded himself?
Still dead, by the way.
I mean, he's dead now. He should have been more dead, though, because Leap Strike's going to be
Can
in
he
range.
get the dredge for the deny?
Oh, no, he doesn't have Leap Strike, of course. Because he took Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Oh, God, okay. Well, Duro's just off the map for a long time.
It's okay, because we're doing the wonky Team Vietnam lane swap stuff where you don't need a support.
Yeah. Although, yeah, I mean, yeah, do you need a top lane? You definitely don't need a top laner either, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, how much of an advantage is Taki really getting here over Duro?
Yeah, true.
I mean, he's helping push this through, and he will be able to pick up some of his World Atlas stacks just by hitting this turret, as you can see, plus 20.
Yep.
And still early days, so getting plate gold is going to be a long way off here in this mid lane. Chovy's handling this pressure well. Keen from the top side actually has some farm he's been able to pick up. It's not the worst matchup to play into a Hui top side because, let's face it, Mbess is also a mid champion.
Yeah, she does do a lot of dashing around as well, so hitting over skill shots gets a little bit more difficult. Duro, now that he's had his Hex Splash unlocked, he is feeling terrifying. Chovy taking a little bit of poke damage here from Pudden. Not too much to worry about, though. And the Shy introduced us to the fact that Kalista can be a solo laner, so that's exactly what Pudden is doing. Canyon coming on over, going to throw that smoke screen down, get some extra money for himself. Flashes away. There's the flash in from Drakthar as well, and Canyon nowhere to go, really. The end of the line is named very, very well, as Graves just going to be taken down. That is the price you pay for Shellfish.
Yeah, it's quite inflated these days.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I'm pretty sure we found out the price of the Shellfish a while ago. As Duro takes half of his health bar, Chovy takes half of his as well, and he only had half, so it's looking a little bit rough.
I mean, this is once again another Korean team falling a little bit prey to a pretty unusual lane assignment, right? It's the dual lane in mid, where you have this really strong Kalista lane pushing into Chovy, who doesn't have wave clear to speak of. So he can't help out Canyon. So Drakthar just comes in here and starts taking away Canyon's ability to play the game, gets him even after Flash here. So that's a kill to go over. There's no plate gold picked up just yet in mid, but Chovy's fallen significantly far behind when you compare him to the farm that his opposition in RS has gotten up in the top side. Keen's farm is also very, very low here, and nothing has been lost really for about. Like, he's sitting at even farming to the Kalista, so that's nice and all, but like he was hoping to outrange the Kalista in lane and try to get some small advantages there potentially, and that just hasn't happened. So gold lead that's generated here for Team Vietnam is getting close to 1,000.
Yeah, it's getting real. And maybe we just need to realize that Vietnam is just a team, just a region that has teams as good, if not better, than the LCK, Wolf. Maybe that's what we need to figure out.
Maybe that's the takeaway.
Like, this is almost 2 entire games worth of tape. That's telling us exactly that. And we'll have the rest of this tournament to really confirm it as well, if indeed Vietnam can get through this early game unscathed.
Duro is going to hold this mid wave so that the farm isn't lost from about. More support should do this, but will he get punished? I don't think so. I think he's fine. Yeah, that was actually really well played. No punish to come through. They're not going to be able to get Canyon a second time because he's actually smartly on the bottom side here, taking these Krugs away and may be able to set up some sort of dive here with Chovy. It's going to be tough, though, into this Flash holding Jax on the bottom lane. Grubs do go over, though, in the meantime to Drakthar because he was spending so much time on the bottom side of the map, so almost getting something bottom is not going to count. Oh, the Counter-Strike means they lost that cannon, or the range mean. I always want to call them canyons. Cannons, not canyons. Ah! Whoa, we still got a lot of games left to cast, Atlas.
Yeah, no, hold on, Wolf. You need to hold on.
I'm getting a coffee after this.
Yeah, no, we will. Recharge the caffeine. It'll be absolutely fine. Drakthar did manage to take the grubs to catch back up again. And Canyon now lying in wait. He's 10 CS behind, man. This is a little bit rough as Duro's going to move up. Bout's going to be there as well. Duro just kind of whiffs everything. Canyon gets the camp, as he likes to do. About coming around. Does not... Oh, he does have the ulti, but he just used it. So it's not going to be working just yet. We can see that half some summon spells have been used on the Vietnamese side.
We'll try to get that fixed for you guys as soon as we can.
Ooh, nice little chomp on
Wow,
to Keen. Flash being invested. Damn.
Getting that flash out of Keen is... I don't know if he really needed to do that. Even if the ult goes off, he gets slowed. He's just like, well, I have 17 dashes. I'll be fine. And but he doesn't have enough damage to kill him at this point. So that was a bit surprising. Does keep his health a little bit higher, though, so he can stick around in lane. Didn't have his teleport just yet, so maybe that's the reason that he does opt to flash, just to avoid some of that extra damage.
And I just realized that Galio says, come here, when he taunts, which is nice.
That's, you know, that's one of many taunts you can...
Yep. Get over here. A famous one of Scorpions. I imagine saying Idua is similar. As gets the flash out of pun. Okay, Chovy. Having a good time here in this bottom side of the map. So a good news story starting to emerge here on the Gen.G side. Not too many of those, though, to be perfectly honest, with, you know, how Keen has been playing a little bit scared there towards the top side. Is still 20 CS up on his theoretical lane opponent. He has given a 30 CS advantage to Ares up against him.
That is, you know, it's a big gap there, but as we've seen already in our previous game, like if you give a Jax a deficit, but then he gets time in the side, it doesn't necessarily matter, especially if he's able to collect grubs. He has 3 right now. Ares didn't teleport here, so he's going to have to use some long-range artillery to try to secure some of these minions. Going to be a plate going over to About as well. Ooh, misses the cannon as well. So not really ideal there. A lot of money down the drain, but Puddin is going to make up for it down here.
That's a Puddlin.
And Chovy heads back topside. I do think that right now I'm very optimistic about Team Vietnam's chances with another really cool strategy coming through here, just playing their own way. But we have to wait and see if the proof is in the pudding, so to speak, in terms of how these first team fights break out, because we are, you know, not quite to that stage yet, and these small incremental advantages can all be washed away with a really good and well-coordinated team fight here with a comp that Gen.G has that's so incredibly strong, even early with Chovy on this Galio.
Yeah, I do think the biggest worrying sign is the fact that Canyon hasn't found that big oppressive lead in this early stage of the game. Graves really does like to take advantage of his very fast clear speed, but with the fact that Drakthar was able to take him down earlier on, grab that first blood, and really accelerate things on his side of the map, that hasn't been able to happen. As all right, the grasping more coming on out there, and Chovy going to take a little bit of damage. Too worried about it though, as it's still a fair bit of poke, as we can see.
Some burn urn getting laid down onto Chovy, so takes a little bit of extra damage there.
Where is Ruler, by the way? And where is Levi? I can answer the Levi question. Team Vietnam isn't everyone from Vietnam. This is only 5 players.
Yeah.
And the jungler is Drakthar and not Levi. And so I'm more saying that I know where Drakthar is, but I don't know where Levi is.
I don't know where Ruler is at the moment, but I know he's not on the KeSPA Cup roster. He opted not to play, so...
And
hopefully
Ruler
that
has
answers your
already
question,
won
chat.
the Asia Games, right? Because
Yes.
he was on Team Korea last time around. And so technically doesn't need to. Chovy is in a similar boat, but he just decided that he felt like playing, which is fair enough. Ruler, of course, making the transition back to Korea as well, so might have some affairs to settle.
If you guys want
over in China.
to know where these players are... Oh, nice flash.
Ares is a flash distance further away from where he once was.
Yeah.
That's where he is.
But if you guys want to know where these players are, why they're not competing, we don't have the answers for you. That's their own personal choices, and you'll have to seek them out by trying to get into players' social media and ask them.
Yep.
Maybe they don't want you to know. Maybe maybe it's their own personal choices. We're going to see a teleport gank here. Chovy's coming in.
Bit of a plate
Can
gank.
ult, potentially.
You
Doesn't
like
need
to see
to.
that one, yeah. Ulti comes in. Hostile takeover is just a little bit too late. Doesn't even connect as he's dead too fast. Man, thrown around like a ragdoll is keen, though, as Duro coming in. Oh, man, the blast cone hook is a kind of cute one, as the ulti is going to be thrown down on top of this Nautilus. He flashes to make sure that Canyon takes damage, and Chovy, this entire time, had heroic entrance up and available, and so that's what makes this whole thing feel a little bit hopeless for Vietnam.
Yeah, I really thought that the whole thing with Chovy's teleport was that even if the escape is there, okay, Canyon, gotta be careful. He's probably fine.
Yeah, this is the Canyon way on the Graves. We saw it in action when he died. He just plays super aggressive.
Yeah. And I thought maybe Chovy was going to ult to chase there under the turret, but they actually just didn't need that, so he still holds onto it here. Won't be using it to try to deny this dragon, which comes over very late, around 12:32, 12:35. Oh, actually a little bit faster there than I expected, but either way, 12:30, let's say.
Yep.
But this is all it takes to wash away that lead, like I was saying before. Yeah, you got some incremental advantages in lane. You shut down some of the early power of Gen.G's comps and some of the lane assignments they had. But then all it takes is just a teleport gank down here on the bottom side to get it all back. So Gen.G is no longer really at a deficit here gold-wise. Duro here decided to flash because he didn't want to get hit by the stun there from Drakthar, which might have actually done him in. He wanted to hold it to the last possible second there. Looked funny because it just did extra damage to Canyon, but I think was kind of necessary in order to get him out there. And
Not
so you
a
look at the
huge
gold.
deal, but definitely was funny.
Yeah, look at the gold, and Gen.G has a slight advantage here, like maybe 50, 70 gold to lead. But when you consider the deficit they had moments ago, it's just don't count your chickens before they're hatched when you get some early game lane advantages. Because Gen.G are super smart, very proactive. And they didn't even need to use Chovy's global air quotes. They could just TP on top of you.
Nope. Canyon as well has taken the Dark Harvest here as well, so he wants to really be playing up in the faces of his opposition.
Yeah, Dark Harvest was adjusted a little bit on this patch, I believe, and it's a little bit stronger now, a little bit easier to kind of start stacking up, especially later on. Okay.
All right, Kane just about able to get out of turret range there, as we could see, but is getting a lot of pressure applied. You can see 30
He's gonna
CS
get a plate.
in the lead. Will be able to get that plate.
Oh,
just barely missed it, actually. That's a big shame. As hostile takeover is going to connect onto Duro, but he eats a lot of that CC time by just dredging the wall. And Canyon spending some time with Shelly and should be able to take this, as we can see. No one really in the area. And Drakthar is moving towards this bottom lane, looking to see whether Chovy is gankable, or at least whether this blue buff is gankable.
Drakthar Play on the
dear.
fire.
Yeah, Justice Punch coming on in there as the taunt is decent. Chovy getting that speed up with the phase rush. And it's not really a lot of damage. You can see the rest of Vietnam moving down. Well, the rest of this Vietnamese team, the country of Vietnam, isn't all coming as, okay, Pun's in trouble. Keen dashing around, and he has a few more of those. Counter-Strike is going to connect. That might be enough to mitigate this as Keen dashing forward. Tank and turrets is not really what he wants, but he gets the shield from the W. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, it is the Spiraling Despair. That is going to connect onto Chovy, but doesn't do quite enough. Spiraling Despair, Unending Despair. It's what happens. It's the answer to the Spiraling Despair, Wolf,
Sure.
is the Unending Despair. Did you know that?
Yeah, unfortunately. I don't want to know what comes next. I'm not going to tell you guys, but
Oh, whoa.
you just don't want to know.
Okay, fair.
Well,
Maybe.
Pun needs to be very careful here. Cannon's got the ult.
Oh! Collateral damage flying through, and Pun is going to survive. Taki turns up. Oh, I don't know whether I'd be back in there.
Canyon
That is
could flash
optimistic. He
on
doesn't
you.
know. He doesn't know. And Arrest is going to move up. There's the crushing maw. Keen moving down. Duro just throwing anchors around. He loves it. And logistics program coming on in. Drakthar chasing up the river. Okay.
Canyon didn't know where he was backing necessarily. Doesn't commit the flash to go in or anything like that. Might not have been able to get him either way, but still, I like what you're saying. It's not a safe place to back, but actually Canyon gets punished for trying to push up super far there. Loses his flash himself. Keen's back, gonna get interrupted.
Oh dear. Drakthar looking for another one. Does find. Oh, okay. I thought that wasn't going to work, but then it did. Flashes coming out everywhere. More blast cones. Valdez somewhere is very frustrated. I don't know why he took an extra little bit of damage, but he did, and he survived. Must have been calculated. As now Chovy, I mean, he's Galio, so
Yeah, he's
we were
pretty
all excited about
tanky.
potential kills and stuff like that, but yeah, I mean,
He's got a Hollowed Radiance as well. He just doesn't really care about their attempts to annoy him.
yeah, it's all going to be okay.
And this is going to be the mid turret going down. So, I mean, extra charge here for Canyon as well. He should be pretty safe. See if the handshake can deny.
That's 3 people.
Oh.
Immediate handshake is fantastic, but here's the heroic entrance. Fate's Call is going to be the answer. Double knockup is decent as Taki. Oh my god, the poke. It's massive here from these piercing arrows. Double taunt is going to come down. Chovy still so healthy. The bailout, is it going to be enough? The answer's no. The way is going to go down. Knockback onto Pun. Is he actually going to survive? Oh, there's the public execution.
Drakthar.
And it's exactly that from Keen into this backline. But Drakthar is getting the resets. And Keen dodging the Heartbreaker. Is that going to be enough? Is the question. Pun wanting to get a few extra spears in as Chovy has teleport, but there's nothing he can do.
Last
Teleport
time-
is going to come back in.
Yeah, I don't think Chovy can actually punish here, but he will be able to get control of the lane.
Drakthar is looking for a 4th kill.
I don't think he can get it. But the last time that Keen was there, he was like, release diff to Drakthar. He's like, I got more dashes. I know you're a pretty new champ, but you just can't quite catch up with me. But this time, he is taken out. Last time he was chasing Keen on the top side, didn't quite get his ultimate back online. He was so close to killing him. Like you said, he got that extra Q through before the blast cone, but didn't end up getting the kill. Now, this is fairly risky because I was like, okay, the handshake's ready, but he actually ends up getting the double here with Duro on top of the Renata ultimate there that he drops down. So his hostile takeover keeps everybody here. The damage really starts to get layered through. They get the flash here, and everybody's flashless now on the side of Gen.G, so no extra mobility. RS, excuse me, does get the bailout here, which gives them so much extra time. And I thought that they were just going to be like, so close, but not close enough. But Pun goes in, and then they're just like, all right, well, we fight this. And Drakthar with all these resets is just so incredibly powerful. Gets the extra Graves damage here. It's the quick draw. And it's just that simple here at the end, once he does end up getting that Graves reset.
Yeah?
And Keen gets slowed here by the Ren, which is actually pretty huge, which is why he goes down.
I think that's 2 games in a row as well where Drakthar really has been kind of underestimated. Playing really, really well so far today. And Gen.G, even though still ahead in gold, still things kind of fine, not going to be able to hold on to all their turrets forever. And so Vietnam probably going to be able to even out this gold number very, very quickly. Chemtech Soul once again. I feel like we've had so many of those today. But that Drake is going to be coming up in 4 minutes' time.
I think it is our 3rd of the day, actually.
Yeah. We only had like 5 games or something. Kind of crazy.
That's a really big statistical anomaly.
Yeah.
One time we did this for challengers and figured out like how likely it was, and it was like a 1 in 64,000 chance or something.
Whoa.
I don't think we're quite there yet, but if we get one more,
If we get one more, I need to call Orcs. That's how it's going to go.
Drakthar is here again, but it's going to take some more time for his teammates to show up to try to get Chovy, but Chovy doesn't have vision. Now he realizes what's going on.
Oh, dear. Chovy does have a 2-level advantage. Nice little taunt is going to come on through, and his turret is still alive, so he's going to be fine. Drakthar just going to push him away.
A lot of time kind of gets wasted when they try to chase Chovy down like this, and he just walks away and TP's out. So they need to turn this into a turret take or an extended dive here. Gen.G, meanwhile, capitalizing similarly on the fact that everybody is top side. And, I mean, time's working against Vietnam here because they're going to either get collapsed on or they're going to... Oh, God.
The 3-man taunt, and then the Colossal Smash coming down as well. Chovy is still dead, as the Rend is going to be able to cut him down. Turret is going to be secured here by Keen at the same time, as they grab their redemption heal. And the Vietnamese squad are going to be able to take their second turret of the game. Gen.G looking to answer here in the mid lane.
Yeah, let's see if... Okay, Team Vietnam's not going to decide to collapse, but instead just to back here. So Keen gets free damage here in the bottom lane. The inner goes down in exchange for an outer on the top side. Sure, they got the kill onto Chovy, but it took so long to do so that Gen.G is just trading up on the map. But now they're going to make this Hail Mary Baron play.
On vision, you can see that
Taki.
ward just outside of the pit. Canyon moving on in, collateral damage. And all of these buckshots going to be real scary. Of course, buckshot was his previous Q. Now it's end of the line, but I still like talking about buckshot. He still has a shotgun, right?
Yeah.
So it's basically the same.
Is it a Tommy gun now? This surely doesn't fire like one, to be fair.
If you're Mafia Graves, it looks like a Tommy gun, but it fires like a shotgun.
Yeah, it
because
doesn't...
they didn't change the animation quite as much.
Yeah, it's weird because it's like a Tommy gun that only like shoots shotgun rounds twice, like for some reason.
Yeah.
What's going on with that, Graves?
Well, he just got a custom Tommy gun. He just liked the look of the Tommy gun, but still is very used to a shotgun.
Might as well be a Jimmy gun if you ask me.
A Billy gun. I don't even know what one of those are.
They did stop the Baron, Gen.G. They have played the map a little bit faster, and it's not even really been about Chovy's ultimate, because sometimes that's how Galio works, is people try to make big snap plays and collapse on people, and then the Galio just matches those rotations, so it looks like you have a numbers advantage, but then you don't. But Gen.G just have overall used their pressure quite well. Keen is still 50 CS up now on Poon, so he's just so strong. Poon cannot match him. He's down an item here, like a full item. He's only got a Ruby Crystal and a Longsword compared to that Spear of Shojin. So the map control continues. Now Gen.G have their eyes on trying to force a Baron fight here. So much distance between Team Vietnam and the Baron itself and the vision control. Even that upgraded... like a plant that gives you vision.
Oh, the Scry's Bloom?
Yeah, Scry's Bloom, the big bloom.
Yep.
Isn't going to be able to help clear all of that vision out or get them any closer to it. And so they have to group top side, which means that these waves keep getting cleared. Bottom side still in control of Gen.G. And by the time this Drake spawns, Gen.G will be well and truly ready to collapse on it and take it. As long as they can maintain that vision, and Vietnam can't sneak this Baron. So that's the tightrope we're kind of walking now.
Trying to keep our balance as best we can. And you can see Vietnam do manage to get that control ward in there. It's going to buy him a moment of respite. As you were talking about, it's all about Keen. And him in the bottom side, just continuing to push these inner turrets, just putting so much inherent pressure onto this squad. Dragon has now spawned. And Keen's already over there, so he could probably just take this by himself, keep up this amount of tempo that Gen.G has.
Yeah, and then he can just TP in at any time, like you say, and About's going to come over here and help him out a little bit.
Yep.
Team Vietnam are going to say, well, I'm not going to allow you to keep vision control of the Baron if you're going to take this Dragon. We already have a 2-Dragon lead. We got the relevant ones. But it doesn't feel like they really got any advantage from this. They, let the Dragon go and took some vision as well. Speaking of disadvantages.
Fantastic hook is going to connect. Chains of Corruption. The cleanse is good. Sidesteps the piercing arrow there as well. Great knock up onto Pun as a hostile takeover only hitting one of them. Hostile Takeover actually feeling so good when you can allow Nautilus to get his passive onto his teammates. It doesn't actually work out. And speaking of Nautilus, oh dear, Duro, that is not where you were supposed to be. The rest of the team pushing down the mid lane as now Canyon comes back, looks to try and help out 4 members over here as Keen was just a one-man army. But that is not enough people to make this one happen. Canyon might be able to find the damage, is going to be able to take down Taki as Drakthar is getting the resets about. I don't know whether he's going to be able to do enough. As Chovy trying to deal with this Jax, About realizes that he's just going to be dead. I don't know about that one from Drakthar, but Chovy's able to take down this Jax with a little help from Isvarus.
That was so bizarre.
It's still bizarre. This is still a very strange series of events. As Duro is now back up and available once again. Arrest, I believe, went down very early in the last fight as well. So it's a 4-for-4, I think, in the end.
Yeah, it was a 4-for-4, and Arrest is going to try to get this mid turret here. Not quite able to get all of it. He's got an interesting build here, which is becoming a little bit more popular recently with the double burn, Blackfire, and Leandri's here. So he doesn't do his damage up front, but in the longer fights, he really starts to stack that in. You can see Puttin just wanted to trade with Canyon here. This is how this starts off, but he gets chain CC'd. Does avoid that getting hit by About's last little shot there, which allows him to then put some more damage in here. The hostile takeover, it hits some people here, but the timing of it isn't really ideal. And then we move into this next part where Duro just has no information, so he's the first to go down. Gen.G still has so much power in this composition. It's really just an issue. I think if Gen.G could have won this fight so much more cleanly, had they not really greedily pushed forward, if they had just stuck together, then there's just no way that Team Vietnam could break through. But instead, it's just a divide and conquer here for Drakthar, who just is going to love picking people apart one by one as he does in this fight. And then this decision he makes here gets a little bit weird, where he gets About low, and he's like, oh, okay, Pun's got this one, so I'll go bottom, but ends up going a little bit on the long way around, so Chovy gets that extra amount of distance, which is just barely going to let him escape.
Yeah, I think he thought that it was a predicting of the flash, which would have been very, very cool if he had have made it work. Unfortunately, didn't quite happen. Starkey taking a bit of damage here. Chovy off to the side as Drakthar, very scary. Speaking of scary, Keen is going to be able to take down Taki. Great knockup is going to connect onto the Jax. Didn't have the counter-strike and therefore doesn't have his life. Is now Drakthar, no one in front of him in order to get these resets and no one dead on the enemy team. That is going to mean that Gen.G move over towards this Baron, might be able to really break this game open.
I think they certainly will. Not 100% sure why this fight was so split for Team Vietnam. I mean, part of it was because Keen split them apart, as Arrest is going to try to poke his way through here with that burn.
I mean, they're going down really, really low. Drakthar is moving over. The Baron is going to be secured here by About. Duro, I believe, could potentially be dead. I don't... okay.
The question is he the only one?
Oh, back's going to get stopped here. As, oh dear, that is, yeah, of course, with smash, and there are the Winds of War. Good by Drakthar. That is a lot of money over to Chovy, as well as the Baron. Any kill that you get when you have Baron as well is a big deal, as Chovy also can't really die in that scenario, as Fate's Call not going to be quite enough distance. Taki is the one that is coming in looking for Chovy, as another Justice Punch comes down, and yes, I don't think the Renata is going to be able to hurt him.
Green is a little bit cut off, but I think he could have maybe looked for a flash handshake a little bit faster than that and made it happen, but he wasn't confident he was going to land it, didn't want to use his summoner for that, so decides ultimately not to do so, and Chovy does get out of this one. I want to watch this fight again. Okay, we're going to skip that part and go straight to this, because the beginning of the fight was really interesting to me more than this. This is a really cool idea, because RS has a ton of extra damage he can put through. Duro dies here and ends up blocking RS from getting in, and I think that's pretty huge, because if RS actually gets on top of these members when Drakthar gets this interrupt and he's able to just layer some damage in here, I think this could have looked very different. So Duro's sacrifice was certainly not in vain.
813 gold as well. For
yeah, that's massive. For a player who I don't feel like is having a bad game, but isn't that...
Taki also activated the Blast Cone.
Yeah, that was another problem. And then I guess didn't want to flash handshake there or use his handshake, just wasn't off cooldown yet, but yeah, it was... All right, it could have been better.
Canyon's looking a little bit scary here, as we can see. There's his shield bow. That end of the line could have been a little bit better. Fun is going to be able to make his way out. But now with the Baron and a lot of champions that very much enjoy time in the side lane, this is Gen.G really starting to march down and put the screws in. 5,000 gold, the advantage. And the Drake going to be taken. Yet another soul point denied. Gen.G getting one step closer with all of these Chemtech souls that we've had today. Looking for one of them.
Yep, that's going to be 2 of the Chemtechs. 100% Chemtech rate for them. Had a practically 100% Chemtech soul rate here today, as we were talking about earlier. Jovi's on 8 Dark Seal stacks. He's got his death cap. Like, he went from pretty low eco Galio to picking up all that shutdown gold, doing a lot of damage in that last fight. Actually topping damage for his team right now, which is kind of insane.
Ooh, hook. That was an optimistic one. But it's Nautilus, so you always think that maybe it's just going to land.
I feel like Poon just really hasn't been able to do any Jax things this game. You know, like he hasn't really been able to be in a side lane at all. He hasn't been able to set up too many engages because Gen.G are just so ahead of the play on the map. They have so much control. With this Baron buff, obviously that's exacerbated, so it makes it really difficult for him to do anything here. But that's kind of the crux of what Vietnam need in this late game, was a Jax that can be a threat, but he's just kind of got his tail between his legs, sadly, letting this Ambessa pushing into the bottom lane. Drakthar looking for a flank.
Yep, Chains of Corruption
TP.
coming in. Arrests. Very aggressive positioning, not really finding too much damage though as that taunt. Phenomenal, and there goes Drakthar. They knew exactly where the danger was, and Gen.G says, not today. Pun, yeah, he's just going to walk out of there, and Keen wasn't even there.
He didn't even show up because Jax just abandoned him to look for the TP flank that never happened, and he's just like, oh, okay, well now I just look for some inhibitor damage. Gets the inhibitor turret fully and can just use one of his 7 dashes to get out of here. And now Gen.G just go back to pushing mid. They have full control over the map, but I think it's going to be this kind of whittling down of Team Vietnam until either Vietnam make a mistake and they end up losing an inhibitor, or the Baron spawns and Gen.G kite back and take it, as here comes the push towards the enter.
Yep, there is the taunt onto the counter-strike. They didn't even really seem to mind about it, as this bailout not really going to work. Just take him down through it regardless. Inner turret going to fall down, the last one of the game, and is going to spell 7 so far here for Gen.G. And that is a very similar number to what the gold lead is looking like as well. 7.9, something like that.
7.9. And Baron's up in a minute 30. Gen.G are kind of like bored with the situation because they can't really push this advantage any further. Just go back and catch waves. If Keen can stack a big wave up there on the bottom side, which would be difficult to do, maybe he could start putting the pressure on that inhibitor and then they can go back top side. But this is just desperation because Drakthar is over here on the side, and he really wants to set something up here with Poon's teleport, but the timing, like, they don't collapse, so they don't sandwich at the same time, so
And he
goes in,
thought
gets
that he was
caught.
camouflaged
Yeah,
as
he
well,
thought-
Wolf. Like, over the wall.
Yeah.
Like, Chovy was sweeping over the wall.
And he just didn't react quickly with his Heartbreaker that he had either to try to get out of there. So, ooh, flash.
Yeah, flash for ulti. And they'll take that trade because they get the kill as well. Did Chovy just Winds of War that to take him down? I guess
I think
so.
he did, yeah.
I mean, that thing does so much damage now. Death
this
cap
point,
in hand.
yeah.
It's very silly. He's extraordinarily fed. Keen, unending despair going to connect, and so he will take a fair bit of damage, and in fact, most of his health bar. But speaking of most of the health bar, that is a dead Renata. Underneath the turret is Pun, but this Jax just is so anemic. Nothing that he can really do. Collateral damage will finish it off. And dancing around under the turret is Keen. That's going to help lop another one down. And yeah, they lose Duro, but Duro spent a lot of this game dead, but he's still done his job. Inhibitor going to go down. That's the first one of the game, and it might just be the end of the game as they push further forward.
Yeah, Hui clears the mid wave. Arrest trying his best to slow this one down, but there's a huge double cannon wave coming through the bottom lane. He does have a lot of wave clear here, so maybe they could buy themselves another team fight here on Baron potentially, but it is looking so desperate right now as Gen.G can just rush back straight towards it.
Yep.
Even with some of these low health bars here, I think they can get to this one pretty quickly. You just have to reset one more time and rush over. They have those super minions coming down in mid and bottom lane now. Going back to this here, yeah, Keen takes a ton of damage, but you mentioned it. I mean, Poon just doesn't have stats, and Taki just instantly gets caught here by Duro and popped. But you can see, like, watch this. He's like, oh, I'm counter-striking. I'm safe. I'm fine. No, not fine. Just super incredibly low and low on stats. Well, this is a desperation move if I've ever seen one.
All right, let's see what they can make happen here. As we can see, the Canyon is moving his way into position. The rest of Vietnam immediately coming around, but they're going to leave one of their own unattended. The poor little Jax, who has just been abused this game, will just be singled out and taken down. Should just be a Baron for Gen.G if they'd like it, but maybe they're just going to go for a win of a team fight instead. Taki now out of position. Duro moving forward, looking for that angle. As, all right, now maybe it's the other top laner's turn, but unfortunately this one has a few more friends and a little bit more money. That's going to keep him alive here. The rest of Vietnam now moving the wrong direction. Keen still wanting to stay amongst it, as we can see the taunt. Fantastic hostile takeover as they're doing battle. He does have the bailout, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. The collateral damage just going to sail over the corpses of his enemies.
Yeah, the base is kind of...
Oh, Winions.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so here we go. And Super Minion number 1 gets distracted. The other Super Minions looking for some minions to kill. Instead of taking down the Nexus here, Chovy gonna need to tell them what to do. And what he wants them to do is not actually kill the Nexus because he wants to get a couple more kills. But that is going to be the end of the game. And Gen.G, I don't think they were expecting it to be that difficult, but they do, in the end, manage to pretty comfortably take down Vietnam.
I think they had a composition, obviously, that in the late game doesn't just auto-win. They didn't have a super strong split-pushing champion. Like, they had the Ambessa pushing into a Jax, and that was slowly getting them some control of the bottom lane, but it wasn't able to threaten an inhibitor or an inhibitor turret until the very end. And also, let's not forget, Team Vietnam actually had a great start. Once again, Drakthar having a really nice early game. Shut down Canyon early, but they just couldn't play the map as well as Gen.G. This is a macro diff, in my opinion, as to how this game was played out. Once Gen.G got map control, then they started team fighting really well. And the way, did a lot of damage, especially with this build. You are going to get big numbers, but it's not going to lead to takedowns or kills because you just don't have enough control in your... You simply put, you're outranged in your AD carry department. Like, the Kalista really just didn't do a whole lot of effective, real damage when they were dictating the pace of the fight. A lot of that damage there is just when Gen.G went in and she's kind of kiting back and trying to see what she can do.
Yeah, and like I honestly thought that Kalista worked a lot better than I was expecting in this composition.
Yeah.
Of course, like Varus heavily outranges, and the fact that as soon as you try to start a fight, Galio makes it so difficult. Like, that huge circle is basically like your attack range, so it means that you just kind of protect or destroy whenever you press that R button. And Chovy did demonstrate that it was difficult to play around.
And Poon obviously was the one who really took the biggest hit on the side of Team Vietnam with the lane swap. So he sacrificed a lot of resources. He found himself like 20 CS behind, then 30, 40, 50 as that kind of trickled along. And he was never able to regain tempo, so he never got to be Jax, never got to be a side lane threat. So while they did get some advantages out of that lane swap and him being kind of on the back foot, he never was able to climb out of that hole. And because they took some small advantages and weren't able to transition them into larger ones, he just couldn't get back into the game. And I think that's reflected there in the damage graph as well.
Yep, I would agree. I'm really excited about the next match, Wolf. This one, Hanwha Life eSports taking on DK. Of course, Hanwha not with the full LCK roster just yet. Zeus and Peanut are not actually here for this tournament, but Rooster and G-Riz have been playing extraordinarily well. DK have their full roster. They had a much better game too here at the KeSPA Cup, and I'm hoping that means we get a bit of a banger.
I hope so too, and I think we should be able to get one.
Yeah, I reckon
Fingers
so as well.
crossed.
So we're going to dance until we are back again. See you soon.
하지만
신짜오가 들어갈 수 있나요?
내호 이후에
최대한
뒤쪽에서
풀어주고 신짜오가 3점을 띄우고
3점을 뛰었어요.
그 다음
노이브가
칼리아가
잡아냈습니다. 풍현
그렇죠.
앞전면 뒤쪽에서
칼리아까지
마하!
잡히네요.
트리플
오케이
킬.
좋네.
정말 길게 싸웠었던 장면이 있었고요.
못 싸워요.
계속 싸워요. 띄웠어요. 한 방.
그래도 칼팅각만 만들 수 있으면 강동도 있기는 한데.
노이브 현을 소호
아
켜줬습니다.
이게 칼팅각을
매우
못
맞았어요.
만들죠.
안쪽으로 끌어들이고 있는
이게 아까 전에 보면은 오케이 저축은에 조금 많이 막 싸워서 괜찮았는데
그렇죠.
또 정직하게 그냥 대치하면 여전히 그냥 유리합니다.
1분여가 남아있는 세 번째 공입니다.
그나마 그 상태가 잘 컸으니까 쉽게 뚫리지 않아요.
상태 랜선
근데
일로와.
인원수 앞에 장사 없기도 하거든요.
안쪽에서
그래서 강동도 지금
크게
처음
싸웁니다.
출격합니다.
텔레포트 한 번 해주고 있고요.
넘어와요.
랜선
아, 이게 탈리아가 순간이동이 끊겨서
네.
한타가 성립이 안 되죠.
뒤쪽으로 뺄 수밖에 없는 광동 프린스.
안배사가
전력으로 박았어요.
아니
타고 이니시 열었어요.
전파인데
타고가
공개
아니라
초역까지
안쪽으로 그냥 밀고 들어가고 있습니다.
전령을 통한 전령 콜로
이쪽에서 차향. 오케이
오케이군요.
저축은행.
예.
저 미드 쪽 1차 타워 이 공간이 있습니다.
이거
이쪽에서
맞는데
네. 땡겨.
땡겼고 그리고 풍현이 전면이 있긴 한데 이러면
네.
이게 안 나와.
약간 허무하게 간 느낌이죠.
뒤쪽으로 뺄 수밖에 없었습니다.
아, 상대히 욕먹는 거 아니었어 파이크가 왜 여기서 나와 했는데 파이크는 저런 기동력이 가장 큰 장점이고요.
한 번 더 땡겨.
그리고 매호
선수가 좀 허무하게 빠졌죠.
궁극기까지 뺐습니다. 그리고 뒤쪽에서 모건과 함께
오, 넘어갔어요.
빼뚫기.
대신에 왔어요.
대단요.
슬레이어가
근데
끊겼고요.
적대적인 수는 잘 들어가긴
벽공
했는데
이후에
이제는 이미 정리가 됐습니다.
그렇죠.
한쪽에 남아있는 건 랜서밖에 없습니다.
남아있는 건 랜서밖에 없는데요, 이거?
버티기가
랜서!
힘들어 보이거든요. 마무리를 지어주고 있습니다. 오케이
에이스.
브리오.
그리고 강동 입장에서도 상대가 눈에 보일 때 메이킹 자체가 그렇게까지 무섭진 않거든요. 약간 사이드에서 파고드는 게 무섭지.
그렇죠. 홀로가
땡
네.
여기까지.
그러니까 맵을 넓게 쓰고 시야의 긴 공간이 생기고 거기서 상대가 나오는 거죠.
안쪽 들어가면서 노이브가 들어왔습니다.
그러니까 그냥
시간 변동
싸우자,
땡겨왔고요.
싸우자.
현관수호까지 한방 빼뚫기
한 방.
안쪽 들어갔는데요.
땡겨왔고요.
매혹 빗나갔습니다만
그리고
공개
칼리가
저향
여기서
대박이다.
안쪽 들어가면서
서로 비비고
그리고
있고요.
폴짝, 폴짝.
앞쪽 모건이 뒤쪽 폴짝
한번 터졌어요. 이번에도
폴짝 한번 더
나가는 분위기인데요.
여기도 폴짝.
자.
저기도 폴짝. 에이스.
오케이
저축은행
와.
끝까지 가져가면서 데미지도 폴루 선수 한 축을 담당을 하게 됐습니다. 바로 끝까지 가져가고 있는 오케이 저축은행.
강동 프리스가 뭔가 상대를 땡겨온다거나 먼저 걸면서 변칙적인 수를 만들기에 그렇게 엄청 좋은 조합까지는 아니다 보니까 오케이 브리오는 또 반대로 기동력이 좋은 조합이다 보니까 변수가 딱히 없다라고 봐야 될 것 같은데
그렇죠.
브리오는 이제 그것만 조심하면 돼요. 본인들 그런 이제 호전적인 거에 좀
네.
취해서 너무
신남.
무리하는 그런
강함에
것만 조심하면 돼요.
취하는.
불리하다가 이제 바깥쪽으로만 나가지만 않습니다.
그렇죠.
그죠?
이것도 약간 땡겨오는
드라이브가
느낌이
기가 막힙니다. 랜서도 살아가.
랜서가 오히려 또 땡겨가고
일로 와.
근데 스카노가 단단해.
포탄 있어요. 포탄 있어요. 다들 손까지.
아 근데 포탑을 끼고 싸우고 있긴 한데
네.
여기는 포탑 깨졌고요.
적대적인 수 들어갔습니다만
그래도
랜서가 살아
아 근데
있습니다.
아직 폴짝이 좀 남아 있는데.
폴짝.
일단 폴로는 탈출했고
한번 더. 폴짝.
어이브도 같이 탈출하고요.
네.
그래도 이
나름
정도면은
동수 교환인데요 이런.
맞습니다.
불리한 와중에 잘 싸웠다. 하지만 문제는 상대 컨디션도 좋아요.
한번 각 보자.
한 번 더. 모자.
어차피 오브젝트 타임이랑 거의
너 저기 있구나.
와.
매혹은 마지막. 매혹도 필요 없다.
아니 그냥 별로 안
저도
맞춰도.
상관없어요.
네.
타임
그렇죠.
어택 느낌으로 나가는 거라서.
그러면 이제는 오케이브리온이 문제를 낼 거고요.
아직은 안 치는구나. 확인을 해줬습니다. 하지만 뒤쪽에서 폴루. 또 이분 전화도 빠졌어요. 뒤쪽에서.
알이
그거가
옵니다.
상륙 작전.
애초에
상륙 작전.
너무 안 좋은데요.
클로저.
매혹.
와.
그리고 뒤쪽에서 안배사가
모건
해주고
상륙.
있고요.
모건 상륙.
풍연을
앞에서.
불고 있으면
폭탄 머리 꿰뚫기.
후면도 터지겠죠.
그렇죠. 저쪽은 터졌고
남아있는 이제 2명입니다.
그냥
컨셉까지 마무리가 됐고요.
학살
그리고
수를
랜서
랜서.
노출
랜서
더블킬.
5대1을 힘들어요. 랜서까지 마무리.
엘로 와.
강퇴네. 이제 남은 건 또이브밖에 없어요.
오이브도 창을 들고 있긴 한데 저게
나를 죽이고 가라.
나를 뚫으라.
나를 밟고 가라.
나를 밟고 가라.
살려만 주십시오.
뒷모습을 보이면서 네,
볼 수밖에 없죠. 나가도 할 수 있는 게 없으니까.
상대 분대 이렇게 마무리가 됩니다.
자, 오케이 저축은행 무료.
오케이 저축은행 브리온 남아있는 넥서스를 이렇게 파괴합니다. G
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. It is time for our second last game of the night, and we have saved the best till last. Absolutely. Humble Life eSports taking on DK. Both of these teams looking pretty good today. DK having a rough start, but I think that that's fine up against Gen.G, who are now undefeated here in this tournament thus far. Looking still exceptionally good, be it with Trophy in the mid lane or without. And now a big test for DK up against Hanwha.
Yeah, I think it's really going to be tough to predict how this one's going to go. Obviously, with Rooster performing as well as he is right now. Grizzly as well. I was like, G-Riz, do I say actually Grizzly? I'll say Grizzly this time, but we'll say G-Riz.
I like to
in-game.
mix it up.
Yeah, I mean, look, the top half, or not the top half, but the top jungle here is not the mainstay of this roster. It's going to be Zayas and Peanut, obviously, but they're looking very good regardless. And on the side of D+, you know, Shio is living up to some of the hype. Still early days, don't want to judge too harshly. Aiming, having fun, and then having sadness, and then having fun again in their last game as well. I really think it's going to come down to the draft here in this best of one, and honestly, what the form of these two teams looks like at this moment in time. It's getting later into the night, but it's still, you know, not too late. It's only 8:30. It's not as crazy as the next start time we're going to have for our next matchup. But yeah, I hope that this ends up being a good game, because we've had some really stompy games here in KeSPA Cup, and we've had games that were very messy, and so they were exciting, but I'm hoping we're going to see some top-tier LCK action here.
No, I would agree, and I think that we are set up to do so. I think both of these teams are certainly well-equipped. I think with Rooster and Grizzly, I don't think you're changing away from an LCK caliber team, right? You're maybe not like best team in the world caliber team, which with Zayas and Peanut they might be, but with Rooster and Grizzly, this is still a formidable force, especially with the core that they already had, which is Zeka, Viper, and Delight, as we've spoken about before. But this is D+. This is the D+ that you're going to see next year, and they are a fun team to watch thus far. I think I've already done a severe amount of barrel glazing, and I'm very happy about it. We'll see whether I have an opportunity to do so after this one as well, or whether I'm going to have to keep my mouth shut, which is often the case with
I
barrel.
went really deep on the barrel glaze after he died, and then they won the game last time, so I'm going to try to tone it down as well a little bit, but I've always really felt like Barrel, while he makes a lot of mechanical errors, is just underappreciated for the value he brings to teams. So it's still very early on. We're still in preseason technically here in terms of setting up for the 2025 season, but that's what KeSPA Cup is all about, is kind of seeing the strength of these teams and what we're going to be looking forward to seeing in the LCK. And uniquely, we have a few rosters today where we can actually see that very directly. Nongshim and D+ being the real main ones, where it's just legitimate LCK rosters coming through. And this will be our third time seeing what D+ has to offer.
Yep, Gen.G, we got pretty close in their last matchup as well, with only Ruler being a little bit of a change, as 81% for HLE. I think this kind of makes some sense. Outside of the fact that they are not running with Zayas and with Peanut, if you had a look at them during their most recent season, this is about how these teams were sitting. I don't know whether it's necessarily that much of a difference. How about you, Wolf? Like, where's your thoughts at?
I'd probably put like 55-60 Hanwha to 40 D+. I think that's a fair assessment. Remember, right now when you consider Zayas and Peanut on Hanwha Life, I think they're the only team right now could say blind before LCK Cup. I'm like, this is the S tier team, and then you put T1 and Gen.G at A, and then the list goes down, right? But they have 60% of that roster, whereas D+ is kind of sitting in like high B right now, I'd say, in terms of their roster. We'll see if it grows, and we'll see if Shiu actually is able to adapt very quickly as a rookie. Yep. But right now, at this point in time, the fact that bottom lane is so important in this tournament, and you have Viper and Delight, that alone is enough for me to really push them over the edge.
I would agree. I think that Shiu has been kind of beating Rooster so far this season, like this year. But I don't know whether that is enough to actually get them over the line against what is such an incredibly powerful core. And we'll just have to see. Already, the majority of the bans have actually already come through. You can see Vi, LeBlanc, and the Aurora all taken off the board, as Yone, Ashe, and... Interesting that the Rumble ban does come in, because Rooster has been very, very good on it. We know that there are a lot of other very high priority picks, and this is one of them. The Callista in the hands of Viper is a scary prospect.
It's the only pick he's played so far this tournament, played at both games. This allows the Ambessa pick to come here for D+ without having to worry about that Rumble. And the Skarner also made it through because, once again, Showmaker's LeBlanc was target banned, because he's one of the only players where in every situation you're a little bit nervous about his LeBlanc, regardless of the meta, regardless of the composition. So that extra tax actually gives D+ two extremely high-tier champions here. Zeka will pick up this Azir that he and Poby have really enjoyed playing so far this group.
This is like the classic
It's
answer
the
as
answer
well.
right now, yeah.
Yeah. Like everyone's sort of been defaulting to this Varus into Kalista option. Just outranges, feels pretty good, especially with the amount of melees that we have just bumping around. Zeka on his Azir, though, is a frightening prospect because we've seen this Azir be so incredibly successful. Showmaker instead back to an old favorite as the Talia is locked in.
Yeah, into
Very
Zeka's
Shuriman
Azir.
themed.
I wonder, you know, in the past, you know, I was always like feeling hesitant to say Zeka's one of our top Azir players. I think he's really improved and he's a lot stronger at a lot wider range of mid champions. No longer just the Akali Sylas guy that he was back in 2022. But you know, Showmaker is good at Talia and great in this matchup. He showcased his skills in this matchup a lot. So feels like Showmaker's just deciding he's going to throw the gauntlet down and say, yeah, we're going to play around this and maybe we'll get a really strong bottom lane that I can roam down and affect.
Yep. That means the Varus is going to be banned away. I find it interesting just because I don't know whether Home Life Esports would have banned the Talia, and the Varus was obviously going to be taken away.
That makes me think there's another plan here for the bottom lane of D+. Like if they just end up locking something fairly meta here, I'm going to be disappointed because like you say, you know, you could have just locked the Varus and then got the Talia anyways, probably. I was going to say maybe they just play Ezreal, which would disappoint me, but now it's banned. And there's going to fight fire with Draven here. This is one of those picks where you can go, yeah, you can win this lane into the Kalista. You ban the Renata away. And if you end up getting a nice lead down there, okay, it's finally Corki bot time!
There it is!
But into Kalista, so that's scary. But it's finally Corki bot time!
Well, we'll see how aiming is going to do on the little man on a plane. This is like, I just can't believe that this is the first time that we're seeing it because all of our AD carries have been spamming this pick and we've been talking about it forever. You brought it up in game 1 of day 1.
Yeah, it's our...
then it's only happening now?
in our 15th game of KeSPA Cup.
It's ridiculous.
It's been banned a lot, to be fair, and it's been played like maybe 4 or 5 times, but we will see Grizzly grab once again the Viego. He banned it last game.
Ooh,
Still able
pretty
to take the
scary.
win.
And Delight on the Nico now as well. One of the favorite pairings for this Kalista, especially with Renata banned.
Barrel, what are you cooking?
Oh, man. It is Beryl, isn't it? Is he just back
He's
on
just gonna
Maokai
play,
duty?
like-
Maybe he does, but Poppy is another option. A lot of denial of this Kalista. Once again, Poppy, Talia together means that Kalista and Azir and Cassante and Viego to a certain extent just don't get to play the game.
Yeah, I think it's a wise choice here. Can be very, very powerful, too, if you utilize it in the right way in some of these team fights, just controlling objectives, just knocking multiple people out of the fight. Very, very powerful ultimate. One of the highest utility ultimates you can really have as a support in terms of just removing people from play. Nobody else can do it. Sometimes you can set up a kill, sometimes you can set up a pick, but that ult is just going to say, no, that's my objective. So first Corki of the tournament. We saw Aiming play this in LCK when it was kind of mid-only and people were trying to experiment with bottom. We saw like Teddy pick it up once, I want to say. But this is a bit of a changed Corki with some of his mana costs reverted, and he has a lot of early power. We'll see if he goes Jack of all trades, because that's been really common to pick up some additional stats in that bottom lane. If you go Fleet Footwork, that's also really common too. We'll have to see what he's going to run, but it's going to be that same Trinity Force into Muramana, 2-item power spike that you're going to see soar into the mid game. And Corki is incredibly powerful, but what you don't sacrifice is that power in mid, where you have, you know, when you go mid Corki, it means, okay, you have 2 AD champions, you got an 80 bottom, but this time you have that good damage profile with the Talia mid, you have the roaming power that Talia has, and that scaling damage that's going to come with it. That's really good into the Cassante. Once she picks up Leandri's, can really start burning through that health bar as well.
Yeah, I actually really like the Talia in that case, but there is a lot of explosive damage, and that's what Talia doesn't do very well at. Like, there's not a lot of burst. It's no LeBlanc. So Showmaker definitely one of our players that is extremely good at eking out as much damage as possible from the Talia. Of course, Seismic Shove really makes or breaks this champion, and he does tend to land them. But he's really going to have to, I think, in this game.
Yeah, I mean, there's some element of burst with the Talia combo, but it's not going to instantly pop somebody. But if everybody's there to follow up on it, then, you know, eventually that person does die, as slowly as it may take. It may take a few extra seconds, but that pick potential is huge.
Let's listen to some dubstep. Hey.
Hey!
All right. Here we are under the rift for our second last game of the night. I can't believe it. You know, time flies when you're having fun. Only one more to go, T1 versus Gen.G after this. You guys were wondering. This, though, Life eSports versus DK. Draft looking pretty good for Hanwha. DK, you understand what they want to do with it, but it might take a little bit more in order to make this one happen. Lucid also doesn't really strike me as the Skarner guy. You know?
Yeah, not really. But as long as he doesn't do any crazy humbug shenanigans, this is a pick that a lot of agency on as long as you play it smart.
Yep. And already aiming, tobogganing towards the top side of the map.
And
So
Grizzly's
lane
going to
swap.
start these wolves here. Barrel says, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Grizzly says, well, I do.
And Beryl says, I'm going to heroically charge
Rooster's
you.
coming over.
Yeah, Zeka is there as well. So Beryl's just being annoying. Zeka, of course, very aware of this, having played with Beryl in the past.
That's true.
Uh-huh.
Showmaker is going to hit level 2 here, and Rooster's going to have to dash over. We'll respect the fact that at level 2 he could have looked for a bit of a flip action here with Barrel. Not going to go for that lock-in, though. We'll just get the Unraveled Earth instead, more standard. And clear that wave. As you see, aiming is starting to hit some of those turret plates. At the same time, we do see Zeka in the bottom. Or sorry, not Zeka. That's
Yeah,
yeah. I
Nico.
got Nico trolled. It's late at night. We've been here for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. We do have that push of the Callista Nico in the bottom lane. With the Vietnamese lane swaps for half a second, I was like, wait a second, more creativity. No.
No, not really happening.
TP coming through here to return to the bottom lane for Siu.
That's, Oh, okay, never mind. I thought that, like, Rooster was the one teleporting to the bottom lane, but that was a blue side teleport, and so he was going towards the top side, and he was just in the river, like, 2 centimeters away from the bottom lane outer turret, and that seems silly to me. So I'm also suffering from the it's quite late at night scenario.
I'm working on the coffee. Like, we haven't
Yeah.
gone through it yet, but you know, I'm getting there.
I just had 2, and it still hasn't quite done anything just yet. Might be to do with my severe tolerance, but we'll have to see.
Grizzlies lost a lot of his jungle here. You can see that Lucid is trying to pull ahead now in camps. We'll pick up these little Kruggies, and then is now going to go to his red buff. Grizzly does have mid prio to try to, if he wanted to come over here and try to fool around with sealing this away, but can be quite tricky if Showmaker just rotates over. Fast rotational power of the Talia. Might have been in trouble, but he's out of mana. Either way, he's just going to take this Scuttle Crab and could look for double Scuttle.
Ooh.
As aiming is okay.
Yeah, he got hit by 1 Q and an auto, and is now able to just
Baiting.
throw the Gatling gun forward. Lucid not really finding too much, but Grizzly is snuck behind. Okay, in comes the lawnmower. Not able to find Rooster here, though.
I don't know if Grizzly can really make this work. They also have
they know
question mark
exactly-
pings.
yeah.
They know, yeah.
This was confirmed. All right, he is going to go back home. Was, I believe, in Vision. Don't know, that was a bit weird. The Vision toggle worked out a little bit strangely there, but I'm pretty sure he was in Vision.
It's weird because like when you toggle it like that, it just makes him look like he's halfway through the brush or something,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
he
yeah.
actually is still in the brush. I think they just didn't visibly see him, but knew that that would obviously be where he was. Just really good game sense.
Yep, nicely done. Zeka going to teleport back to the mid lane as Lucid comes on over and realizes that there are just a couple of popcorn chickens for him to pick up. He did take away the entire bottom side jungle of Grizzly, though, so I wouldn't be too upset about the outcome.
Yeah, can now just go clear his wolves and the blue buff, and we'll have a continued slight CS advantage there. As this bottom lane just ends up being barrel patching holes, as that's kind of been the lane swap meta here in KeSPA Cup, as the support sticks with the mid laner for a while, then the top laner that's getting pushed in by range gets the support here in bottom lane on red side. We do have a gank.
Yeah, Showmaker thinking about making his way in. Beryl moves over and, yeah, Showmaker just going to walk his way back, but Zeka pinging out that there isn't a mid laner. Just allows him to alleviate some pressure here on the bottom side of the map. Really nicely done. Showmaker, this is why his Talia has been so good. He gets out of lane as soon as he possibly can to try and help the rest of the map. The fact that she can surf on walls really does help.
I was going to say, you don't even necessarily need Weaver's Wall because of that surf to get to the bottom lane very quickly. Can impact everywhere. We did not see the double scuttle go to Grizzly. Obviously, that's now picked up here by Lucid. As we mentioned before, significant farm advantage because he took that jungle away from Grizzly early. We do see Viper heading to the top lane now. Aiming has been up there for a while. They're even in CS. 2 plates, though, did go over in the bottom lane, whereas that top lane plate protection is in effect, so Aiming didn't pick up any of that gold, and as the gold king, he's probably a little bit upset about that.
Yep, very true. Ooh, Barrel gonna get snared. Immediately flashes. Not messing around with that one. Understandably so as well. Grizzly had that had the grubs control warded as Lucid just decides to speed boost his way forward. The rock damage actually starting to ramp here.
I remember the initial Skarner rework where it did such a huge percentage base of your health. It was so crazy.
Yep.
Zeka has his Empress Divide. He could try to set up a play here.
Yep. Showmaker as well. Could block this off with a big old wall. Beryl taking a lot of damage from his former teammate. As one of the grubs already taken here by Grizzly. Will be able to take the second as well. Looks like it is just going to be 3 going over to Hanwha. Really nice early game control here.
I mean, look at the difference in farm here for Viper, who went topside to try to help set up that play. He was able to catch that big wave. Now he has a 10 CS lead. He has that plate gold bottom side that Aiming didn't get. They get all of the grubs. They stop the rotation. Showmaker's not able to make anything happen with that gank. And while Grizzly is significantly behind in farm, it's not so far behind that you can really feel it at this stage in the game. So I think that Hanwha Life Esports are in a really nice spot in this early game.
100% agree. I think that there are some moments where DK will get to be a little bit stronger.
Sure.
But right now, things getting carried through beautifully. And there are a lot of bridges, right? Like mid-game, I feel like Viper is going to be at full force. 2 items, Zeka is going to be really strong. And at all times, Grizzly needs to be respected. Then late game, Rooster is massive in that front line. Delight with these engages if the Pop Blossoms do land. It's a difficult composition to go up against just because it's always kind of hard to fight into it.
Yeah. See, Barrel is going to go ahead and take that back topside. And I think that the next big fight here is going to be so based around who gets the initial engage. You know, is it an Emperor's Divide? Is it a Showmaker flip back? Is it going to be, you know, Poppy ult coming through if Barrel gets 6 before then? And when you look at the way this is set up right now and the rotation over a Viper, it looks like D+ are just not even going to play around with this. It looks like they're just going to simply give it up. Showmaker doesn't have teleport, so while he's backing here, he's just not going to be here in time if they just start this right away. With Lucid over here, though, I'm going to clear this wave out first instead, so there's a little bit more time. Showmaker might be able to make it back just in time to make that impact.
Yeah. Barrel just moving forward. You can see that the dragon has been somewhat started. Lucid going to be pulling it out of the pit. Grizzly can come on over, though. I don't expect that this is something that they're going to be able to take, although Zeka was going back in the mid lane, doesn't have teleport, and so this should be DKs. So never mind. Nicely done. They're 800 gold behind, but being able to get this first dragon going to be very important, even if it is on full vision of Hanwha Life Esports.
So wild how that all worked out.
Yeah.
D+ like had the better position to go for the dragon, but Showmaker back. They didn't go for it. Then Zeka backs, and then Showmaker shows back up with no TP, and he's like, well, actually, we're here first, so we get this one. Even though Hanwha Life Esports had a lot of control bottom side, Barrel still hasn't quite hit level 6 yet.
Yeah, that Keeper's Verdict is going to be very important. Shiu just a level behind Rooster, who is really kind of thriving in this matchup.
Yeah, he really is.
We've never seen this really go like horrendously wrong for either side, outside of like some early game shenanigans where Ambassador has been able to get stuff done, but that was a good trade by Shiu, but otherwise Rooster has just been able to take as much control as he would like here in this top lane.
Yeah, you just kind of try to see what you can do with your multi-Qs as Cassante, and if you can lead that into a really nice set of like you hit 2 of those, or you get the final one, the Q3, and you get that pullback, then you can fight a little bit and then leave and try to avoid when Mbess is tossing out her abilities. You can kind of trade that ways. Otherwise, if you keep fighting her, it's a war of attrition in this early laning phase that you won't win. So Rooster is picking his battles correctly. And we'll actually come down here and catch this wave. Seeing a lot of swaps between top and bottom in this game, setting up for the next set of grubs.
Yeah. Grizzly now, moving back up towards his top side, thinking about paying a visit to Shiu, has, of course, Delight and Viper up here as well.
Showmaker is significantly behind in farm. He's also only level 8. Like, you know, Zeka's level 9 here. He's coming down, can TP up, but... And this is going to be a really tough fight for D+ to fight on their terms, I feel.
And I think they really don't want to give away all of these grubs as well. You can see control wards are plenty, but Delight is making his way around this melee minion. It's going to be scary. Lucid does manage to spot them out, but there's the flash out from aiming. Emperor's Divide not going to be doing anything as the Keeper's Verdict just knocks away his former teammate. Still, it is sort of a free disengage here, and a lot of buttons are now on cooldown. That Emperor's Divide wasn't actually used. And so therefore, they're able to rotate back and give this another shot if they would like to.
Yeah, Lucid just ease away. Delight's super low.
Yeah, Shu actually getting a lot of work done here as Beryl once again moving in, aiming, pushing away Rooster as best he can. These threaded volleys starting to hurt. Zeka doesn't want to go over the rocks, but they have now dissipated. The rest of DK now moving on forward. A lot of buttons on cooldown, but oh, there's the stun. First blood going over to Showmaker. Zeka in trouble, hits one with the Emperor's Divide as he uses it defensively. And HLE, they're going to have to back away. DK coming alive here as we crest the mid-game.
I mean, I think you made a really good point when, oh, Rooster, he should be okay.
Yep, Lucid is going to drive over and pay him a visit. Showmaker really wanted to find another seismic shove, but didn't quite have enough cooldown.
I'm trying to back here. But yeah, I think you made a really good point when you mentioned a lot of those cooldowns were burnt by Delight's wraparound there. It just didn't really amount to anything Lucid ease away. So now you're kind of out of engage tools here. Delight takes so much damage here. Even the heal is burned to give him some health and try to get him away from everybody. And Rooster's zoned away, so he can't actually impact the play. And then watch this ult from Shio as he's like, okay, I see an angle here. Let's take Grizzly out. The ult is fantastic here, the public execution. Lucid follows up, pushes him into the wall, and then Showmaker is there to follow up and deny Rooster access to the follow-up. He can't actually go in there and push them through or chase them down. So it's just so well coordinated here off of the ult from Shio. So ends up being a kill to go over, and they deny 5 grubs. They only get 2 of them, actually. But they deny the 5 grubs here from HLE.
Yep.
So still significant.
Yep.
Yeah, it's significant here for HLE, that's for sure.
But we'll see whether they can contest the next dragon. Going to be a Chemtech, meaning that we only have good souls. There is nothing else. And so DK, if they can get themselves to this second dragon point, it's likely that they'll be able to pick up a soul point for a really nice dragon if they're able to keep stacking these up. So 43 seconds on the clock before that one is going to be there. Some satisfying farming done by the Ambessa here towards the top side, or in the mirror matchup, as some people are saying, Ambessa versus Cassante. They all just do too many things.
There's a lot of things that they're doing these days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dashing and being tanky and doing damage.
Reading the ability description,
dashing.
you're like, whoa, that's a lot.
Yep.
Aphelios was one of a kind back in the day, you know?
He was. I feel like we're getting up to like 400, 500 years territory now. That's what the amount of experience that I would need. All right, catching a clone is Lucid, as now Viper is in trouble. Keeper's Verdict comes down, he has to flash. Gonna pay his respects to Beryl.
Surprised Shio didn't actually look for a follow-up ult there, but decided it wasn't necessarily going to be worth it onto Viper there, and they end up putting him at half health, so they're kind of winning already.
Yep,
He's still got it.
Wandering around as a caster minion. On
Not
vision
very
fully.
sneaky, yeah.
Yep. As there's a heroic charge. Beryl actually not able to get the stun, so he's taking a lot of damage. He'll be taken down. As now into the back line goes the Ambessa. Shiu going to be able to look for Zeka, takes him down. It's a kill going over to Showmaker once again, but Rooster getting into the pit. Flash out from Shiu as Rooster and Grizzly just in the Thunderdome. Showmaker throwing rocks everywhere. The Dragon is taken by Ambessa. I don't know about that one. Is now Lucid doing battle with Delight, and we know who wins that one. Oh dear, there's a flung Nico, and Showmaker picks up another one. He is having a field day on this Talia, really showing who is the Talia main here in the LCK.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, look, Atlas and Wolf, maybe they wouldn't ban it, but if they know how good I am at this champion, they might ban it in the second phase. I'm just going to lock it in.
Last time I saw you, Showmaker, you weren't this good. Not gonna lie.
It's been a while, and it was a little bit of a tough start as a flash comes through here. He gets a little bit scared.
Zeka? Is that a flank?
We'll have to check the replay on that one. Showmaker got scared there of Grizzly's approach and flashed away, and then yeah, I'm not sure about what went down there with Zeka, but
I was concentrating on something else, and then all of a sudden the pigeon died.
yeah,
Maybe hit a window?
You might be onto something there. We'll have to wait for the replay to confirm. But the Dragon goes over to D+. It's a Mountain Soul, which is going to really feel good for
man.
Poppy,
Bessa
Bessa,
yeah.
Skarner. Like, with the 2 Drake lead they have, this is massive. Let's see. I'm going to go back to this Dragon fight here.
I really
Delight
hope they
is-
show whatever happened to Zeka there.
Delight is trying to fish for a really nice engage here, but there's only Barrel. Like, aiming's so well spaced here. Sure, they get the kill on the Barrel, but Shio is ripping through Zeka here. And then Delight only hits Lucid. And yeah, aiming is under fire, but look at Showmaker. He's like doing damage to Rooster. He's kiting back. He's like, all right, well, I'll focus on the top part of the fight. He helps Lucid take out the Callista. Then he comes over here and helps secure the follow-up as Delight's like, I'm almost out. No, not quite. Gets pulled back.
Yeah,
by the
shoves him
seismic shove.
right over the wall as
Yeah.
well. Nowhere that he can go.
So, like, are we dumb? Like, what happened to Zeka?
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea. I guess he teleported in and died.
Yeah,
That's what I'm guessing. Maybe that ward that we can see near the Baron Pit.
because Lucid was the one to get the kill, right? Because Showmaker had 4 kills, I believe, after that Dragon fight.
Yep.
So,
He was 4-0-0.
I don't
So,
know.
yeah, it must have... Lucid killed him at some point. That's all I'm going to give you. 2-0-3 as well. I think in the last 2 games, Lucid has not died once. And he was, what, 4-0-23, 22 or something like
something crazy on the Sejuani, yeah.
that? Pretty absurd. And now, just stacking up this
Look
Heart
at
Steal.
Showmaker's items. He's not sure, like, the game is over because he doesn't have a Magi's yet or a Dark Seal, but
Yeah.
you can tell he's holding gold, or he was. He's now spent it. You can tell his gold spent stat is quite high after his gold collected stat.
Yeah, Cosmic Drive and the
Archangels
Seraphs actually
yeah,
completed. Like,
transformed.
I still think he probably wants to build the Leandries just for that consistent damage, but you can understand why he wants the shield.
Well, now I mean, the shield is useful here, but with a Cosmic Drive, too, he just has a lot of power against squishies in this early game. He doesn't need to break through a Cassante right now. You know, he's actually happy to just be safe and then doing consistent damage and blowing up the front line when it's squishies, right? When the Cassante isn't there, he's like, oh, I'll catch Delight, who keeps playing aggressively. I'll catch Viper when he's trying to get in there because he's super low range. And if he wants to duel with me on this Callista, I've got that extra shield that's going to be super helpful. Maybe a charge here, which will take out this mid turret.
Yeah, you can see Lucid looking for an opportunity, but decides they just want to take the turret down. He's going to be aiming, just crashing Shelly into the wall. Will mean that she's not going to be doing too much more here, although wasn't going to have an opportunity to crash into that turret. It's still pretty low. As Grizzly still staying ahead as far as farm, but against a Skarner, if you don't have a lead, you're probably feeling bad no matter who you are. And Lucid is now going to pay a visit to Delight down towards this bottom side. Rooster also there, going to get denied the dash. There's the ulti into the backline from Shu. He actually just dances over the Cassante. Will be able to take him down. The Fates call as Viper goes in and picks up his bottom lane partner. But that is only to play defense and keep them out of dodge. This is going to be an inner turret likely falling with this cannon minion here up and available.
Yeah. Delight's trying to give him some clone gold as well.
Wow. This is kind of nutty, though, Wolf, because DK kind of toying with him.
Look at Rooster and how quickly he falls here. Gets hit by the Steadfast Presence, pushed into the wall, Corky Rocket, knock up there coming through from the Poppy. And it's so much damage. Like, you can see right now, Showmaker's like, no, we snowball this game. I don't need Leandries. I don't need that slow damage.
Yeah.
I'm happy with safety and fast damage from the Cosmic Drive and the speed that it's going to bring me. So he's actually looking like he might just go straight into Death Cap after this as well.
I don't mind it.
A needlessly large rod with the amount of money he has. You know, he's just like, they'll be snowball this. Like, there is no health stacking I'm worried about. There's no tanks.
They won't have enough health. We're going to win
Exactly.
at 22 minutes. Yep, I like the idea.
And
I
so-
like the thinking.
The rotations have been good, but like you said, it's like almost like they're toying with them. They're destroying them here early. And I mean, I gave the edge to Hanwha because I was like, yeah, this team has 60% of a fantastic roster, and D+ were a little bit rough around the edges, a little bit sloppy in their last game. But this game, when they have the lead, and it's like the rotational power of both this Skarner and the Taliyah, Hanwha Life eSports just can't keep up right now. And it's you mentioned it straight up from the draft, but the Callista really does not enjoy to play into all of these things that deny her.
And I think that, like, if we go back to what we saw from D+ in their first match, it was against the Aurora Nocturne composition. I think proving to be one of the better ones in the meta that we've seen forming here in the KeSPA Cup. Their next couple of games are actually very impressive. This one being the better one of all of them. And I think it's a great look for a team that really does have a lot to prove. We have to emphasize this a lot. Life eSports, they have two of their challenger players in jungle and top lane. Their jungle and top lane are Zeus and Peanut. Yeah, two of the most important players to this roster. We don't, we haven't seen Zeus prove that, but World's MVP, the guy's pretty good. And so we're expecting this team to improve a whole lot. DK, this what you see is what you get.
Yeah, this for Hanwha Life, what they see is that DK see them, and so what they get is the hell out of here. But
yeah,
just as a
nice
segue,
I like that a lot.
I think Hanwha Life really starting to feel the pressure here. Not going to be able to come over and defend their turret, so D+ push them off. They will get a chance to come over here, but I mean, it's a KeSPA, so bye-bye to your turret. I'm starting to feel like the more we've seen it in this tournament thus far, I think the KeSPA's kind of bait. I feel like it's not that good in this meta, and even without the Varus, which has been the most common counter in this game, the Corki's doing fine. It's a lane swap anyway, so you don't get that KeSPA oomph that you normally do, as that was optimistic.
Huh. That seemed like a misclick.
Yeah.
Optimisclick?
I mean, if he does hit it and Showmaker is able to get on top of him and get the knockback there, I guess he's dead, but just didn't really have that much vision.
Yeah.
Let's say that.
So KeSPA is an interesting champion, always kind of has been, in the fact that if you're winning, you're not winning for very long because the game's just kind of over.
Yeah.
And if you're losing, you have to sit there and lose for a really long time.
And KeSPA's the only champion, I think we had the lane stats come up earlier, who's ahead. Like, Viper's the only person ahead in any matchup, and he's just not able to translate that. It's a small lead, by the way, but...
Oh, God. And,
Rocks
it's also,
on the ground.
We have to remember that this is a composition built to destroy KeSPA as well. There are rocks all over the ground. There's steadfast presence, teleport flank coming in here. Oh, dearie me. That is a wombo combo if ever I've seen one. And then he's just booted out of there. Okay, the Impale does absolutely nothing. A lot of buttons being sort of thrown around. DK just wanting to sink their fangs into someone. In goes Zeka. He finds two with the Empress Divine Pop Blossom. The wombo combo from HLE isn't going to be enough. As Mbessa gets into the backline, the flash out, but it's not enough. And it's Zeka that's able to be a hero in that backline. The Shuriman solo lane is able to take down a whole lot here as aiming, trying to cleanse. Let's see whether Lucid can stay alive. 4 members of HLE moving over. This is their revenge. And DK just overstepping around the Baron. Too many buttons thrown into a champion that was then just evicted.
Not only that, but the Impale missing. And you see Zeka flash, and you're like, okay, well, I guess he can't really get to us, right? There's no way he can make a big impact here as aiming. We talked about optimism earlier, but this is like some positivity on the next level. Maybe he's like, maybe I sniped Delight. Maybe.
Well, yeah. We'll see about that. I mean, Rooster is also very low. Barrel's making his way over. This would be heroism if it does happen. He wants to get an exit kill before he definitely dies. Shu coming in as well. Showmaker actually locking one down. Viper is going to stay alive because Beryl decides that he's allowed to live as the public execution onto Zeka. It was all part of the D+ Kia grand plan as they take a Baron and lose their lives.
I mean, Beryl didn't die this time to stall it out. He was just kind of in the vicinity. It was really aiming who's playing this game here and slowly delays this Baron and slowly
you should see the
corral
beautiful seismic shove that Barrel's like, no, Viper, I will kill you.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It was pretty funny. Does end up taking him out there. You know, the last fight, I feel like Zeka made that heroic Empress Divide. They kind of rode him off because he didn't have flash, but he's able to shuffle in and set up that ult. Saves the play there. I think it was very sloppy from D+. But I also didn't trust that D+ were able to get here as fast as they did to actually get some of those exit kills here. You can see Hanwha Life already with a negative power play here on this Baron as a result of those kills going over, and D+ are back in the driver's seat. But as long as they can keep playing together well and stay coordinated and hit some abilities, they're still in a fantastic place in this game despite some of Hanwha's heroics. Yeah, Baron buff on Delight at the moment to put this in perspective.
And if they're able to get a Mountain Soul, I think that Hanwha Life eSports just have no hope anymore. Because that wombo combo doesn't kill anyone.
Yeah.
It's just too many resistances. The shield going to be too powerful. So HLE really need to do everything that they can to stop DK from taking this dragon. Delight looking for that flank angle. That ward has been turned off, so he can theoretically try and surprise them with a pop blossom.
Showmaker can just set up a wall here too.
Yep, the Rock's now on cooldown just for a little while. Decent amount of ability haste now, level 14, as the Keeper's Verdict from Beryl. Just trying to get them out of the way. Pop Blossom onto only Showmaker, who will just blow up. Into the backline goes Shiu with that public execution as they manage to lock down the soul. The rest of DK looking to try and get out of there. Delight, oh my goodness, yeah, breaks his arm guard and his arm, I'm pretty sure, based on that health bar. As the rest of DK, will they be able to survive? The cute little shield is there, but it doesn't feel quite as valuable now, unless they're able to take down one. Rooster thrown into the wall. Azeka bringing some of the damage back. Into the backline goes Rooster. They're able to take down aiming. Emperor's Divide does not very much at all, to be perfectly honest. Beryl is likely to die. Shiu just needs to try and keep himself alive here, as Lucid not long for the world, but is going to take a while to be killed. As Shiu, oh my god, no, it's just that Bessa thing, surely not. He's able to take down one, and that is, thank goodness, the only one.
I mean, I was looking at this going, okay, Shiu, there's 3 low health members there. Viper's the ideal target, but surely
Yeah.
Viper will just walk away because he doesn't need to be there, and they got him killed. But Viper's just like, nah, I'll go give him a chance. And he did. But this is all about Delight's catch here onto Showmaker, because Showmaker's the one that's quintessential at making sure that they can't close that gap to the dragon, can allow them to retreat with his Weaver's Wall. Su is the ideal target there. Delight's going to go golden to survive. And then from here, there's some heroics to buy time, and aiming's like, how much damage can I get done? Look at where Shiu is. He's so far away. If this hits Rooster also, then they easily just collapse onto Viper, but instead they kind of have to keep...
get out, I think.
Yeah, then they have to kind of keep awkwardly pushing here. And at this point, Viper should just be okay with leaving. You know, like, Lucid's not going to turn this one around. Yeah.
But if you see your mates having a good time, like,
look at this.
I can understand. Like, you just want to be having a good time too.
Yeah, I feel that, but, you know.
Maybe his argument is, like, Shiu wouldn't have stuck around if Viper wasn't there looking tasty.
Look, the good news is, even from behind here with this Callista comp, Hanwha Life have found a few really nice engages, right? They found the last one with the Emperor's Divide from Zeka into the Pop Blossom from Delight. This time here, it's Delight finding a primo target on Showmaker, the primary blocker, right? The one who would have been able to deny them any further follow-up after the dragon is secured. So yes, the Mountain Soul went over, and yes, D+ did get that kill on the Viper on the end of things with Shiu. There's a little consolation prize. He has top damage in the game.
Yeah.
But the proof is that that last fight proved that Hanwha can, if they find the right target, if they find the right angle with Delight, who's had kind of an up-and-down game. I feel like it hasn't been his best game ever, but he's had some really important moments at his peaks here in this game. That it is winnable.
Shiu is struggling in this particular moment. Make that not struggling. He's actually doing absolutely fine. He will be taken down in the end when 5 people turn up, but Grizzly is terrified, flashing away from this guy that they were surrounding with 3 people.
Yeah, he's on 3 items, so he's
pretty strong.
He's pretty strong. He is Ambessa, so Hanwha Life were right to judge how many players they needed to take him out there.
Yep.
They had just the right amount, all 5.
Yep.
He's not able to trade a kill back this time, but it's not the end of the world, because there's nothing really that Hanwha can pick up right now except a little bit of Baron control. Only spawns in 40 seconds time, so that's going to be transient control. D+ will have Shiu. He will have teleport. Probably won't even need it, but if he needed to rush over here, he could get over here instantly. So it's a nice pick in terms of the gold they pick up, but it isn't going to lead to anything just yet. This next fight, though, over Baron, which will lead into Elder, is probably going to be the game-deciding fight.
Yeah.
And it feels like the time did fly by in this game, but we're about to crest 30 minutes. And this is the big one. This is the one where Delight needs to find that engage. There's an arm guard at the ready here for Zeka. That's going to be super useful at potentially getting him into position to do massive damage while he maybe potentially sets up that Emperor's Divide. This is going to be a banger.
It will. And I think so much of it hinges on where the rocks are for Showmaker, where this steadfast presence is going to be allocated by Beryl as well, his timing on it, and whether aiming is just going to be standing on a ward this whole time. It must be so close to the vision range of that control ward, as we can see. As there's a Fate's Call on to the 2 tankiest members of the team, though, as the Impale is going to pull back Rooster. He's really tanky as well, but now the Keeper's Verdict is going to take away so much of the damage, as Shiu is going to find Zekra on the side, on the flank. And that's not a 1v1 that Zeka can actually
No.
take
Yeah,
in this
that's-
game. He wants to be winning team fights, not 1v1s.
Exactly. That's a huge win, actually, to push Zeka out, but they're not able to actually get enough control over this Baron. And now Beryl is ultless.
He also just like backed and completed the back right as that control ward was just coming down on top of his head. He just did not care at all.
No.
That's how fearless he is.
So Zeka and Delight still have their really strong engage ults here, whereas D+ are basically out of everything. You know, I mean, the Corki ult isn't really an ultimate, and Shio's ultimate is something that relies on a lot of follow-up here, and if he goes in alone, that's not necessarily going to be enough. Because they didn't actually win the fight decisively, D+ are like, you know what? If we're going to trade, we'll take the Elder. Let's actually put our focus down on the bottom side of the map instead here. Grab that Scuttle. And, I mean, as I say that, they're kind of getting vision on both, as Hanwha Life do just completely back away.
Yeah, this
a
sort of
stalemate
vision
almost.
control that they have, like with like the fact that these compositions do thrive a lot on having control of an area, right? Like you can really pounce on someone and then they're dead.
Yeah,
Seismic Shove kind of does that.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think D+ also just going, well, if we get vision, we can slow things down. We need a little bit more time for those ults to come online. Showmaker's got his back up. Lucid's coming back up. Beryl so close to that Keeper's Verdict, but Hanwha Life are not giving him that much time.
Oh, God. Rooster taking a lot of damage. He's supposed to be the main tank here as the Weaver's Wall still up and available. Lucid can always get in there. That's going to be Grizzly taking down the Baron, though. Rooster now finds himself away from the rest of the team. Zeka having to go golden very, very early. That Impaled goes wide, though. The all-out from Rooster into the backline as Showmaker just stands his ground. He's absolutely fine. Keeper's Verdict gets rid of so many, and now Viper is just a Lone Ranger having to deal with an angry lawnmower, and Beryl just surviving.
Celebration Ward there, but the Baron's still going over to Hanwha Life. You know, they got those members away. They won that fight. But yeah, that is the big question. Without Viper's damage, it is going to be tricky to deny this. Zeka still has Emperor's Divide. They're going to have to try for something here. Oh man, they're actually sending Rooster top here. They're just going to try to weather the storm on this one, try to use the Baron to out-damage while this, in terms of structures, the value of this Elder.
Yeah, use the Baron in order to push the minions does make a lot of sense, but this Elder is certainly going to go down. There's Elder actually picked up here, and Beryl's trying to start off this fight as Hanwha Life eSports do grab that outer turret. It does make a fair bit of sense, right? Like,
yeah,
you want to be able to get what you can. You know that you can't fight for this because you have a man disadvantage, but Xiu, now with Elder and being Mbesso, like the most overtuned champion in the game right now, this is very scary. Okay,
they're going to get out.
They're going to be able to get out, but not Delight. Delight is dead.
Holy, Zonya's the Elder. I didn't. Is that a thing? I think he just.
I didn't know that the Elder also killed clones.
Yeah. That was interesting. Anyway, the second Elder proc goes off there.
Yeah. No, Elder it is kind of a pseudo projectile thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it just gets shot down and hits you for like 9,999 damage.
I assume he just took one more piece of damage after the Zonies and then it just killed him anyways, but.
Oh, it's 99,000 true damage, isn't it? Something like that.
I thought it was just 9999, like 4 nines, but anyway, this fight is really messy. Like Lucid is not unable to get the kill onto, or get the impale onto Zeka after the Zonias because he just dashed a little bit too quickly, but it's the Keeper's Verdict. Remember, we always joke about Beryl, he's so calculated, look at his health, but his ult just came online. Like, they bought enough time, stalled that fight out, his ult barely comes online, and then he fixes the fight. He's like, oh, this is doomed, wait, hold on, I got this, I fixed it.
Yeah, no worries.
And now with Elder here, I mean, they're sieging into these Baron-empowered minions. It's taking a while, but Hanwha Life eSports really have to respect that damage. Showmaker's got his ult here, and he can cut this team fight in half and just wipe them out. The Mountain Soul has gotten so much value this game.
Oh, this is so optimistic from Delight as well. Wanting to go for that flank angle, wanting to find that heroic Pop Blossom. It's minus 300 gold on the Baron power play as well. Not much of a swing when it comes to the money in this game. 40 seconds until the Elder dissipates. If Hanwha can wait it out, I mean, they haven't suffered very much economic damage. The structural damage is certainly a problem, as the first inhibitor is going to go down. Next minion wave is conga lining in. And here goes the Weaver's Wall. Great interruption of that CC, but the Impale is still going to be there. Lucid just happy to grab anyone. The flash out from Viper does mean that he's not publicly executed, but Grizzly not able to find his way in. And as soon as there's no kill in the start of these fights, Grizzly just feels so incredibly useless. They need to be able to get one of these wombos to work, but there are now 2 dead inhibitors. And DK, they have just taken all of the dragons. They are draconianly inclined this series.
I mean, they might set a record. They might be able to get 6 dragons here if this game continues to stall out here. But I think with the lead they have right now, with those double inhibitors down, the power they have on the map, and basically everyone getting close to full build here, Showmaker is about to have his Void Staff online. Maybe there isn't another Elder in this game to take, but before the Baron spawns, there's not really going to be a thing to fight over here. Hanwha Life are just going to sit back and catch these super minions and try to clear things up and hope for a really nice fight. Zeka, similarly, is also getting closer to his Void Staff as well. Void Staff done now for Showmaker, so that's a huge amount of damage he's going to have into this Cassante. We talked about earlier how he snowballed the game so hard. We're like, oh, he's not going to miss that Leandri's. He was missing it for a little while there, you know.
Yeah,
Rooster
I think so.
did become a little bit tanky. When he had Elder, he didn't care about it so much, but the Void Staff was definitely the right next item of call for him. As a single pick could actually change this game.
Yeah, and Beryl is going to find the heroic charge onto Rooster. They do want to focus on the squishies as the all-out does come through. Oh, the steadfast presence. And now Shiu diving into that backline as well. He gets a decent shield, and there's the Impale, this time onto Viper, and he is executed by the Phosphorus Bomb. Aiming able to take down his opposite number. No frontline, no AD carry, and DK say there is no chance for you in this game. They're going to go up 2-1 after what was looking like a seemingly difficult first game against Gen.G. DK really showing that they're strong. That Pop Blossom really nice, but I don't know whether they'll have the follow-up because Zeka just instantly died as soon as Delight found the angle. Nexus turret's going to follow suit, and D plus Kia looking really good with their LCK roster here up against HLE.
Yeah, HLE, not their full roster, but they looked really strong. They were the only undefeated team here in this group, but will drop their first game here to D plus Kia. So similar to yesterday with KT, we were like, oh, is the 3-0 coming? And Hanwha Life do drop this final game to D plus. So we're maintaining some good parity here. We'll see if T1 can do what Kwangdong couldn't do yesterday and grab that final win in that third game. But yeah, D plus, really clean game. And it's honestly Showmaker's Talia, I think that was really the main force throughout most of this game. There were some whiffs on the Skarner ults, and there were some weird moments with Beryl. There were some great moments for Beryl. There were some less great moments for Beryl. There was some Shiu ults that we were confused about, but everyone's going to be a little bit rough around the edges in the first 2 days of KeSPA Cup, and for this team, their first day
100%,
of KeSPA Cup.
And I think that it's totally to be understood that things are going to be a little bit all over the place. But Shiu actually having a really good game. He is playing Mbessa, who is somewhat overtuned, but still, I think that the main thing that impresses me about D+ is even if there are some of these mechanical whiffs, these overextensions, some silly decisions, all in all, they look like they're making decisions in a proactive way. And that's what we've wanted to see from this team all year. When they've looked good, they have been able to do that, and they were able to do that here today in this game.
Stuff like the punish of the Baron.
Yeah.
That you wouldn't have seen that from D+ a lot of the time over the last 2 years. Like, they wouldn't have been able to be decisive enough to make that call. They might just instead just kind of go, well, we let them have it. We'll sit back and wait for the next objective. But the quick punish there, the rotation over, Beryl getting his ult the last possible second, those small things are stuff that we've been wanting to see from D+ for so long. And we've seen glimpses of it here and there, but we haven't seen it consistently. The fact that we're seeing it this early with this reformed roster means that hopefully by the time LCK Cup rolls around, or maybe potentially playoffs at KeSPA Cup roll around, this team is going to look stronger and stronger and keep ramping up.
Yeah, exactly right. And of course, we've got a lot of days left in this, right? This is day 2. And we have 6 more coming up for KeSPA Cup. But one more game, Gen.G taking on T1, the El Clasico here. And of course, there are some changes. I don't know whether Chovy is going to be playing this time around or not. We've had one with Chovy, one without. Whether we've got Owner or Guma coming back, we're not entirely sure, but it's Gen.G versus T1. Who cares what's playing? These orgs are always fun to watch. So stick around. We'll be back after a short break for Gen.G versus T1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. It's time for our final game of the night, the final game of day 2, and Gen.G versus T1. This is the big one. I imagine a lot of you have been waiting for this. And what we're waiting for is to see exactly who's going to be playing in this one. Because it's probably not going to be, you know, the El Clasico of old.
No,
it's just mainly in name.
It's going to have maybe some of the same parts, up to 2 parts, being Guma and Owner. And then on the Gen.G side, we'll see if Chovy is playing or not. We're not going to have Ruler. Obviously, it will be about Enduro in the bottom lane. We just don't know if it's going to be Chemish against Povey or if it's going to be Chovy against Povey, which I don't think we actually did see during Faker's injury. I don't think I ever played against each other, so that'd be fun. But it will be Chemish. They're going to spare Povey the Chovy.
And Smash is playing as well. So Vincenzo and Smash, no Owner or Gumayushi, and it will be Chemish. So this is the most challenge that we can get as far as this matchup is concerned, but it is still Keen, Canyon, and Duro up against basically T1's challenger roster with Cloud making his way up after the departure of Reckless.
Where do you think the vote's going to be? I'm feeling like it's going to be like
54-46.
In favor of T1 or in favor of Gen.G?
I'm kind of thinking it'll be in favor of Gen.G.
Same. I think the fans kind of know.
Yeah.
We have more LCK players on the Gen.G side, regardless.
It's not like a popularity test, is it? It is actually a who do you think is going to win by.
Well, that's what the question is. That doesn't necessarily mean that's how people are going to vote.
Exactly, yeah.
But I do think that part of the popularity element will keep T1 close to 50, but I do think it'll maybe be 60-40 or 55-45, something like that.
I am fascinated in what it's actually going to look like.
Yeah.
though.
It could also just be like 80% Gen.G, and we're like, wow, knowers.
Yeah. But also then Gen.G could just lose because we've seen so many of these just weird outcomes happen, as well as the fact that it is very late as far as the day is concerned. These teams played very early on today, and some fatigue could be starting to set in. As Keen Canyon there looking a little bit bemused, as you can see, about seeming psyched to be here. And Chemish is like, oh, look, I'm back again. It's been like 6 hours since I played last.
Yeah, it has been quite a while for him. He almost looks like he just like recently got out of the shower or something.
Yeah, or just got out of bed. He just had a nap or something like that.
Yeah.
Gamer Hours is coming up immediately after this is finished, and so maybe that's what he's preparing for. Gonna go on a 10-hour solo queue bender. We'll just have to see.
Over here, you know, everything's looking pretty quiet, pretty standard. Is it just me or does Cloud kind of like have like a if Owner was like 8 years younger vibe? Like
there is something like that. Yeah.
They just have a really similar haircut, and obviously both have glasses. So,
and Cloud definitely just looks very young.
Yeah.
In comparison to the rest of the players, of course, fresh out of academy, does make a fair bit of sense there, but still, one of the young guns coming on through T1. We'll see how he is going to be able to perform. Give me that prediction. That's what I want to see.
Let's see.
What's it going to be? Are our spidey senses tingling enough? Or are the fans just getting smart? Is everyone, like, you?
Wow.
Oh, my God, actually 50-50.
Wow.
Huh. Would never have thought.
Huh.
Would never have thought. I assume you guys have been going over and voting. That's why this looks so pushed towards Gen.G. Because, wow, I was not expecting that. Maybe only 2 people voted.
Could be. It could be like 4 people, 2 and 2.
Maybe they kept the vote in-house because they thought maybe it'd be a bit silly. So it's like the 2 people producing the show.
Chovy and Faker voted.
Yeah. Yeah. They let Joe and Arnold vote, and they just voted for each other.
Yeah, I do think that, you know, considering the popularity of T1, even though Gen.G is obviously a very popular team as well, will carry some weight. And Gen.G didn't look perfect, obviously, in their matches leading up to this, but they definitely have the stronger roster on paper. I don't know if this vote came out before we knew if Chovy was playing or not either, but now that we know that he's not, that gives T1 a slight feeling of comfort at least, right?
Yep.
T1 unfortunately have gone 0-2 on the day, and my prediction is Gen.G. And so I'm thinking they're going to go 0-3, but I hope that doesn't happen because, again, it feels rough to start off, especially with a strong lineup like what T1 has gotten. for this tournament. Yes, it's not their main roster, but still a strong lineup. It would be kind of unfortunate if you went 0-3, even though it is kind of the group of death here.
The problem is that one of their losses is against Vietnam as well. And while, you know, they did look a lot stronger than we expected, a little bit unfortunate that T1 went up against them first, right? So that surprise factor, being able to have that really cute level 1 strategy that they utilized to perfection, not taking anything away from them. But it's T1 that sort of suffered from that one.
Yeah.
And therefore, that is a tough loss to overcome and try and make your way out of this group, because it doesn't get very much easier, right? You got Nongshim and then yikes. So let's see whether they can actually get a bit of an upset here against Gen.G. You can see mirrored starts 2-0 for the squad on our blue side.
Kobe finally getting his Azir banned.
There it is.
So even though they went 0-2, I mean, his Azir was so strong in both of those games that Gen.G are just not going to allow him to play it. I really like to see that sort of adaptation in a group stage like this. This is really cool from Gen.G. Go ahead.
No. I was just going to say that respect is smart, and it's always a good idea.
I think KeSPA has kind of been over-prioritized, and I'm happy to say that now. Like, I was starting to feel it a little bit after watching last game, though. Well, we won't see it.
Yeah.
So that's also a thing, but wonder what it means for Gen.G's first pick priority, because they don't have the Ashe, they don't have the Aurora. Skarner will probably be banned in this final spot here for T1, you have to imagine.
Yep, take that one away. Then Corki first pick could happen.
Yeah.
Chemish and About could flex that one, but instead that's going to be banned away. This Ashe Aurora Corki feels like the red side bans. You could take Mbessa, but I think that the Skarner has been very, very strong, and a lot of teams have been prioritizing that one extraordinarily highly. So T1, they could now grab Hate's Mbessa for the top lane if they would like to. Pair that with a Sejuani, and you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, it is a really strong lineup there. Obviously, Yone is still available here too, if they wanted to take that instead with the Sejuani. So some really strong pairings there. Mbessa seems to be a higher prio. And even with no Kalista on the board, Smash is going to pick up the Varus. He's very well known for this pick.
Yep.
One of his more iconic, along with his Caitlyn, of course, but not really being meta in this tournament thus far. So, you know, Canyon's other options would have been to like grab something like a Nidalee here, but when you have that first pick Skarner, you can just lock it down. The question now becomes whether they want to play into this Mbessa. Could put Keen on the Rumble, and that's what it's looking like they're going to do.
Yep, I like that. Rumble has been kind of okay into the Mbessa, although not able to win out in the early game as we've seen. She just kind of dashes and destroys a little bit too much, but you still have this such an incredible ultimate for the mid game. It should just be okay. As now, Chemish, a Yone picked third rotation.
Yeah, this would be
Kinda
quite
nutty. This would be a very powerful top side of the map. Even with the Ahri, still feeling pretty good about it. This means that About does need a lot of physical damage coming out. I can imagine something like a Draven, even that Caitlyn, like you were talking about, could be an option here.
Yeah, they certainly could look for that. I wonder in this final slot here if you want to grab something like a Renata, if you feel like that's going to be good into this fairly dive-heavy composition, or if you want to just lock up your final solo laner and then leave this to be a bit of a duel on the bottom side. Looking for the jungle, instead, though. So we'll get Vincenzo on this Viego again.
The Poby Lissandra, what do you reckon?
I mean, I think he probably knows how to play it, even though it's an older champion for his age and his career, but I definitely wouldn't put it past him. It suits his playstyle, you know.
Yep, could work. Has been good into the Ahri in the past.
And it's pretty good with Viego, too.
Yeah,
so
very true.
I
Frozen Thralls and resets? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. Isn't going to be a lot of damage output, though, to break through the tanky Skarner, so I think the Orianna would have been a more likely pick, but that's now removed here as well. We don't see players really utilize that Lissandra counter pick as much as they used to.
No. I feel like it's a lot of the old guard that just, you know, still have the muscle memory, do like to pick it up. But it's not something that we seem to be seeing a lot of players practicing these days. Ezreal going to be taken away from About as well.
Anything that can help set up this this Varus would be great, I think, because they have a semi-front line, right? Like, I think that Hete he's already proven he's a really good Mbessa player, but she's kind of only pseudo-front line. She's more of a mixed assassin,
I think
bruiser
she's
type.
mostly backline, though, isn't she?
Yeah,
but like
exactly.
enemy backline.
Exactly. So if you can get anything that either locks the enemy down or is a strong front-lining mid lane, I think that's what you really want to grab here as Poby. The Sylas kind of fits the bill. You've got some great ultimates to steal here. So all three of these will end up being very relevant. I actually like this lock-in quite a bit.
Does give them not a whole lot of range, but with Varus, it feels a lot better. You know, line wave clear, things like that can work out quite well. But now, let's see it. What is the physical damage that you're going to be bringing?
Jinx is a really good call.
Yeah, I kind of like this. Sort of slipped my mind as far as a lot of physical damage that is going to be very consistent. And Jinx,
Thresh,
really good option.
Jinx Tom Kench feels really good here. I mean, Tom Kench can follow up on some of this engage. Thresh, similar story, but Thresh can also keep the Ahri and the Jinx very safe here. If Duro is willing to play this pick, which is so off meta right now, but I feel like it really suits what they've built here. I'd love to see that.
I like it. I think it's hard to pick Tom Kench when you haven't seen the enemy support yet. I feel like it is one of these things.
It's a bit of a trap, potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
Leona
can work.
Yeah,
More
sets up
frontline.
picks, and it is a front line, like you say. It's not going to add that much safety for the Jinx in team fights against a lot of threats here in the Ambessa and the Sylas.
But you didn't want to pick the Renata yourself, and picking a Tom Kench into it is always just going to feel rough. So
Yeah.
I think that Duro made the right call here. Cloud deciding on whether he wants to be playing the Rel or something else. It will be Rel locked in. A lot of wombo combo here for T1. Not a lot of range, but the split push identity for this squad also very, very high. Gen.G, a lot more team fight is going to be their focus.
With my time commentating and co-streaming a lot of Smash's games, he is normally the on-hit type Varus player, but I think given the enemy composition, lethality makes a lot of sense because you have so much range here. Yeah, Jinx can match some of that range, obviously, but in terms of just kind of poking with this really aggressive frontline and strong engage that Cloud can provide on this Rel, I think lethality does work here. Everybody's so squishy outside of the Skarner, and the Skarner is going to kind of be going in and looking for picks. He's not going to be frontlining very effectively in a lot of these team fights. It can't just be circumvented here. So I think both options are fine, but I'd like the lethality. Cloud had a bit of a rough start in this tournament, I would say. Out of these 5 players, you know, he's I think had the most rookie look. So
he is also the most rookie player.
Yes. And what I'm hoping, well, he and Hate are, I guess, are kind of pretty even in that regard, but what I hope for here, if I get one thing, if I can ask for one selfish thing, I just want to see Cloud kind of get back to form. I want to see him live up to T1 trusting in this player, being their new challenger support, replacing Reckless. Big shoes to fill, and I think they chose him for a reason, so I want to see that. That's what I want. Yeah. I'm accepting any result here as long as Cloud plays a good game.
I think that's fair. Looking at the drafts, I think that there is a lot on Cloud's shoulders as well. So if he does have a good game, I think the chances for T1 do go up a whole lot because he is there engaged. Smash could land an ultimate, right? But if Cloud's not there with the follow-up, Magnet Storm, then we're not going to get the subsequent stuns, snares, and the follow-up not going to be available.
Both of these teams have really good pick.
Well, do you know what that we also have really good of?
Dubstep! Hey.
That's my favorite bit. All right, I'm looking forward to 6 more days of saying hey.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
All right, so far, very defensive start here. The 5-point defense system.
I do want to shout out.
Swaps.
I do want to shout out Cass, our sponsor, but I also want to make people aware that we're not drinking it right now.
Yeah, we're not. Even though we are possibly sounding somewhat delirious, it is only coffee that we have been consuming. Just need to make that perfectly clear. Might opt in for a Cass after this, though. Not gonna lie to you. That's all right. Chemish versus Popey. This is a matchup that we saw all worlds.
Yeah.
Good old Sylas versus Ahri.
Grasp Ahri, kind of that new rising tech towards the end of this year. No electrocute.
Wanting to just hit Popey as many times as possible. That's all right. Crash down from Cloud, the wrong direction.
It is lethal tempo, so Smash is sticking to his more trademark playstyle. Obviously very good into the Skarner, and eventually breaking through that front line later on.
Don't get to go toe-to-toe with the bottom lane quite as well. But the Rockets have now come out as Cloud loses his Aftershock and takes a fair bit of damage here. These sneaky autos mean that it's very hard for them to lane.
Yeah, I mean, when About turns on range mode and starts hitting you with that AoE blast, in the early parts of this lane where he doesn't have any mana issues or anything. It's very frustrating when you do end up getting locked down like that. Good lane here from Poby. Good CSing.
I mean, honestly, it's going all right in the mid lane, but everywhere is Gen.G finding some angles, except for here. Keen really getting shoved in. Cleanse actually being utilized very early on here, though, as Aftershocks being traded all over the place. Smash actually finding a really good angle here as Gen.G. This is the even lane, right? What we're kind of seeing is that charm. Absolutely phenomenal. Poby taking those Foxfires and not feeling too good about it. Chemish really looking good on this Ahri.
Should have gone Electrocute.
I don't know. Look at how much health he's got.
True. But look at how much health Poby has because he didn't go Electrocute.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Jokes aside here, Cloud's going to remount. And this is just going to be another crash here into the bottom lane. A lot of lost CS here for Smash. Pretty frustrating in this early laning phase. But that's when you don't have the Halo Blades, it's really hard to fight back against that Leona. And you're not going to have enough time to stack the tempo. But it will be way more relevant later on, of course, in team fights.
Feels like a bit of weathering the storm. But that can be said for the bottom side for Gen.G at the same time. Like, I think About is going to have a lot on his shoulders. This is the one true player that is sort of substituting in. Of course, Kem is sharing time with Chovy at the moment. But About, I mean, Ruler is not going to be here this tournament. So it's going to be him every single time. As Hete is going to have this wave shoved in towards him. Keen actually able to sort that out. It is going to be still a CS advantage here for the Mbessa, as we sort of expected. It's what we've kind of seen from these Rumble versus Mbessa lanes.
Yeah. Got to be very measured with your aggression as the Rumble, but if you can clear the wave very quickly, as Keen's trying to do here, then you can just keep the Mbessa at Harpoon's length. He's going to Harpoon this cannon.
Yep, nicely done. I would have stood in front of it if I was Hete, but maybe he just dies. You never know. That's a toughie. Denying cannons, though, it just feels phenomenal.
It does.
But, man, Chemish he's having a really good time. Poby actually going back, so has a wave now crashing forward, but
it's tough for Sylas in the early levels here, you know, unless there's a mistake made. And that's why, I think part of why Sylas fell off for so long with a lot of ranged mids who have CC. It's being so frustrating to deal with, where if you're trying to make an aggressive play, you could just be shut down by Charm when you go in. You can see you can, though. Trade back.
Yeah. If you do manage to sink your fangs in, you can certainly get some work done, but unfortunately, Chemish should be able to just utilize the regen that he has, as well as his refillable potion, in order to make things all right. Just going and grabbing a Amp Tome. No Lost Chapter to be completed just yet.
Quite a eventful exchange, but not really leading to any meaningful extra advantages. We'll head back, and he has a quite significant CS lead, as we've been kind of talking about this whole time. We keep peeking in here because we were seeing T1 struggle to actually trade anything back. The lane still gets pushed in, but it's not like anyone has kill pressure. Vincenzo looking to relieve it.
Cannon. Come on through here is About. Might just be face checking. Ward goes down. He does it successfully. Boy, I had Jiwoo just flash before my eyes, Wolf. It was a little bit frightening as Canyon just having a bit of a dance in front of the grub pit. They know that Vincenzo is down there, so Canyon knows that he's got time to dance. He's going to be able to take this. Had his 2 charges of Smite available, so uses it immediately. That's going to be grub number 1 going down. Canyon throwing these rocks around, though. You can see Vincenzo probably able to grab himself at least one of these.
Yeah, Hete has so much control topside that it's really difficult for Keen to get involved.
First roam, though, for Duro as he makes his way in. Cloud is a little bit late to this party. And even the Rift Scuttler is on the wrong side here as Keen able to move over. Equalizer in hand. That is the most important part. Okay, Duro coming on in. The Equalizer fantastically positioned. First blood going over to Canyon. Another grub. Going to distract them for a moment. As 3 stacked up already for Gen.G. That could not have gone better.
I mean, the faster roam there for Duro is actually super massive, and then the fact that Keen is still able to get down, because Hete roams over quickly, but doesn't actually deny Keen's entrance. On top of the fact that, yes, Poby had hijack, and he was heading towards there, but wasn't able to actually link up, means that Gen.G just get to divide and conquer there, and now Keen is just going to keep burning.
Yeah.
Has that Dark Seal stack as well. picked up here from the assist, and Canyon's coming in.
Yeah, looking for an opportunity here as there's the public execution. Canyon taking way more turret shots than he really wanted to. Gets the impale. Doesn't really want to bring Vincenzo over, but he's going to survive the flash and the self-silence for the massive damage on the auto. Keen going to be able to take down the enemy jungler, and I was sure that someone was going to die. Smash looking for an opportunity here on Doduro, but the Eclipse, the Aftershock, the amount of tankiness for this Leona is huge. It's not there anymore, though, so he stacks up the Blight, takes down the Leona, and gets one on the board here for T1.
Yeah, unfortunately for Cloud, he won't be able to hit that stun there onto About, but they're very happy with the kill they pick up down here. Unfortunately, it's not onto Jinx either, so she can continue to farm this one out with the last of that mana. As Vincenzo is on the top side of the map, Keen can't really push this advantage any further. Might be able to stop it back with a Harpoon if he's able to find an angle, but tough to say, or tough to do, rather. I mean, if you watch how this plays out, Keen plays this super well, plays around the cooldowns of Hete, and I think Hete is aware, okay, oh no, Skarner's coming. Gonna have to play this passively. And he actually gets caught here before he can ult. Like, his ult is interrupted, and if he actually gets the ult the way that he wants to, I think this goes a little bit differently. Either way, Canyon takes so much damage, and yet has the Aftershock. Keen's flash forward here, the empowered auto you mentioned. Clean stuff. And then down here, it's just, fortunately, walking into the brush. Oh, wow. I didn't actually catch this earlier.
Yeah, About just...
oh, this is not a replay.
Just killed Hete.
That was in live.
Yeah, it's really nicely timed as far as coming out of the replay is concerned. Really well done, our observers. Not great for T1 fans, because About is now kind of just freely 300 gold ahead.
Yeah, not only that, but Hete he doesn't have teleport, so he's going to lose a bunch of minions, and a plate goes over.
That was as the wave was crashing.
Yeah,
We're going to have a look at this one more time.
So Keen holding him in place here. Look at the timing of this rocket. I want to see it.
Yeah, when's it coming out?
He knows he... Okay. He goes from base. Oh, he just sees them on the recall. Yeah, that's...
because Keen is just sitting here, keeping him in eye, and there it is, Super Mega Death Rocket, and his Super Mega amounts of death for Hete there on towards the top side of the map.
I mean, it's hard to blame him for that one, but you have to be aware that that can happen if you are seen recalling when there's a Jinx on the enemy team.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can kind of blame him, but it's not something that goes through your mind as a rookie necessarily all the time. Canyon's here again.
Yep, looking for that opportunity. Hete walks down the red carpet, is able to throw out the ulti, but so is Canyon, and both of them really kind of do nothing. Defensive use of this public execution, though, is definitely not what you want to see from the Ambassador. You want to be trying to find these skirmishes and take down squishies. Instead, he's having to use it defensively off cooldown over and over again.
And it's just the fact that Keen has had non-stop pressure here. It's kind of been a little bit of a push and pull tug of war in this matchup mostly here in KeSPA Cup thus far, where you play around the Rumble's cooldowns, you trade back, you're aggressive when you can be, when the Flame Spitter's on cooldown, try to avoid those harpoons, and then you can trade back, but he's kind of just getting pushed in constantly. And the fact that he died and lost all that CS earlier was very frustrating. As
Great Charm is going to connect onto Poby. He's still relatively healthy now as he flashes away. Can they find another round of spells? Gets the Spirit Rush. Poby's going to be okay. But Cloud, oh no, maybe paying for his sins. Nice crash down to get over that wall as now Chemish, he needs to find the charm, and guess what? He absolutely does. Flame Spitter going to come on through. Keen, he deserves that one. 2-0-2 here for the Rumble. My goodness.
And I think...
yeah, some grubs maybe going to be taken. One of them goes over to T1, but that is going to be 5-1 in favor of Gen.G as far as that objective is concerned.
I was going to say, I think they need to leave. One grub is going to be the maximum there, as they're even going to try to push this wave in. This is somewhat risky here, but I think they're not going to get punished this time around. Keen doesn't have ult, so he's just going to take the long way around, rather the short way around, and grab these minions. A lot of money here, though, for Gen.G. T1 find themselves at a 2,000 gold deficit. They really have only been able to find that successful play bottom side, and that catch from the brush feels nice, but everything else is going awry. Poby is maintained CS parity, actually had a significant deficit earlier on, but is really caught up and has handled this lane very well. There's still a lot of power in T1's composition in these early skirmishes, but they really can't be giving over many more kills to this Rumble because Leandres is almost done. He's sitting on 6 extra stacks of Dark Seal. And if he has Leandres for this next Dragon fight, which I think there's a pretty high chance he will, it's just going to be so hard.
Yeah, those 6 stacks are really what's scaring me. Maybe he just like builds the Forbidden Book, you know? and then it all becomes very dangerous.
Part 3.
Oh, look at Haiti. Like, he's too scared to even walk up and last hit that cannon. Duro moving in, and the boulder is going to land. Gets the crash into the wall. Duro has the Shield of Daybreak. There is not a lot of damage here, but there is so much CC. Oh, they tried to set it up. As About is not able to get the kill because they kill him a little bit too fast. But this is just rude. 2 kills under this Ambessa, and they are bullying this top side of the map. Canyon and Keen, I mean, these are sort of like the premium players on this Gen.G roster at this point in time, right? With Chovy sitting on the bench for the moment, Ruler not quite there just yet, and Duro pretty new to this roster. Canyon and Keen are having kind of a field day here.
I mean, when you see this, Heite's like, oh, I want them to be a little bit closer to the turret before I ult, and now he just has no choice because he's still CC'd, still CC'd, still CC'd, and dead.
That, like, oh, it's so sad.
Yeah,
it's
really
if that
sad.
money goes to the Jinx, you are feeling way better about it. Doesn't even get an assist, as it turns out. So that is unfortunate, but, I mean, suffering from success a little bit here.
That's the whole turret gone as well. First brick to Gen.G on top of all of that. So you can see the gold is just ballooning here.
Yeah, Keen also gets back and picks up that entire wave, doesn't lose a plate. And he was pushing on the bottom side as it was all happening. The 202 Rumble, who now has that Leandri's completed. Poby getting tagged by this charm. Kemish just landing them over and over again. He's having a really good time. And I've enjoyed Kemish. I think that as far as mid laners for Gen.G, it's been a little bit up and down in Challenger.
Sure.
But if Kemish sticks around, feeling good about this team moving into next year.
Yeah, I do think that, you know, they've made some pretty large upgrades, right? About seems significantly better than Slayer, and I'm optimistic for them for sure moving into CL next year.
Looking forward to it.
And 30 seconds till this dragon spawns. Right now, some resets coming through. Gen.G have enough time to rotate over. Duro also getting some deep vision here. And Keen does not have teleport, so he's not going to be here with his Leandris for this fight, but it's a solo Chemtech Dragon, and it looks like what Gen.G want to do is just control topside here and hard push this inner and try to catch anyone who rotates over. I mean, there's still 15 seconds.
No!
Oh, boy.
Hey, this is so rude! This
And
time
the
the Super
rocket.
Mega Death Rocket lands. That's going to equal an assist. And
It's 5 grubs on this Rumble, and
Yeah.
he's just going to town on this turret off of one wave here.
Haite
Gets
hasn't
half the
picked
health.
up a CS for like the last 5 minutes, Wolf.
Yeah, no, he's just been perma farmed, and not like his farm. I mean, he is being farmed by Gen.G.
Yeah.
It's
It reminds me of
gray
the ad.
buff.
It reminds me of the ad, you know, where it's like, what kind of farm? Oh, it's actually it's the AI, the graphics cup, or
Not
whatever.
that kind of farm.
Not
It's the
that
Ambessa farm.
Oh no.
Oh god. Well, I mean, look, that was really well set up by Duro. Like he set the vision, you know, leapfrog that vision forward constantly. And you can see the wards there in T1's upper jungle near the red buff. So he knows no one's there to stop the play. He knows no one's there to counter gank or to stop the play from going off. And this comes over, gets Haite down. They're willing to trade one Chemtech Dragon for this inner turret. Like, it's absolutely worth. And the kill gold that's going to go over, as well as the assists.
Oh, okay. Is this champion just way too broken? As Haite gets the flash out from Keen. Oh, he avoids it, and Keen grabs the solo bolo. But I don't blame him. Honestly, Haite was pretty close to actually getting that kill.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Poby. Let's see what you can make happen here as the Spirit Rush comes through. Neither of them really finding their CC buttons, as the Abduct Abscond doesn't really do too much. The Charm is going to miss.
Duro is
and
here
now
again.
Duro just walks in. He'll find a Solar Flare for a slow, as Duro looks to try and get out of there, as in goes Canyon. Kemish is possibly in trouble, but Cloud just has no damage. The Ignite is going to be enough to tick down. A Super Mega Death Rocket is going to go straight between the posts, 6 points where I'm from. And the rest of T1 are looking to rotate down and punish Gen.G for their overextension here on the bottom side. Poby even able to grab that kill at the end at the same time. And it was a 6,000 gold lead. That number is much smaller. And T1 are investing. They've got 2 Drakes.
I mean, they got 2 Drakes. They were able to really punish what was an extremely greedy move. His smash is just...
He was just walking, and then
want my
he was like,
cannon!
no, I'm not going to be walking.
So he loses, you know, like a fifth of his health and the cannon. So it's significant, but at the end of the day, not going to be too crazy out of that. But T1 get a big win there on the bottom side when the overextension comes through. So we'll watch this again. Poby has the Ahri ultimate here. Duro has been so good on the roams. Is able to avoid the center of the solar flare here, then dash away from Chemish. Does eventually, take a ton of damage here, but he doesn't actually get taken out. And then, yeah, you get the kill on Chemish here. It's a kill to Arel, but they're still priced into trying to make something happen here, and their teammates are in mid. You look mid.
Yeah.
You see about, and it's just there's no way he can get over here. So it's just a ton of gold. It's just tossing bags, unfortunately, for Gen.G here, 2T1. They could have just settled with focusing Poby down there and then going for the turret, but it backfires.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out. I was overly optimistic. They still have a gigantic lead to Gen.G. And next time, I think they know that they probably should fight with their incredibly fed Rumble if they want to be doing damage. As this turret, not long for the world, that's going to go down. 5 grubs going to certainly help with that one, but Shelly's head is pretty dangerous.
Very dangerous indeed.
Yeah, Gen.G, I think probably not wanting to give away too many more of these dragons. It is just an ocean, so not exactly the most pivotal, but still something that they might want to look into. Especially to deny T1, I think Ocean Soul is actually kind of good, as they're the ones with the poke advantage. So the more that they can sit back and not have to really worry too much in these extended fights is where they kind of want to be sitting.
Yeah, I mean, Smash.
Oh, there's another equalizer that goes down. Smash is going to be flashing this time. And Super Mega Death Rocket, this time it lands. About is just sniping.
Are you sure they have the poke advantage?
Oh, God.
Keen's like, poke this.
Oh, that's a fantastic charm, actually interrupting the chain there.
Yeah,
but,
I think
in
the
meantime,
wallets are quite heavy, Atlas, at this stage. I don't know if the Cloud Soul is going to be enough to save T1 here.
Knees weak, wallets are heavy. Spaghetti on my sweater already or something. Okay. Did we need to watch this again?
Slowing him over the equalizer on his one way out. He's like, okay, I got the flash, I'm good.
And then you think that they've let him live, as I was really expecting Keen to just walk around and burn him down, but About had thrown the ult.
It's funny because Smash is kind of like, okay, well, if I walk too far left to avoid this rocket, like he's like, oh, but they're coming for me, so I don't want to go left, but I got to dodge this rocket. He has so little time to react at that speed, obviously, the projectile of the rocket, and it's just, he already used his flash, so he can't flash it. He's just doomed no matter what. And it's just a really nice placement of the rocket there from About as well.
Yeah, nicely played. Man, this is what I love about KeSPA Cup, is often it is just a mix-up of LCK players and Challenger players. You really get an idea as to who can really play with the big guns. About has been a bit of both, as now Canyon is going to get thrown around for a while. Some double impales happening. Canyon at 1 health does manage to get the ult off. And look at this burn damage. The equalizer is massive, but Keen still going to go down. And now the resets are coming in. The Ahri, the Jinx, and they just rip them to shreds. Smashes wonders. Hit the rest of his team disappeared, and now Chemish, he's got another charge. The charm is going to land.
He's about to get his flash, but
not
it's not
going to be able to do anything.
Yeah,
okay, so it is Chemish and About against Smash. 3 for 4, not end of the world for T1. But good lord, they had to throw the whole kitchen sink at Keen, and he still had Ahri and Jinx.
The problem is that, you know, even though it's a fairly even trade of kills, the cleanup kills going to the hyper carry of the Jinx and then the Ahri picking this up is so massive. Watch Canyon as well with this. Barely at like 1 health, like you said, pulling them all through. Then the equalizer comes down, and About's just sitting so far away. And that's why this composition works so incredibly well, because the Rumble gets those health bars low, helps set up that first pick with the Ahri to secure the kill, and then it's just resets, resets, resets for both of these champions. That's why Jinx and Ahri are such a strong pairing in compositions like this, especially with dive. You have something like a Skarner to set it up, it can be so amazing. Poby getting the jump in that first part, but wallets are heavy, you know? I mean, it's still the issue that this Jinx is now looking at almost 3 items here. The IE nearly completed, and a 3,200 gold lead there. Keen was so fed from the early game.
And this is what happens, right? Like, this is why it is so important that Super Mega Death Rocket manages to take down Hate in the early stages of the game. Like, as this acceleration happens, this is a champion that just snowballs more and more and more. And yeah, About is now hitting that critical mass. Like you were talking about, I mean, 3 items at 22 minutes is kind of absurd, especially for a Jinx. And so, Chemish, okay, Heite's going to find him. We get charmed up here, as we can see. And just going to let him live.
Hete doesn't decide to ult there. Thought perhaps he tried to push the issue even further, but there's a turret still down there in the bottom side, so Kemish has that little fortress he can hide under. I mean, look at the damage dealt here. The rumble damage is so massive because Keen has constantly been pressuring in the top lane. He's constantly been finding equalizer value. He's been finding basically solo kill picks, essentially. I mean, yeah, he didn't get the kill last time. It was about who got the last hit, but it was 90% him.
Oh, yeah.
90% his effort, right? Like, he's doing so much with the gold he's been given.
He's basically, you know, the father penguin, you know, going off and getting the fish and bringing it back for the Jinx, so that she can grow up big and strong. And he's doing a really good job, honestly. Like, the penguin fathering, fantastic work here from Keen. Nicely done, making sure that your kids are well and truly fed and safe. And certainly warm. I mean, everyone's warm, even his enemies. And
Okay,
we'll see what they're going to be
Poby-
able to do here is, Poby just trying to get to a side lane to try and make something happen. We saw that his damage wasn't all that high. Didn't really want to comment on it, but sort of have to.
Sometimes when Silas is behind and your team is losing, you just can't do much, you know? It's like when Lucid was behind earlier on the Lee Sin, where you're like, well, I mean, he basically didn't do any damage this game, but it's not his fault necessarily. Like, it's hard. His team is behind, and his Baron is just gone.
Yep, Vincenzo is going to face check Duro. Then the Soul Flare is going to lock him down, smash into a wall. When does he get to do anything? I guess it's now, as he has to Heartbreaker away. Flame Chompers go down, though, and how are you supposed to enter this pit? The Baron, they are just not going to risk a 50-50, as Gen.G would prefer it if they just came and went for a 5v5,
And
understandably
Vincenzo
so as well.
So low and already used his Heartbreaker, but they just aren't going to leave anything to chance. And I respect it. The Equalizer wasn't massive value there. They weren't able to follow up and get any kills out of it, but just deters T1 from coming anywhere near that Baron. And Keen is sitting on 9 stacks of that Dark Seal, nearly completed. And Sudi buys off of this bet because I think he's sitting on a significant amount of money. The next Dragon's up in 90 seconds, but I think Gen.G really are just going to reset and look to start the Baron again because they're just so far ahead. They just want T1 to come to them. They win one more fight, they win that Baron, they just walk straight down mid. And we're only 24 minutes in, but they can get an inhibitor at least at this stage with the lead that they have.
Not to mention their siege is just kind
It's
of ludicrous with this
crazy.
Jinx. 502 about just being carried. Like, it reminds me of like princesses in the olden times that are in that, like, what do they call it, like a pallet or something? I don't know
the
what the real
palanquin?
name is. Yeah, palanquin? Is
Yeah,
that what it is?
Palanquin, I think.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, she's being carried towards these structures and then steps out with a bazooka for a moment and then hops back in the palanquin again.
Yeah.
That's normally what happened, right? Like,
yeah,
I've
no, I
watched
think
some
that's
of these, like,
exactly how those old
the historical
Korean dramas work.
Korean
yeah.
dramas, yeah. I watched Mr. Sunshine many times. You know, I went to the Sunshine Studio
Yeah,
in Nonsan. It was really, really fun. I
that
had
is
a
cool.
great
Did you
time.
get in the Palanquin? Or
I didn't get. I couldn't fit. I'm just a bit large.
I don't know if Atlas
unfortunately.
would have survived in the Joseon era, but
I mean, yeah, I think I would have been a very different person.
sure.
I don't know whether Australians joined in as well. I know there were a lot of people from a lot of different cultures, but I don't know how many Aussies were up there. I think they were all in Bali getting
Probably
drunk.
at least one, you know, I'd say.
Yeah.
It could have been you if you were born in that time.
All right. Well, if I was, I'd be sure to go there. All right. Okay. Hate, I mean, if in doubt, I guess they just want to try and take him down. Great flash, avoiding a whole bunch of different things. It's not going to keep the turret alive, as Drake does come up, but it is kind of a forgotten memory right now. Gen.G are just going to be able to take down some more money.
It's a bit rough. Like, it's not entirely unexpected that, especially with a composition like this that has great pick and great snowball, that Gen.G would win an extremely one-sided game here against T1. You know, in you and I's mind, they were clearly the favorites coming to this roster-wise.
Yeah.
T1's performance-wise, they're coming to this 0-2, but it's a bit of a sad start to the group for T1. You know, to fall out 0-3, losing to Vietnam at the start of the day with an upset, and then just kind of never really regaining momentum here. And it's not been very poor performances. Like, we thought Vincenzo was serviceable, right? Like, Smash, we already trust and know this guy. Same with Poby. Hete has been really good at this Mbessa, but in this time just getting really abused and really collapsed on and constantly basically camped in the top lane, even with rockets. So Gen.G just being so oppressive here. And on one hand, it's a disappointing result, I think, for T1 fans. But on the other hand, you have to remember this is the group of death. This is a very, very challenging group. And T1 might still get out of it because they kind of got the front end of this one. It's a really tough set of teams they face today. But yeah,
they
it doesn't make...
they could, if they win the next couple of games in that are coming up in a couple of days' time, and there's certainly an opportunity here. But it is looking dire. Like 0-3, like I think it's basically do or die after that, and even then, it may not necessarily be guaranteed. All right, let's see whether Hate can survive this one. Zenith Blade is going to connect there as there's a few dashes available here for Mbessa, so she is going to be able to get out of there. But still just not able to approach a minion wave. And obviously, Keen is going to be way too strong. And that just means that now About is able to single out Smash. Vincenzo not quite able to find any of these angles because the vision control is absolute here from Gen.G. Baron's still up, though. Like, Gen.G needs to, like, get a move on, right? Like, they're playing with their food a little bit.
It's a little bit surprising they haven't been able to actually get that just yet. And Canyon's a little bit isolated here.
I was about to say he's getting flanked, but then I realized he can just walk through any wall ever. All right, Impale does absolutely nothing at all. Poby going to get punished for stealing that one away. Canyon says, whatever you can do, I can do the same. And he's also going to whiff his. Vincenzo now trying to run away. As Gen.G, yeah, they don't need to hit ultimates to win team fights. And T1 doesn't need to hit ultimates in order to get away. As Super Mega Death Rocket just in celebration there.
Yeah, and it's just going to figure out exactly how far away they are from this Baron pit. It's going to be able to identify that. Duro could just kind of hold this entryway. Vincenzo does have Flash and Heartbreaker, so he's going to look for a desperate attempt here, but the fight is already on.
Oh, the snipe there was gorgeous, but still going to get tagged. And Keen going to be the one to take down the Rel. It was a pretty good attempt there onto Smash. Smash had the right answer, but then sometimes they go golden, and you get hit by a large amount of fire, and then you zap to death. Vincenzo now, he has the smite. He's the one that could possibly get the steal, but he's also the only one alive that isn't. Poby here, who's limping through the mid lane. And Kemesh keeping him at bay. So this should be the Baron now. As Kemesh coming up. Heartbreaker going to come on through there as Solar Flare comes down. They do manage to take out the Ahri, but now with the jungler missing, About and Canyon should be able to finish off this Baron and look to try and break open the base.
I think they should be able to get an inhibitor off of this Baron, but at least they buy some additional time here for some respawns to come through. Hete is going to be up. Smash will be up here in 15, so they can make an effort to stop said push. You look back at this fight, and to call it a fight is almost unfair, but it's really just, you know, look at where Vincenzo is. He's trying to get close without vision to see, like, can I snipe this Baron? Can I steal it? Cloud has to try to do anything to buy space for Smash here. And Smash hits a single arrow onto Keen. Hete teleports into desperation and just instantly dies. Like, he shows up and he's like, oh, I guess that's it. Kemesh is like, I wish I didn't flash there. And look at this from About. He's excited, and he's just going to do insane damage from a million miles away. The zap to come through to secure that.
And
that's
like,
Baron.
this is the thing. They've got so many threats. And it was just Canyon and About that did the Baron, and it took a few seconds to go down. You can understand that they did want to be very respectful as far as not wanting to give a chance to T1 to try and come back. But when you saw just what happens if they really put their minds to it, Canyon and About just slay that beast very, very quickly. Moving up to an 11,000 gold lead, 50 seconds on the clock as far as the Drake is concerned. Knowing how slowly this game has been approached, it's likely that that dragon is going to get addressed.
Yes.
But maybe after the 2 minutes of this Baron put to use here by Gen.G,
So
looking to head up the bottom lane.
A strong 4-1 here with the Ahri in the mid lane so that she can rotate over quickly. Does have her ultimate back online now and can look for a pick on the flank.
There's a flank ward available here.
Yeah,
Poby's the only one with an ultimate up. Smash is going to tank an entire equalizer. Solar Flare is going to connect. He's just out of the damage, but it's Canyon that's able to lock down the kill now without all of their ranged defense. T1 not going to be able to hold on as the onslaught of Gen.G just comes rolling in. Hate gets flashed on the Impale is okay. It's a decent attempt there from Poby, but this game was long gone. About with a triple kill. It's not going to be a quadra, I do not think. As, yeah, these Nexus turrets not long for the world. Gen.G undefeated on the day, looking like the best team so far here at KeSPA Cup, as they do take down T1 in our final game of the day. Pretty exemplary fashion as well.
3 wins, pretty decisive, pretty dominant. And, I mean, like I said, T1 had a really front-loaded day here. Vietnam didn't seem like it would be, right? And that's the first match they play of the tournament. They end up getting upset there in front of, you know, tens of thousands of people who are disappointed with their result. There's a bunch of stuff being spewed online, right? You got to keep yourself in the right headspace. They lose that second match against Hanwha Life and then lose their third to Gen.G. And you're like, well, it gets easier from here, right? Tomorrow they have Nongshim and D+. So it's 2 full LCK rosters that they face back-to-back in 2 days' time. So there's some time to kind of adjust there and get ready for that match. But, you know, even that might not necessarily be enough to get you out of the group if you do even win those. So it's a bit of a rough start for one of our big, amazing legacy esports orgs, the defending champions, of course, of Worlds. Only 2 of them on this roster, but neither of them played in this game.
Yeah, so only coming out in the match against Vietnam. In fact, Vietnam was the team that faced off against all of, like, as much T1 as we could give them, and also the only ones that faced off against Chovy as well.
Yeah.
So making sure that they are put through the ringer. We'll see whether Peanut does come out when HLE face them and is going to be put in just to give a little bit more LCK experience over to Vietnam. Because honestly, I think they deserve it. This team way outstripped my expectations.
Yeah, I mean, they really have. At the end of the day here, this is always going to be a tough group. It's always going to be a really hard one to get out of.
Let's have a look at what happened here today as Hanwha Life eSports starting off with a bang up against Nongshim. T1 losing to Vietnam. This was the surprising one as Gen.G manages to take down DK. A lot of people expected that. I personally did not, but then DK pleasantly surprised us with some back-to-back wins towards the end of the day.
Duro had a really good day today. I think, you know, he's one of the question marks we have going into the upper echelon of LCK and LCK Cup. But really great performance, especially in this last game. About looking very, very strong. Gen.G really stole the show today. D+, very strong performance as well, only losing to Gen.G, who went 3-0. So I think they've kind of solidified themselves as the 2 strongest teams here in Group B. We'll find out more on Tuesday when we do conclude this group.
Yep. DK and HLE, I think I'm putting in a pretty similar bracket. I think given a little bit more time, HLE probably going to make that matchup look a little bit different. And best of ones are best of ones. Who really knows who the better teams are at the end of the day? But you can see that Gen.G remain undefeated here. 3 points have been picked up. 1 point for DK and HLE, 0 for Vietnam, and -2 for Nongshim, -3 for T1. Nongshim, of course, having not played that extra game. That's why things are looking so dire for T1 here, because they have had a pretty tough run of it.
I guess I have a little bit of recency bias for D+, because they had that really strong win. You know, with over HLE, with Showmaker performing so well. But yeah, either of those teams really could be the ones to take that second place spot, depending on the rest of how the group goes.
And let's have a look at what happens tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
Back to Group A once again, feeling like a group that has been definitely a little bit up and down, right? DRX taking on Team Chinese Taipei as well. Maple making his way back out onto the Rift tomorrow. BNK against Bro. See whether the Bro tirade continues.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be the day where, you know, I get the pencil out and we start mathing out like what needs to happen for some of these teams to get out of the group. We'll have some eliminations. We might have some games at the end of the day for like Guangdong Freaks, for example, if they lose that first match to DRX that don't mean anything to them but might mean something significantly to KT. You'll notice there is one match missing there at the end. That's because it's a round-robin group where there's actually only 7 games left to be played. So we'll have a later start time tomorrow at 2 p.m. KST. So 1 hour later than we did the last 2 days. That'll be the same, of course, on Tuesday when we finish Group B. So mark your calendars. I think tomorrow will be interesting. Group A so far has been a lot more one-sided games. Yep, I would say. And I expect that with the lineups you see tomorrow, that might continue.
I would agree. I actually am very much looking forward to seeing whether KT can keep up their level of momentum. Of course, tripping over the final hurdle a little bit. But, you know, they wouldn't be KT if they weren't doing that. So who is going to make it out of Group A? We'll find out tomorrow. But for now, that is going to do it. It's been a long 8 days. We'll see you tomorrow for 7 more. Thanks for watching the KeSPA Cup. We'll see you soon.